Tyrants of the Underdark is a game we released in 2016, and we're re-releasing it in a few months' time. It sees you take control of one of the lords of the Underdark, vying for power and control of this malevolent, horrendous place filled with monstrosities and monsters and bloodthirsty creatures. In the game, that's represented by the big map you have of the Underdark. So the game is a combination of two fundamental board game mechanics. It's a deck building game where you're going to have your influence and power to recruit more people to your cause, and then to send your minions to do your bidding on the map. And you then have your area control on the board in front of you. So you're going to be fighting with your opponents, trying to get control of the major towns and regions throughout the Underdark, until eventually, at the end of the game, one of you is the Tyrant of the Underdark, with the whole
box. That's right on the box.
It is. So fundamentally, that's the rough game. It is a deck building game. So you're going to use your influence to build minions into your hands, into your deck, playing through the game, expand your deck out. But unlike a lot of deck builders, having the board in front of you as well means that from the very start of the game, even when you haven't got a lot of the fight or power as it is in this game, you're able to expand your reaches out from the very early. So whatever you do through the game is going to help you towards your end goal.
Okay.
Sorry,
it's all good.
So every game when we set up, you pick 2 half decks to make a full deck. In the original game, there were 4 half decks, and in the new version coming this year, we're including the first expansion in there as well. So you're going to get 6 decks in total, which gives you, I'm not sure how many, but a lot of combinations for your game. So we'll do that now.
Okay, so we can pick any of these?
You can. So for your first game, I don't think you guys have tried it. I would recommend the Dragons and the Drow decks.
Okay.
These ones are a bit simpler. When you get to some of the more complicated decks, you're going to have more difficult mechanics that you're going to have to try and navigate through the game.
Okay. Matt, do you want to be Dragons or Drow? You get the pick.
Well, we'll take these notes. So these go into the market over here. Yep, just drop it on there. And then we will start the game.
Ooh. Oh, so for everyone has the
everyone has them. So this will form your market that you're going to buy cards from.
Ah, right. Okay, gotcha. Some nobles and some soldiers in my hand. Ooh.
I'm not sure chill out's the right term, Matt.
Oh, mushrooms. Mushrooms, crystals, blue, and purple. The chillest colours. Oh, chat still can't hear you, Matt. So if you want to have a fiddle with that, then other Matt can tell me about these tyrants.
Sure. So as I touched on, there are 2 key currencies in the game. You have influence, which represents your thrall over the empire, how much respect you have, and that is what you use to buy cards, basically. You then have power, which is your military might. You're going to use that to send your minions down onto the board to fight for different locations, like so, but also to assassinate your opponent's minions.
Oh, okay.
Which is where the fighting, the backstabbing, the treachery comes in. Anyone who played enough Gale Force 9 games knows that we love a little bit of backstabbing and treachery. So what I can do is, if you want, I'll run you through the quick first turn
Yeah, sure.
to show you how that works. So
I put my hand down on the table so he can see what I've got, or is that
perfect? That's fine.
That
If
makes
you put it on this little play mat here,
Oh yeah, good idea.
then Tabletop Simulator likes that because it can do it for you. So you've got 3 nobles and 2 soldiers.
Okay.
The nobles with the little web symbol, that is your influence. So nobles are going to go out there, they're going to spread the word of your drow house and encourage people to join you. So what you can do is you can use that to purchase cards in the market deck.
Have I got 3 influence to spend?
You've got 3 influence.
And I could buy, and I presume the cost is on the top.
The cost is on the top there, yes, correct, the top right-hand corner.
So would I presume it's wise for me to get more drow rather than have a little dabble in dragons, or should I get dragons?
Well, this is the choice you've got to make. So the dragon deck often sends you on a route towards one of the victory conditions. It will encourage you to do the same thing throughout your deck.
Okay.
Whereas the drow, generally what you get from them is a lot of stats for the cost.
Okay. So I might get this, so I can click recruit and have this blackguard here.
You can indeed.
Boom. Oh wait, I'm sat over here. I put my things over on your seat. Wait, can chat hear you now? We should ask. We should quick break. Can chat hear Matt? Still no Matt. Continue, Matt.
So what I'll do quickly, I'll run you through the cards. So you just bought the blackguard, so I'll try and run you through his card.
Yeah.
So in the top left-hand corner, you have his name. And underneath that, you have the type of card he is. He's a malice card. That's not too important with these decks, but in some of the other decks, they focus on having cards of the same type.
Cool.
In the bottom right-hand corner, you have 2 statistics. You have the 1 and the 3.
Mm-hmm.
So the 1 is how many victory points he'll be worth when he's in your deck at the end of the game.
Hold on, I'm going to very quickly just hoik this over so that we can have the card on stream. There we go. Sorry, because it's in in the wrong place. There we go. Right, what were the symbols again? Real quick, so chat at home can see the
top left is his name. Just underneath is the subtype, and then in the bottom right you have the 1 and the 3. So the 1 is the victory points that the card is worth at the end of the game. Gotcha. And the 3 is there's a rule in the game called promote. Mm-hmm. And promote lets you remove cards from your deck. They're going to be worth generally more points at the end of the game, but you can no longer use them.
Gotcha.
So when I mentioned before, there's lots of avenues of victory. It's one of the reasons that I love playing the game so much is you can go down different paths. You can try and go for this real economy-focused, big deck, promoting units out, getting your inner circle to get you loads of points into the game, and not have as heavy a focus on the map as you would do. Or you can go for a more military type victory, where you're going to try and control the board and earn the victory points through the game in that way.
Okay, that makes sense. Then I've got an ability, I presume, down here as well.
Yes, and that's the main thing. So everything has their abilities. So for this guy, if we're looking at him, he has a choose 1 ability. So he has 2 different options. Every time you play him, you can either get 2 power. So he's twice as good as a regular soldier. Mm-hmm. Or you can assassinate a troop. Okay. So assassinate is how you're going to primarily kill your opponent's units to push them off the areas that you want to take control of, or force them back when they're trying to attack you. Mm-hmm. Normally that action would cost 3 power, but the Blackguard can just do it. He can just straight up kill one of your enemy's tokens.
Seems useful. I'm glad I bought my Blackguard of Malice.
He is a great card.
Okay. Oh, well, I'm brilliant at this game. I'm making great choices already.
I think you basically won now.
I'm well on my way to being the tyrant of the Underdark. But I bought him, so he went in my discard, I presume, didn't he?
Yeah, he goes in your discard. So then, when you run through your deck, you start with a deck of 10 cards, and once you've run through that, you'll draw back through. As with most deck builders, it's the simple concept we all know and love.
I'm just very briefly going to restart OBS. I won't be a second. I feel like the computer waited for the second day just to really mess with me. Okay, right, we're here. Can you hear you now?
Wait, are we on? So yeah, people couldn't hear us.
I just had to turn it on and off again. It's all right, I'm back.
We're in proper. We can move the camera around to see that all my sick plays that I'm pulling off here. It's turn 1. I've already bought literally the best card in the game.
Why have you bought so many nobles? What's up with that?
But all my nobles are going to go. I presume I spent them, didn't I?
Yes, you press the button just in the.
And I can just. But what about my soldiers?
Your soldiers. We haven't used it yet, have we?
No. Tell me about my soldiers.
You know what? We've actually skipped a step here, which now Matt's back, we should do. We rushed into it. I got too distracted by the technical issues. So before we go into buying the recruiting units, what we need to do is actually finish setting up the board. So
sure.
Every player, starting with the first player, needs to take 1 token from their supply, which is from your troops token. And you need to select one of the black locations. So you see you've got the white and the black locations on the board. And you need to pick one that you want to start in.
I'm going to pick Skullport because it's the easiest to pronounce.
It is. The pirate capital. So you'll notice down the board you've got these 2 sets of purple lines running through. So in a 2-player game, you'll just use the middle section. In a 3-player game, you'll use one of the sides of your choice. And in a 4-player game, you'll use the entire board.
Hey. Where are the mats starting?
I'm eating some nuts. The drow's choice.
Yes, that's very good, Matt, but...
Okay. Right, so, time for me to do some stuff, right?
I'm going to make you start in Ched Nazard.
I think we need some conflict, so I'm going to start over in... Where's this?
I would have liked to have started in Skullport. It's my favourite British seaside town.
So, Tom, you've got two power left to use. So if you look at your player board just in front of you, you can see that for 1, you can deploy a troop. So what we get to now is the rule called presence. Presence, how the game really works. You have presence by having a troop token on the board, or by having a spy. We've not got spies yet. If they turn up later, I'll explain those. But for now, you can place 2 troops, but they've got to be connected to where you start.
Okay. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking that's full of points.
That's full of locker points.
I'm going to go here.
So you've got to, because you're at Skullport, you've got to move up through these smaller slots.
Oh, I see. Okay. Something like that. Gotcha.
Yeah. So now we can see you're branching out towards the labyrinth on your way to Arimikoth. And I've got a short way there, so we might end up having a little bit of a fight there, maybe.
Oh.
That sounds... I mean, if there's anything I know about the Drows, is that we're very peaceful and we'll never do anything bad. So now, that was my whole go, right? And I can discard all my things.
Yeah.
And at L.
Yeah. Time for me to get.
Tell us about all of your Drows.
That's a Drow joke. Okay. So, I keep forgetting where I'm sitting. I'm here, aren't I? Okay.
You're over here.
Of course, I'm in Zorlaren. How can I forget? All right. So, I've got a pretty similar set of things. So I've got my nobles and my soldiers. So I think I'm going to play a bunch of nobles to do some stuff. Get some coins, right?
Get some coins. Buy a big dragon.
It's not a bad idea. So Okay.
Well, mercenary squad looks pretty chunky. Look at that. Deploy 3 troops. That's huge.
What can I buy? Well, I'm going to buy that. That costs 4. I can do that, I think.
It costs 3 is at the top, I think.
Oh, okay. It's the. Confused. All right, done. I'm going to buy a mercenary squad because that's the kind of conquesty person I am. And does that go into my discard?
You discard yet?
Fabulous. And then I'm going to put my nobles into there as well. And I think that's probably me. I could deploy some. No, could I do anything else?
What else you got? Show us your hand.
I got a soldier card and a noble card. What's the
You can
deal?
have a man. You can have a boy. Put a boy on the
I
board.
can have a boy on the board. All right, let's put a boy on
Put
the
a boy on the board.
And then do I discard this last card, or do I keep it in hand?
Discard that last card, yes.
Oh, I should have bought something more expensive, shouldn't I? I should have bought a dragon or something.
Should have bought the cleric of Laugzed.
Oh, he's one of my top 10 clerics. All right. No worries. Okay. I'm gonna put a boy on the board. Put a boy on the board. Da, 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 da.
What happens if you try and put a boy on this space where there's a little token?
That's a great
So
question.
you need to assassinate that troop first.
Oh.
Right. Okay, I see. So I can't do that. So instead, I'm going to be just over here, I think. I'm Lacerelin, you be mine. I've written my name through you like a bad stick of rock. I'm kind of doing all my classic Dungeons and Dragons quotes today. That's what I decided. We all remember where we were the first time you bumped into Duet in a forest in Baldur's Gate 1 and didn't really know who he was and tried to kill him, and it went really badly.
Yes.
I was just like, well, I'm going to kill you then. And it's like, oh, no, I'm not. I don't think I am, actually. Right, fabulous. Well, that's my go. So we're back to Mizrim.
It's over to me then. So, I have got 3 nobles and 2 soldiers. So, I have 3 influence. Sadly, I can afford a dragon. I can afford a black wormling.
It's only a little one, though, isn't it?
It is, but better a dragon than no dragon.
It's true.
That is a famous thing that people say.
We're going to be struggling against, I mean, like, you know, what have we got? People with bows. That's a dragon. That's going to mess us up.
It's only like a baby dragon. So
It's a little one.
See,
I'm
I
gonna
told
put
you.
this guy.
Nothing to worry about after all.
And then with my 2 soldiers, I see you heading down to what looks like a Welsh village, but I'm sure isn't.
The spooky Welsh
I'm going to
village.
get in there first, Matt.
What? What? I told you that Lacellerin was mine, home of Lacellery, for La Soup and La Snacks.
I've
La
got
Dip it in La Hummus.
a bunch of nobles. And that means I can buy the cleric of Laugzed because he's a beefy fish boy and I want him.
Which one? There's 2 of
Boom.
them. Oh, there's a
then-
recruit button. I should
And then
have myself.
I can and then I can place a little token in the labyrinth. Now I noticed that at the bottom of the thing, so that it says after doing all this stuff, gain VP for your site control markers.
Yes. So
These big ones.
these big ones. So when you take control, you have 2 types of control in the game. You have control, which is where you have more troops than anyone else has troops. So if you have 2, 3 other people have 1, you have control. If you do that, you take the control marker and you put it on your. If I use this one for example, you put it on its control side. You add it down here, and every turn you would get 1 influence. If you had total control, every turn you'd also earn the number of victory points as well.
Right. I see.
And total control is filling up all the spaces?
Filling up all the spaces with your troops, having no one else there, and no spies.
Yeah, don't get anything about total control of Ched Nazen, though, do you?
I don't. But spies I'll touch on briefly now. There's a spy master in the market in case anyone wants to get into the ultimate backstabbery. Spies are a limited resource. You only have 5 spy tokens next to your board. You can place them in any location on the board, and it counts them as having presence. So if you want to nip in somewhere and start a new foray, if you wanted to, head up to Mendelbransen, so you could start taking over from the north while everyone's scrapping down the south, you could use a spy to get you presence up there.
And then you could start putting troops in there.
Yes. Or if you really wanted to get Skullport, you could jump in there, assassinate the Vienna troops, and get through that way. So they're a really mobile way to get around the board.
Lovely. Lovely.
That is my turn.
What you done?
There's I placed all I did, I bought a big fish boy, and I moved up towards the labyrinth, where I'm going to hang out.
Alright. So I now draw my other 5 cards, and I've got 3 knobbly bobs and 2 soldiers. So I'm going to spend my 3 knobbly bobs on. I think I'm actually going to. I'm going to get the infiltrator, because it's like a spy but better. Bump. And then I'm going to play my 2 soldiers to add a couple of, you guessed it, soldiers. And I'm not content with this situation over here.
Oh no.
Yeah. The fight for Larasalin begins now. None shall pass Le Scarlane. None.
That's good.
That's my fight.
That was like something out of a movie.
It's like we were in a film, right? Like we're all in a film. It's unbelievable.
Well, the D&D film, it's filming now. I'm sure if you reach out, you're able to get spots.
I think they did a perfectly good job with the last D&D film with Jeremy Irons. Leave it alone. It's done.
It's a real classic, that one.
I'd love to say I hadn't already watched it this year, but I would be lying.
I think I've only seen it once. Once was enough for me, but it's nonetheless a classic.
Is it one of those so bad it's good, or is it so bad it's bad, or is it just good?
It's not great.
I think it's a cinematic tour de force, and everyone should make the effort to watch it.
I did promise myself not to have any controversial opinions online over the weekend, and I've just already ruined that with my my negging of the Dungeons and Dragons film. Although I will say that Jeremy Irons, I stan a legend. He gives it 110%. Everything he's in. He doesn't matter. He gives it everything, and sometimes it's clearly way too much, but he's still there giving it. So, shout out to Jeremy Irons. If you're in the chat,
in the audience.
If you're in the chat, I hope you like Lords of the Underdark. Tyrants of the Underdark, sorry.
I think it's over to me now. So I've got 4 nobles. I'm exuding my influence all over the Underdark.
It's a family show.
And I've got to stick with my dragons. So I think the green wormling.
That's what I call a dragon.
That's a proper dragon.
It's getting there. And then I've got 1 soldier. So I sadly haven't got enough. I can't assassinate you over here, but I can block you off for heading down into another tongue-twisting name location.
I was going to say, I love that you're like, I'm not gonna do it.
I'm not gonna try. So one thing I want to know, I saw some people in the chat asking about it. The tokens that we're using is a change for the new edition. So in the last edition, we had plastic miniatures. And one of the overwhelming bits of feedback we had from people was the game was just priced a bit too high.
Right.
So what we've done, we've tried to make it more accessible this time. We've replaced the plastics with cardboard, and that's allowed us to bring the price point down
Nice.
a bit, and let us include the Undead and Aberrations expansion in the box.
Nice.
So you're getting more content. It doesn't change the game. It doesn't make it any less playable. It's just a slightly different component change.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be real, if you are playing a lot of Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that, chances are if you really do want some miniatures of elves and stuff to whack in it, you could probably rustle some up from somewhere. I'm all for this. I think it's unless things are integral to the design of a game, I think it's really nice to be able to just keep the cost down, keep the boxes from ballooning out too much, and focus on content too much, much more than just having another box of stuff that is making things too rare. I guess it affects the number of you can produce in the first place, so things got to print more easily and all that stuff.
It changed everything. We've had amazing feedback over this game. It's one of my favourite games that we make. It's one of my actual favourite games at all. And so just getting it into as many hands as possible is just what we want, because it's such an amazingly fun game. And to go with that as well, we're also releasing it in 6 languages this year. Ooh. So we have English, and then French, German, Italian, Spanish, Polish, and Portuguese, all coming out kind of late summer this year.
Wonderful. Want to see my cool turn?
Yes. Hang on, I've just got my wife doing commando maneuvers across the... No commando maneuvers today. So that's fair enough. No, don't do commando maneuvers. Don't. It'll expend too much energy. She had a vaccination the other day, so you gotta take it easy. She won't do.
You're gonna say, gotta look out. As we all know, the vaccination does make you into a commando capable of terrifying feats.
Yeah, she can't be stopped.
I like that we've got both angles of Matt Cam at the moment. Which is much
nobody at home can see, but you can see my wife very sneakily moving across the room and answering her phone to bring me a cup of tea. That's how they do it. This is how the pros do it. You have a sequence of tiny pulleys and strings, and then wives that very carefully crawl across the floor just out of camera shot. Tom has at least 4 wives behind him right now. You just can't see them. One with lunch, one for a little massage between shows. It's just how we roll. It's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
She's gone now, I think. Unless she's hiding under something.
You can never trust commando wives.
I had to text her saying, please can I have a cup of tea? I am really struggling. It's my first text at the start of the weekend, so we're doing okay.
Look, I came this close to getting this big token on my go. I could do an assassination, I could do some movement, but I couldn't do both. I'm sad about that.
No,
soon.
Well, I'm going to have one last turn of this, and then we're going to have to wrap it up, I think, because I got to make everything work.
You've got to unbreak the system. You've got to have everyone's voices transmitting clearly through the air.
I can just refill this okay, I've done it by hand now. I'm being spoiled by this mod, really. I'm so used to having to do everything myself in TTS.
It is fantastic.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, I like it when you got all the buttons. It's kicking off. This is kicking off. So I've got deploy 3 troops. I can play that, right?
Yep.
And then I can also play this and this. So is that a total of 5 troops now?
That's 5 troops you can got down, yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to assassinate you with 3 troops.
Well, so this is the drawback with the card you've got. Mm-hmm. It takes 3 power to assassinate, and the mercenary squad specifically states 3 troops.
I see.
So it's great for its cost, but it's not quite as flexible as having the straight 3 power.
Tricky.
Okay.
It's tricky, Matt.
All right, well, I'm not going to do that just yet. What I'm going to do first then is I'm going to play my infiltrator. I'm going to place a spy somewhere. And if another player's thing is already there, then I can place another thing. So where do I want to be?
You gain a power, which is interesting.
Oh, I get a power, yes.
And then, didn't you have 2 in your 2 other power cards in your hand?
Yes.
That's enough to serve up a bit of murder.
So I'm going to pop into Skullport for no reason other than that I like the idea of spying on you, Tom. And then
it doesn't take up one of the troop slots; it just sits alongside it.
Oh, really?
Out in Skullport.
Well, then this spy's going to Arundel. Da 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 da. Tiny spy of Arundel is ready. So I gain my power. And then I'm going to get another 2 power to play my mercenary squad and deploy 3 troops. And because I have a spy now in Erendil, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. Da, 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 da. Bit of an anticlimax there. I probably could have done something cooler than that, but Erendil.
Was it 3? It was 3 power to assassinate something to make a shoot. So here's what you could have won. If you had a smart, young, and powerful brain like me, and probably chat as they were screaming at you through their monitors, you could have had this one out the way, and then you could have just powered on. Yeah. And you could have got the points. Oh no, but there are people in there. There are people in there. Oh well. Well, you know what?
Can we play one of the other simple games with just shapes and colours? Because I'm not so good at the ones with the numbers and the people. And that's Tyrants of the Underdark, the 2nd edition. Very cool to hear a publisher bring a game back in the 2nd edition with cardboard bits and less plastic and more content in the box for people who just
cheaper
want to jump in and
rather than more expensive.
Cheaper and with
is
more
always
stuff.
a good move.
It's great. Love to see it.
It's a winning combo.
This looks fun. I've got a penchant for deck building area control.
Hello. Are we here? Are we audio? Twitch, tell us. I can hear me. And I will take this opportunity straight away so we can check if audio to introduce Matt Aiken from Keymaster Games.
Hello, everyone. Greetings. Salutations.
Yes. Okay, I think we can hear both of us, which is lovely. So we're in. We're doing good. We have at least half the audio. We have all the audio. It's lovely. I, as always, am Matt Lees, here to demo some Caper Europe with Matt Aiken. Matt, tell us about your game.
Yeah, so this is Caper Europe. We're Keymaster Games, most known for the game Parks. But this was our Kickstarter that we had on Kickstarter last month. Caper Europe is a game where you are a mastermind thief, and you're going to assemble a crew of thieves, send them to 3 locations across, in this game, Paris. 3 locations across Paris, and we're going to give them gear to see who can pull off the heist of the century.
Cracking. I mean, these are thieves here. I think
no, those are going to be, those represent our control of locations. Our thieves are going to be. We're going to be drawing. There's 6 rounds in the game, Tom. So 6 rounds. 3 of them thieves rounds. 3 of them gear rounds. And the thieves each come with abilities. For example, we've got the tourist, which I just put right in front of you. Mm-hmm. This tourist, when you play her at one of the locations, is going to give you 3 caper. Caper represents our control of the location, our plotting. And so we'll play that, and you get those abilities. And then later on in those gear rounds, we'd get these gear cards that are going to give you other abilities. For example, this yellow card right here was going to give us 2 coins that we can spend on gear. And then there'll be other abilities like gaining stolen goods, which we'll want to gain sets of stolen goods throughout the course of the game. But we're putting together these combos of different color gear on these thieves. Some thieves, like the tourist, have these standalone abilities that give you instant bonuses, and others will want, we'll be getting bonuses as we put different color gear on them and at their location. Easiest way to get a sense of the game is to jump on in. Pretty easy game to learn on the fly. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start. I'm going to get rid of these. We're going to start by drawing 4 cards. We're going to start with 4 thief cards. So you can take 4. In your hand, right, you'll have 4 thieves, and let's talk about how to read them. Show you something from my hand real quick. The dame right here, if I played the dame at one of the locations, I would get a coin. Mm-hmm. You notice on the left-hand side, there's a 1, the little circle. It's how many coins the thief is going to bring to your crew. And then again, we talked about the abilities. This, the dame right here is a great example of an ability that is looking for us to collect specific sets of gear cards. Mm-hmm. In this case, you'll see the stars underneath those cards. The dame would give us 2 points for every set of purple card and any other color card, gear card at the location. You'll have other cards in your hand that might have a caper symbol. Again, that mask, that caper symbol. And that would be every time that you complete that set or have that individual card, you'd gain a caper, moving the caper track for you. Ultimately, the goal of the game is to score points, right? We're thieves. We want to get away with the loot. We're scoring points by completing these point sets on thieves. And then also each one of these 3 locations comes with points. Just grab this one right here, move it over next to the dame. This is the Eiffel Tower. The person who wins the location by having the caper meeple, the thiefle, if you will. It's a thief and a meeple. If the thiefle is closer to you at the end of the game, then you will have won the location, gaining.
You will have stolen the Eiffel Tower.
You've stolen from the Eiffel Tower. I mean, we're not that good. I mean, maybe you are, Tom. I'm just a middling mastermind.
I'm a caper pro.
Okay. So this Eiffel Tower is going to come with 3 points. Top left-hand corner, it's got the three in the star. So it's going to come with 3 points to whoever wins, and then whoever wins is also going to get a point for every stolen good that they've taken from these locations at the end of the game. So it's got a unique ability on the Eiffel Tower.
We've got hexagons over here.
That's right.
It's cool.
Correct. Which we'll talk about how those work when one of those cards come up. The art gallery is going to get 5 points to the winner, so a little more valuable as far as base points go. And then you're going to gain 1 point per green card that you have played on your side of the board at that location at the end of the game, if you want. Okay. And then last but not least, we've got the Moulin Rouge. We're going to get 5 points plus 1 point for every thief. So anytime you see this cream color, it's talking about thief cards at the locations. But it also has a fun location effect. Every time that either one of us plays a light blue Paris card at the location, is going to gain a caper. So there's extra benefit you get from playing those light blue cards at Moulin Rouge.
Hey.
Sounds good?
Yeah.
So we're going to start. You're first this round. So you're just going to take one of your thieves and you're going to play them at one of the locations. There's 3 slots at each location. Doesn't matter which of the 3 slots you use. Just know that you can only ever have a max of 3 thieves at a location. But on your turn, you're going to take a card, play it down. I'm going to take a card, play it down, and then we're going to swap hands. That's the turn of this game. It's a 2-player drafting game. Okay. So we're both going to play a card and swap hands.
So I might play the barber at the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, that sounds good. So first, you're going to get any coins. So we've got the coins over here on your right. So there you go. And now you gained 2 caper. So you're going to pick up that thiefle and move it 2 spots down the track towards you.
Okay. And then I
like that. Well, you're going to wait. You're going to wait for me to play my card.
Yep. And then we'll swap it.
Okay. So I see you playing over here. And I think, though, I'm going to grab this madam right here and play her over here at the Moulin Rouge. So she's not bringing any coins to me this round, but I'm going to get points for every blue card I play here, which is also going to combo up with that Moulin Rouge effect.
Oh, that's killer.
Okay, and now we're gonna pass cards. I'll go ahead and do that. And then we do it again. You're going to play a card. I'm going to play a card. I'm going to swap one more time, and then we'll play a 3rd thief each. At the end of in every round, we're always going to leave 1 card left unplayed. We're going to go ahead and discard that to the side of the board.
Okay. So I might play Chef. By the way, I love the art. It's so good.
Thanks. Yeah, we worked with an artist named Josh Emmerich. Josh Emmerich did the art for Campy Creatures, which is right over my shoulder. He's an amazing illustrator, and it was just a dream to work with him.
Oh yeah, they're lovely. I just every time I've drawn up new cards, I've been slightly delighted by what's going on here. I want to play all of them. Okay, right. So the chef will give me 1 coin, 1 scoundrel. I noticed they're called, and then I move this one this way.
Not yet. So the chef doesn't give you an instant caper. You're going to get one every time you play a light blue card. Now, this is super good because now every time you play a light blue card, you're also going to gain a 2nd caper from the Moulin Rouge. So stacking it there.
Zoom over here. Okay,
that's
cool.
right. Oh, okay. So I'm going to grab the conductor. I need some coins. So I'm going to throw the conductor down here, grab my 2 coins. And now I'm going to gain a caper for every green card that I play at this location, which also, if I win it, will give me bonus points for the art gallery. And so we're going to do one more thief. And so strategy-wise, you've got a decision to make. Do you want to be able to play a gear card at every location, in which case you would be playing a thief at the art gallery in the middle, or you decide, nah, I'm not that interested in the art gallery right now. I'd really like to put a lot of cards at the Eiffel Tower. So you could put a second thief there. Each thief can only hold 3 gear, but gear counts towards all the thieves at the location as far as the set collection goes.
Okay. So I'm going to go for a spread of all 3, and I'm going to play. I mean, mainly just because I want to play this guy at the art gallery because he looks great. So I'm going to go there, which gets me another lovely coin.
So who's the bon vivant's spirit animal at Shut Up and Sit Down? You know, just the fun-loving, wear a scarf,
And that's
wavy
definitely
hair.
Quinn's after a few days.
Don't you think? I think that's Quinn's. I mean, I think so. I don't know.
We'll get him in. I'll send him a picture of that and say whether he identifies with the bon vivant here and thinks that he should, sue for you using his image in.
That's right. That's right. Meanwhile, we've got Matt over here at the artist. So the artist is going to give me a point for every stolen good that I collect. And since I'm here at the art gallery and wanting to play the conductor down to get these 4 stolen goods, I figured that would be a good synergy there. All right. So now that we've got our 1 hit card left, we're going to go ahead and it's going to do it automatically. We're going to discard that card and we're going to draw 6 gear cards. And this time we're going to do a snake draft. This time I'm going to go first. So I'm going to be the first mastermind in the 2nd and 3rd round. You're going to go first in the 4th and 5th round. And then I'm going to go first in the 6th round, which is advantageous for you because you get the last laugh, if you will. All right. So thing about gear cards is that in the top left-hand corner, there is a cost. So I'll just show you right here. I've got this plans cash. I'm going to go ahead and play it over here on the Madam. Again, looking at synergizing on the light blue cards. Can't let you have that one. But it's going to cost me 1 scoundrel. So I'm going to take it, put it back into the supply. And there you go. That's my blue card. And then again, because we're at Moulin Rouge, grabbing that thieful, moving a 1 towards me.
Now, you wanted me to not have that card. Look here. Bada bing, bada boom.
Okay. Probably a good move. I would approve of that.
So that costs me a coin.
That does.
And I get 2 move this way, right?
That's right.
Boom, boom.
Getting 2 caper. So these plans cash are a unique card in Paris. So we have 4 cities that you can play, 4 sets of cards that you shuffle into the base deck when you play a game. We're playing in Paris right now. Paris's special cards. This is the primary gear ability is it stacks. The more you get in a location, the more points it's worth. So for example, if I would have played that plans cash on my side, now I have 2 light blue cards and each one gives me 1 point per light blue card. So it's just that exponential growth of points. So denying that is both good for you and detrimental to me. So there we go.
Paper.
I'm going to go ahead and pass cards. Now I passed you a really interesting card, the red one, if you wanted to highlight that for the crew.
I mean, we both know it's there. So
we both know. Yeah, we both know. So that's the Blaze Blaster. There are 3 Blaze Blasters in the gear deck. And the Blaze Blaster costs 2 coins and allows you to destroy one of your opponent's gear at that location you played. But it's only the topmost gear. Topmost is important because if I were to play another card over this plans cache, you couldn't Blaze Blast it because I'm essentially protecting that piece of gear with another piece of gear. Additionally, an icon I haven't talked about is over here on the Madam. You see that Blaze symbol again on the right hand side of that card. I can turn it around for the stream.
Gotcha.
Oh, lock points, snap points. There we go. So that's going to protect all of my light blue cards at the location. So if you were to play the Blaze Blaster on your chef, it wouldn't be able to destroy one of my light blue cards.
Okay, I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything else, I think we've discussed. The yellow card, like this, is gain 2 coins. I think you've got one in your hand that allows you to gain 4, but you have to pay 1 first. It's an investment.
Well, I'm gonna go straight for that. I think I want money.
Well, I'm going first. So but first I'm gonna drop down. That's right.
Back and forth, doesn't it? Yep.
I'm gonna drop down this helping hand. Cost me 1 coin. Cost me 1 coin, and I'm going to now steal a diamond from this location. So you'll notice that the diamond symbol is right here on the top of the helping hand. So each one of these locations has these 4 stolen goods, but they're limited. Once they're gone at a location, any green cards you play there won't allow you to steal more stolen goods. So I'm trying to get in there and grab them. And the last thing, stolen goods are worth points. They're worth 2 points if you collect only one of a kind. If you have a set of two different, so if I have like a diamond and a painting, or a painting and an antique, that would be worth 5 points. If you have a set of all 3, they're worth 9 points. Okay. And those stack. So at the end of the game, we're going to organize our stolen goods to see how many different sets we have. There you go. I played my helping hands, got my diamond, and now it's back to you.
I'm definitely going to play this. This
seems good.
Plasma Cutter Safe Cracker on now. Ooh.
This is just a discard pile over here.
Okay, I see. I was like, what's going on there? Okay. So it's probably because if I play this here, then I've got one of those 2 cards that I need for Quentin Smith to activate. So I'll do that.
There you go.
And I'll take 4 coins.
After you pay your 1. It does cost you 1. You know, that plasma cutter, it's expensive. But the investment was worth it.
You've got to spend money to make money.
That's right. So you can pass cards. You can go ahead and pick it. And so now I'm in the position, I have no more coins, and you've got 5. So, I see now. So I can't play this Blaze Blaster, so you're relatively protected.
I'd like to be more protected.
And I'm gonna go ahead and I am gonna grab 2 coins right here. 1, 2. Now I did forget the conductor right here. I played a light green card, so I should have moved the old caper tracker towards me. But now back to you.
Hey, I'm gonna go for I'm gonna play false documents over here for 2. Which gives me a little bit of a caper.
That's right. 1
it
caper.
Doesn't give me an extra caper because it's not the right color.
Now, this is interesting too. So that this symbol is a point per thief. And you've got 3 slots of that location. And so now every thief you play over at the Moulin Rouge is going to give you an additional point. And if you win it, you're going to get an additional point because that's the Moulin Rouge's special ability.
Have my objective.
It's like you've done set collection before, Tom. I see how good. I see how it is. All right, so we're gonna swap cards. 2 more gear to play this round.
You'll start.
Me first. I'm gonna drop a simple disguise here. Just grabbing 1 additional caper. Doesn't cost me anything. The disguises, they're simple.
You've got the money to use the big fire now, so I'm going to use that. And so, so if I burn a card, the problem here obviously is that it's not going to give you fewer points. Oh no, because this is going to, if you get this location, it's going to give you points for green. So I should probably.
So when you blaze a card, you're going to revert the card's effect. So not any of the other effects that we gained earlier. So when you blaze this helping hand, I will put my diamond back.
Oh, well, that seems good.
That seems good. So you're going to put it on, you do play it. You're going to play it on your thief.
Oh yeah, I have to play it on actual thief. And does that thief have to be in the location that I'm burning?
It does. Everything is location based. We should put big old walls up between each of the locations. But you play your Blaze Blaster down, which destroys my helping hand. I just put it in my discard pile. I put back my diamond.
I'm gonna make some big red fences.
I love it.
I mean,
who made this
I
mod?
don't.
Why did that's what they should have done. But it does not revert my conductor effect. So that's the important things about Blaze Blasters, just from a balance perspective. They don't undo everything that's happening, just those cards effects.
If you had it and you tried to burn my coins, I presume I'd get rid of all of them, but I wouldn't go into some kind of flamethrower debt.
Correct. You only if ever you are forced to discard cards, or coins, you could never discard below 0.
Okay. I couldn't take out some kind of like blood debt in Caper. That's not allowed.
You gave me a tough choice here, Tom. I either have to play the Simple Disguise or the Simple Disguise. So I understand. All right, we're gonna come over here. Ooh, it's leaving me no slots. I don't really want to do either of these things. So there's one other thing you can do on your turn. Instead of playing a card, you may discard a card to gain a coin. So if I was really worried about you grabbing that Blaze Blaster, I could have discarded it last round, but.
So I can't place in either of these locations because I've got 3 cards.
You can have 3 gear cards per thief.
3.
So you've got one more slot on both of these.
Okay. But I need a green on him because I want to get that bonus.
There are plenty more green cards. So there'll be 5 more green cards that come out in 8. 7 more green cards that come out in the next 2 gear rounds. So
I will go. I'm going to play a nice Magneto, get myself some coins, and keep it simple.
All right. Back to a thief round. So this round, we're going to play 2 thieves. Gear will always be the same. We'll always be drafting from a hand of 6 to start. Thieves, we're going to do, you'll get 3 in hand, so we'll swap 1 time. And then the last round, we'll just get a hand of 2, and we'll each play a card and discard.
We'll get smaller and smaller each round.
That's right.
Narrows.
That's right.
Okay, cool.
I am first again. I'm starting to worry about your barber over here, and I'd love to synergize these. So I'm going to place the smuggler. The smuggler is going to give me a caper and let me take any stolen good I want. He's wild. Watch out. This is you, Tom. This is you.
This is me?
Yeah.
This is the one that looks like me.
You're just ready to go.
I mean, I'll take it. I like my hook.
I'm gonna grab this painting right here.
That's fierce. Okay, so you've stolen a painting.
Yep.
I would like to. So cards don't give you things retroactively. So if a card gave me capers for playing a certain color of card, it wouldn't do that. I had to play the card after I've played that original thief, wouldn't I?
Nope. You're gonna gain any thief bonuses. It's like the thief showed up in the crew and they're like, oh, you've got a simple disguise? I can use that. All of these cards are applying to all of these gear cards are applying to all the thieves in that crew at that location.
Okay. Oh, you've left me.
I have a feeling I know what you've got.
Really?
I've got a suspicion.
You could have done anything in this tabletop simulator mod before I was here.
Stacked the whole deck.
You stacked the whole deck. So I'm going to play. I don't know. I like him. I just mainly like the card art too much to not play him. But I have got to play Matt Lees. I've got him in my hand. So, here he is. We were saying earlier, what was it? Was it the chef? Which one was it? But this is spitting image territory. It looks. Okay, so I've played him, and that gives me
the hair. It's obviously the hair.
It's the hair. It's the hair. It's
the makeup, the general build, demeanor towards life. Yeah,
that gives me 1 tasty caper.
It does,
and it's going to give me points for all my people that are gathered.
I have a problem. I just want to. I don't know how I let you do this, Tom, but this is quite alarming.
It's good.
What did you leave me though? Okay. All right. I'm just gonna double down over here. I'm gonna grab myself I'm gonna grab an antique.
That's gonna give you lots of points if you get a diamond.
That's right.
On you, but there's I'm not gonna be able to stop you doing that. Just might as well let you get on with it.
It's just a matter of am I gonna be able to get 2 sets? That's the real question now. I feel like that's my way back into this game.
Okay. Another quick question. So with the Bon Vivant over here, there's 2 different card cards. That needs to be on that thief or at the location?
At the location. So, and you can accomplish that set, score for that set multiple times. And it could be a green and a green. It could be a green and a yellow, a green and a light blue. But you should be focused on getting 2 to 3 greens there. Gear cards.
Okay. So I'm really play the Saint here.
Wonderful.
And net me some hot coin. Oh, there's only 1 coin left.
Oh, well, guess what?
More.
If I had more coins than you, you could take them from me.
But if not,
then you're just left. Yeah. Do you still want to play the Saint, or is it, I mean, that kernel's pretty juicy in your hand too.
I was about to go, how do you know what's in my hand?
Because it was
yeah, well, you know.
But we all know that the Saint's Lisa, right? in name only. No.
I'm glad you.
She paid me.
I'm glad you caught yourself there. Okay, I will go. But yes, that's true. Lisa is a saint.
She is. So
the kernel's good because I don't know. Look, I do want to have lots of money though to buy all the gear cards that I fancy. But it's not that worth it. I'll play the kernel here.
Oh.
Which won't give me a caper now, but in the future,
it would have given you a caper immediately.
Yeah, because I had a purple card. But this is backup. This is just backup.
Okay. All right, I like it. I think that's solid. All right, moving on to that second gear round. You're first now, so I get to be reactive this time. I get to see what you do first.
Okay. So I'm gonna play this lovely suit.
Okay.
Over here for $3 British.
Mm-hmm.
Oop. Oh, that was that good stuff.
Is the British dollar a new Brexit thing? We're just gonna we're gonna leave the EU and come up with a new currency.
Since
pound,
the big
leave the pound behind.
British dollars are all the rage these days because we were feeling the burn of the euro. Anyway, right? Okay, I'll have a dime. No, I'll have an antique.
Okay. I'm going to. So I've got spoilers. I've got 2 light blue cards in my hand. So you're going to at least get one of them. I'm going to leave those here for now. I want to grab this painting though. I feel like I need another painting while I can get it. So I'm going to grab it right here. Ooh, it just is not as good. It's just not as good, Tom. I'll do this. I'm going to grab this aqua respirator, and I'm going to snag a painting with that. And yeah, that gives me 1 caper.
Lovely caper and some free stuff. Good. But more plans. Got more plans. More plans for more capers. Let's do that. I mean, it must be a no-brainer to have more capers, more points. Oh, job's good. Oh no.
There's still 1 left for you here, and I think it's a pretty solid one for you. But I just can't let you get all this. Just too many points for you. So I gain another caper back.
Yep.
And we're swapping again.
Do those cards.
Let me get these out of the way.
Completely forgotten what they were.
Like, what was in my hand?
Well, I mean, this is too good, isn't it? It's too good.
I think it's solid. I mean, you don't want to give it back to me, although listen, I don't have any more gear spots over there at the
it's true.
Moulin Rouge.
But it is going to give me 3 coins, so I'm going to be able to outprice you.
Okay. I see how you're playing. I understand.
Someone in chat is distraught that I'm not Matt Lees. Don't worry, we have another Matt here. There's enough. Look, I'm Matt Lees by name, and Matt is Matt by name for real, so it's fine.
I mean, the fact is, I was talking a lot of smack to Matt on Wednesday in the dry run, and I think he just got nervous. He was worried about it. He's like, losing a game for the first time, you're learning it on stream, like unacceptable.
Yeah.
He's a reputation to uphold. Oh, boy.
Meanwhile, I have no reputation to uphold in the slightest. I'll tank my Caper Europe Elo.
Oh, okay,
What's
here we
that?
go. I'm spending. I'm going all in. I'm spending all my dollars, all my scoundrels, my British dollars.
All your British dollars
on the
on a false bottom briefcase.
False bottom briefcase. It's going to give me. I'm going to grab this antique.
Ooh.
And it gets me a caper.
Yeah.
For my conductor.
What was much?
Oh, good. There was at least one coin left in hand. I thought I couldn't remember. Also, if there was at least one coin.
See, I've realized now that I've really messed up by playing all my eggs, because the problem is you're going to be able to play more thieves here and get more blue cards and drag it back that way.
You when you get ahead too quick on the caper track.
That's true. You've got more time. That's thematic. You've got more time to foil my thieveries.
I know what you're doing.
Yeah, I've laid them all out to you. So, I mean,
you're going to get one more thief next round. So remember, you're going to get one more thief next round.
Yeah.
And then we've got we've got 7 gear cards left to draft. You know,
I'm going to get obliterated.
This is when you need a spreadsheet. No, I'm just kidding. You definitely don't need a spreadsheet.
It's a wasted thing, but no, you.
I love it. The decisions. You're just like this, and
I'm crunching. I'm gonna have
drafting not just so fun, so fun.
We were talking about it on the podcast yesterday. Not to talk about another game while we're streaming this game, but
it's great.
We were playing a game called Night of the Ninja that we talked about on our podcast. We played it on stream, and like as a social deduction game, but just a little twist of drafting. And I think that when drafting is really like big and beefy and there's loads of stuff going on, I think I get too confused. I can't keep it all in my head.
Okay.
And I get all lost. But in this, there's that drafting is nice. Like I'm remembering like, oh, and then there's one of those in there. Especially when it gets down to it. I like it. I like a little bit of drafting.
So speaking of drafting, I didn't have enough to afford the Blaze Blaster, but I was pretty worried about you maybe coming over, destroying a plan's cache or something. So I said, get that out of here. I took a coin and discarded that. And now we're on to the last card of the hand or of the round.
Oh, that's just inefficient though, isn't it, really? So what does actually I can look, I mean, you know what it is, don't you? So this is just going to get me a straight up point, this one, isn't it?
That's right. So this is the first time we've encountered it. That's just 1 point at the end of the game. Point a coin.
Point a coin.
There you go. You can get behind the spreadsheet. What's the value of a point? What's the value of a coin? Get inside the designer's mind. Not the designer, by the way. I just did develop.
All right.
Unai Rubio, the designer of this game. He's great.
I've played my card. I didn't even know if it was my go to play something. I might have messed that up.
It is. You're first. You're correct. Okay. You're in the flow. Flow. Man, I got all this space over here. I need to start inching my way because I really would like to win the Eiffel Tower.
You can take it home.
Do that. We'll do that. We're gonna go to our last thief round. You're placing your thief first.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy. What
do I not want you? What do I want more?
Well, you're not going to pass anything to me, remember?
No, but it's which of the locations are you going to be into? Because you're doing very well on the art gallery, and I could start wrangling that back. But I think I stand more of a chance on the Eiffel Tower. You've got 2 there and plenty of room. Oh wait, this is a no-brainer. Boom.
There you go. A coin and 2 points out the gate.
Yep, I'll take it.
Good.
I'll take it.
Oh well, this is unfortunate, but I've got to. Here's my options. I could play the cleaner for a coin and maybe get some points if I use that last Blaze Blaster.
And you know what? You've put another Matt Lees in the game as well. That's
he didn't tell you he modeled for this, right? we did a big shoot in London. He came down and
unbelievable. He's got.
I'm sorry.
Could have disclaimed those interests. You know, he's unbelievable.
All right, so I'm gonna get rid of the cleaner. I am gonna play this tourist. The what was that, Matt? I'm sorry. It wasn't in the contract, and I forgot. All right, so I played the tourist, a nice juicy three caper.
So good.
Just feeling good about my positioning here.
That's good. Good.
But it's okay. So the last round, 5 cards to rule them all.
Oh, I regret playing that there.
Because you've got nothing here. You got no gear slots here. It's okay.
It's fine.
It's okay.
It's just full of rookie errors.
I'm gonna start off with a. I'm gonna start off with the plasma cutter over here. Please flip around. Thank you. Pay my 1 to get 4.
Worth. Trade. So you're probably going to be able to get your full sets, but I can at least annoy you a little bit in the process. So I'm going to play my skeleton key here to take one of those and get myself a set, and also hopefully maybe stop you getting a set. I don't know.
Ooh, is there? I'm wondering, is there another green card in your hand that would be a cheaper diamond, perhaps?
Oh, is there?
There might be. I don't recall. So we've got the 1 for a painting right here. Oh no, you got rid of it. That was the one you destroyed earlier. Never mind. Ignore me. All right.
Expensive, but I'll have it. Right. And then.
All right. We're swapping hands.
All right. And then is it me to draft, right?
No, I go first. You get to be.
Yep. Sorry.
You get to react to this round. You get to react. Oh, I don't want to leave these purple cards for you though. It's a lot of caper that you could. I gotta have this though. I need that. I need it. I'm gonna grab this one though. I'm gonna grab.
Leave this one.
Gives me that
contention because you can have that one probably because definitely there's no way I'm gonna manage it.
If that skeleton key comes back to me,
which I should. Oh yeah, but if only if I had a big enough brain, I would have remembered what was in the other hand. Okay. But I could make you put it back with a big flamethrower, but that seems counterproductive.
Well, you actually can't because you don't have a spot to. You don't have a spot to blaze blast me.
Has to be in that location. I was so happy with my Quinn's place.
I don't know. I think you're doing fine over at the Moulin Rouge. Okay, you got that one on lock. You got
that's true.
Tons of points.
Well, let's have another one of those. Another one of those diamonds over there.
Okay, that seems good. Now you got your 2 more point sets from the actress.
Yep. I knew I was doing something right.
All right, let's pass those cards.
Boom.
3 cards to go.
Okay.
Oh, just yellows. Just over here with yellows.
Okay. Let's keep.
I'm up. Don't get too ahead of yourself. I will play the eavesdropper for 1 coin. I don't know. This seems risky.
Let's have a. Oh, I had so much money and now I'm running out. I'm going to play this over here, which gets me a ton of. It would get me 2 caper.
But a point? Coin for a point. Seems good.
Coin for a point. That's a good trade.
All right. Thankfully, I had that coin because now I can come here for my grand finale and grab the last diamond I need. But I'm out of coins.
Oh, you're fresh out of coins.
Penniless.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna go into points. I heard points are all the rage this year.
I think they'll do all right for you.
I'll go here and get some more of that. And that gives me 2 coins.
I don't have enough to blaze blast. Oh, that'd be great to have the 2 coins left to just slap it down here somewhere, but I don't. And neither one of these are going to do much of anything for me, but I'll play it down for funsies.
Okay. And then I will have, I can't get anything, but it will get me some more set collection. So I'll play that.
That's right.
Gets me nothing. Spend a coin. Job's good.
2 coins or 2 points is pretty good.
2 points. Worth.
All right, there we go. So we're through that. I'm going to hit next round over here just to get the cards out of our hand. We grab our score pad.
Ooh.
Special thanks to our tabletop simulator developer, Brent Gehrig.
Oh, it's worth asking for the folks at home. Is this a tabletop simulator mod that you would encourage people to venture out and have a go with?
It's tagged as official. It's tagged as official. Yeah, we put we have all of our games on Tabletop Simulator. This is also available on Tabletopia. The Tabletopia has got this and Parks.
Lovely. Cool.
Okay. So here we go. We've got our score pad. We're going to go through the 4 areas of scoring: locations, thieves, gear, and then stolen goods. And I'll mark it up right here. Yeah. But we're going to start by figuring out who won each location. So I won the Eiffel Tower. This thieful is closer to me, so I'm just going to turn that towards me. I've got the art gallery.
Oh,
and
no.
you've got the Moulin Rouge.
Yeah, that was my only goal, so I'll take it.
Okay, it was pretty good. So we're going to score those first. We'll say you're the white thief. We'll put this in the left column here. Cool. So this location is giving you 5 points, plus 1 point for thief. So that's 8 points. Yeah. Plus your thief is in this bottommost or nearest slot, giving you 2 bonus points.
Lovely.
Okay, so that's 10 points on locations.
Bada bing.
So I've got the Eiffel Tower, 3 plus 1 per stolen good, which is 6. That's 9. Ooh. 2 more. That's 11. Ooh. And then we go to the art gallery. 5 more, 16. 3 more is 19. 2 more is 21. So I'm off to a little bit of a lead.
Just a slim lead.
Okay, we're gonna move on to gear now, or thieves. So look at thieves now. The mime is going to give you 3 points, 1 per your thief. The bon vivant is giving you 2 points, so now we're up to 5. And the actress scoring you 6 points. Well played. So that's 11 points on thieves. Alternatively, I've got 6 for my artist. Because it's 1 per stolen good, so I've got 6 on my artist. And then 3 from the madam, 1 per light blue card. So that's 9 for me. Scoring, it's everything math. Everybody, this is high quality stream content here. Gear cards next. We're going to look over at your side, starting at Moulin Rouge. We've got you've got 2 plans caches, and 3 light blue cards. So that would be 6 points total, 3 for each of those cards. Then false documents again, get more value out of those thieves, 3 more points, so you're up to 9. You've got a 10th over here on smokescreen, and an 11th over here on your eavesdropper.
Lovely. I love that.
Okay, cool. Looking at my side, I've got 1 on my eavesdropper, 3 over here on the false bottom briefcase, and 6 more on my plans caches. So that's 10 for me.
Points. Fuck it in.
And then stolen goods. You've already got it nice and organized, Con. You remembered. Really? 9 points right there, plus another 2 for this extra diamond. So that's 11.
Bam, bam.
To mine, 18.
Well, hey.
We just leave it there, though. We just leave it at
You know what? Let's just say, minus 10. I'm going to do -1.
-1. Okay, I'll take it. There you go. There you go. So listen, that's Caper Europe.
Lovely.
We played Paris. There's 3 other cities. Each one of the cities has 5 locations on top of the base. The base 8 locations. So in a game, we only played with 3 locations here. But I'll just briefly talk about the other 3 cities as I clutter up the middle of the screen, delete some things. So in Paris, it's all about getting those set collections, getting a lot more stolen goods, and really just an introduction to the game. We recommend that. It's 1 out of 3 stars, right? from a difficulty perspective.
Oh, okay, they get harder.
Next steps, we recommend going to Rome or to Barcelona. In Rome, you'll notice that we've got this location effect of 1 caper per any gear card. So Rome's all about throwing around your weight. You know, there's some families there that they don't like people stepping on their territory. So a lot more caper in a game of Rome. Additionally, you'll score points at your opponent's location for winning certain locations.
Ah, cool.
So that's that next step of not only drafting what you on your side, but then thinking about what does your opponent have, and there's just more caper to throw around. Barcelona is also, we call it like a 2-star out of 3 complexity. In that, it's all about the timing of when you play cards. Your topmost cards will trigger specific abilities. If it's the right color. So it'd be like, oh, if you have a purple in the topmost spot, then you gain the ability at the end of the game. So that's all. There's also a 4th Blaze Blaster.
Whoa.
So extra spicy. And it only costs 1. So watch out for that.
Very spicy.
And then London's all about the economy. It's the most complex of them. In London, you launder coins, taking them out of the economy of the game and scoring additional points for everyone that you launder. That also allows you to potentially gain caper at other locations. So it's a little less location dependent. And last of all, there's discounts. So some of those more expensive gear cards come out more often. You'll notice here at Piccadilly Circus, you're going to gain a coin after you gain a yellow card. So just more money in the economy, but you're also laundering that money out of the economy.
Lovely.
There you go.
Plenty of stuff in that box.
That's right. Pledge Manager is still open.
Cool. So that's where people can grab a copy.
Caper Europe. CaperEurope.com.
Lovely stuff. Well, thank you very much for showing off this game. I really enjoyed that. That was nice. I had good fun.
It was a pleasure.
Even though I was decimated. But you know, it's going to happen, isn't it? When you're a first-time thief trying to steal British dollars from Piccadilly Circus. We didn't get to Piccadilly Circus, into the Moulin Rouge. I was so convinced it was going to do me good that
it did you quite a bit. I mean, that's
some point.
9 points on your thieves over there.
It was good.
Welcome, Tyler Goebel of Czech Games Edition. We're going to be playing a bit of Codenames Duet. But first, we have a little something called Space. More pipes.
Awesome.
More pipes. And more fun. You've gone for the double, I see. The classic double. Yeah. That's, I mean, for people who've wanted to get their hands on Galaxy Trucker for a long time, that's pretty exciting, because that's been a bit harder to grab for a little while.
Yeah. And real nice new artwork we got. Just everything's going to be, a little more modern feeling. We're making it a little more simple for new players to jump in. It's also going to be at about half the price that the base game was.
Great.
Which is always a good thing.
Yeah, you love to see it. That's that's ideal. Yeah. No, cool. And it's interesting seeing the Galaxy Trucker ships in 3D in real life. It's unsurprising how easily they break when they are actually physically made of cardboard. It does make a lot more sense at this point now.
You think technology would have advanced, but still making ships from cardboard.
if it gets into space, then it gets into space. I mean, I think a lot of the original space missions were basically cardboard, really. They weren't super advanced. It was just like, well, let's just see what happens. Wrap it up in tinfoil, put a dog in it. I think that was the Russian Space Force's motto for a long time.
I think so. All right. So on to the main event, though. We have Codenames Duet online now, which, along with being Codenames Duet, but online, we also have another cool new feature. You might notice there's some specific words in there. You can now add your own custom word packs, and this works with either Codenames Duet or Codenames.
Oh, yeah. It took me a minute to notice that. I was like, hang on a minute. Ampersand is quite specific.
That'll be a fun one to give a clue for if either of us get it. So yeah, Codenames Duet, if you're unfamiliar, it's the cooperative version of Codenames. So I go ahead and took side A, so you can click on side B up there on the... There you go.
Okay.
Now you'll be able to see a key card. I also see a key card. Those are the words we're trying to get each other to guess.
Mm-hmm.
And our goal, we have 9 rounds to get all 15 of the green words guessed. 3 of those green words are going to be shared. So you and me are both going to be trying to guess them. There's also 3 assassins now for each of us, rather than just the one in the standard competitive code names. The difference is one of the 3 words that is an assassin, if I guess it, so that you see as an assassin on your card, will be correct if you guess it. One will be a bystander, the other is an assassin for both of us. So we have some info, but other than that, just like normal code names, but we're working together.
So I've been shown 3 assassins.
Yeah. Those are 3 if I guess them. Those are assassins.
Right. Okay.
But one of those is correct for you if you guess it. But also one of them is an assassin for you if you guess it. So you'll have to try to.
So I know that one of
out.
those 3 is gonna spike me.
Yeah.
But one of those 3 I have to guess.
Correct.
So it's really a case of flying close to the sun at some point.
Yeah.
But putting that off.
Exactly.
All right, fab. Well, obviously this has the mechanics within it, so you can be typing clues and stuff. I guess can I press the button and not type anything and just give you audio clues?
I think so. We can also go back and forth too and give clues. And if you want to play this, because you can play it with more than 2 players, if you want to play it with teams, you can actually type clues and add them as a suggestion for your teammates.
So this website is codenames.game for anyone who wants to...
Codenames.game.
This seems like a good thing to hook up with people on Discord and have a go at, because is this actually like is this mode of it playable to other people as well, with all of these slightly silly shut up and sit down related words?
This word pack is a custom word pack I made this morning, but if they want to add those words, they can go ahead and add their own custom word packs.
Okay. Yeah, it's a family show. All right, I've got high expectations for everybody watching. All right, wash that mind out with Vancouver beams. All
right, so we can both at the same time be looking at our words, coming up with the standard Codenames clue of 1 word, and then a number, which is how many of our words we're trying to get the other.
I'm gonna level with you, Tyler. I think this might be a struggle. I'll do my best here, but I'm running on not a lot of sleep, and if I get it wrong, I just want you to know I'm sorry.
That's all right. I see something. I think I could. We'll do this. It's not the best clue, but I'm going to give it. I'm going to give the clue sheep for 2. So now on your side, you can click a card, and if you just click it once, it will kind of add it as a suggestion. If you double click, or if you click the little yellow thing, it guesses, and you guessed both right.
Yep.
Now, Codenames Duet, instead of the +1 rule that normal Codenames has, if you want, you can keep guessing until you get something wrong.
Until something goes horribly wrong, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. Just keep going until something goes horribly wrong. But in this case, I didn't, because really, if we're being sensible, there's no reason to keep going at this point with zero information. All right. I am gonna say. I'm going to say glamorous.
Glamorous. No number?
Glamorous 2. So this is why I apologize at the start, right? You know, I'm just letting you know. It's just cooking noises in my head right now.
Let's see. Cleopatra, I think, is an immediate thing that stands out. Glamorous. See, reference pairs or maybe witches aren't real. Well, witches have the glamour magic, right? That's what that's called, I think. I'm going to go witch. Okay, so that was a bystander. So it's pointing towards me to let me know.
You were correct though. Witches do perform glamours as a form of. It's basically a kind of it's like an illusion, but for it's like an illusion, but for a person, I think, or a creature, to make something look like something else. It's a cool word.
Yeah,
cool about that.
Yeah. So you see, that's a little bystander pointing towards me. That's saying, okay, I know it's not a correct answer for me, but it still could be for you.
Okay, right. Yeah, I see. That makes sense.
Okay, so now...
I can see Tishin in the chat saying, my mummy is glamorous. It's like, well, good for you. Good for you. My mummy's been glamorous from time to time as well. Mostly, and I have full respect for it, she can't be bothered. Which is where I tend to sit on the glamorous spectrum most of the time, if I'm wholly honest. I had to iron these t-shirts the other day so I could video them, and it's the first time I've ironed clothes or worn ironed clothes for over a year, possibly longer. But yeah, I've made
I think I might be in the same boat for that.
Yeah. What's the point? What's the point?
I gotta look nice for my cat.
That's it. It's something to do.
Man, all right. This is already tricky.
Yeah. It's almost as if you've created a clue pack of things that are all literally to do with our website and very little else.
Yeah.
Let's both be impaled on this custom sword.
I didn't think it through.
It's fine. It'll be fine.
Let's try... All right. I don't think... I don't think this will. Yeah, let's do this. Let's see. Roller coaster for 2.
Okay, roller coaster for 2. Fair seems like an obvious. I'm gonna pick that. Yeah. And my brain is kind of saying that beams are kind of like rails at the way. Tin. Roller coaster. What's a roller coaster? Podcasts aren't really a roller coaster, if I'm entirely honest. You get one every couple of years. There was that great podcast episode with the what was it? It's a special podcast about somebody who remembered a song from years ago that nobody else remembered, and they couldn't find anyone who remembered it, and they began to wonder if they just invented it in their own head. That's it's a fantastic thing. I'm sure there'll be people in the chat who'll immediately go, "Oh yeah, that was that." It's really worth a listen. It's like 45 minutes that is just joyful.
That sounds great, actually.
It's amazing. It's such a good story. It's really well told. It's really fun. I'm tempted by a couple of these. Oh yeah, it's The Case of the Missing Hit by Reply All. It's really, really good. I'm gonna guess Beam. Oh, okay, right. I don't even know if that's what you're intending, but we're here, we've done it, let's move on.
Yeah, that's the other fun part is now you think, okay, that was right, but
yeah.
was it what he wanted me to guess? So we're not doing bad. We have 6 rounds left. We've guessed 10 of the word, or we have 10 words left. That's doable.
I'm gonna say. Sorry, I'm eating some nuts. I'm gonna say hand 3. Be ambitious.
Ooh. You have to give a clue though, so I can start guessing.
Oh, yep, I do.
So that was hand for 3?
Hand for 3.
Watch stands out. Watches are hand adjacent, at least. Can pound stuff like your fist. I'm going to start with watch. That's the one I feel best about.
It's a good shout.
Cool. Let's do pound. All right. What else? Hand. You hold a bottle in your hand. There's those like hand radios back from the 90s, 2000s. Bottle? Let's try bottle. No, I was wrong. Now I have to give a clue. Still, we're getting 2 a turn, and that's the pace you need to be at.
We're doing okay.
Yeah.
We're doing okay. We're doing okay. Doing. Okay. Oh no, I've tabbed to the wrong thing. Oh. Whoops, daisy.
No.
It's fine. I need to.
All right.
I need to get my little laptop off to the side so I can do things without changing the screen we're looking at because I'm an idiot. But that involves finding the charger cable for it, and that's a job. That's a job for something else. Just gonna log into Twitch. Let's see if I can switch on the little button thing because that could be quite fun.
Man. I feel like this is harder than I'm thinking it is. Let's try.
I guess it cuts both ways because you're struggling to come up with clues for the ones you've got, whereas I keep thinking I've got quite easy clues for mine, but then they're not actually gelling that well. So it's like I'm overconfident, so perhaps you're underconfident.
Maybe.
We've got to meet somewhere in the middle.
All right. I'm going to give this video for 2.
Okay. Video for 2. Video for 2.
one thing I also need to remember with Codenames Duet, you can kind of play with giving people more clues that might lead them in the wrong way, as long as it doesn't lead them to a assassin, because you have the unlimited guesses that you can take as long as you're getting it right. So you can kind of bank those clues. At least in kind of the easy mode, which is what we have on the website right now. In the boxed version, there's ways to ramp up the difficulty, so wrong answers lose you rounds. But
Video for 2, you say?
yes.
I mean, I'm just going to keep this very simple and just go for YouTube and Twitch. Okay.
Yeah, I thought that was probable, but
Hey, you got to take a punt. You got to take a punt.
yeah.
I'm going to say react for 2.
React for 2. Yeah, just need to click the give clue.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I
I do. I
yeah.
do. As I sit back in my chair. Oh, I haven't pressed the button. I'm like,
Okay, so I have
turning into a
react for
geriatric on
2.
Zoom.
I also have one out there for glamour and one out there for hand.
You do. Glamorous hands. That's what people say. Not anymore. They're getting pretty bad. You know, it's a funny thing about the job we do, where like you do have your hands on camera quite a lot, and you do like it is when I'm filming a review, I'll go and have to I'll look at my hands and be like, yeah, you've got to give these a wash properly, and like give you it's more like cut your nails. You're like, actually, like, I need to cut my nails, because as soon as you've got a macro lens on it, it's like it's not good. But you do get weirdly self-conscious about it. Like, I had a weird rash on my hand for ages this year. I think because of a lack of vitamin D, basically. I was turning into a pirate and getting scurvy from being inside too much. But it was like, I don't want to film close-up of my hands. They look horrible. So
Picturing from Zoolander, the guy with just his
yeah,
hands.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah. I did just see something for glamour that seems so obvious, and I didn't. I'm going to click it now. Pearl, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I
suppose I can neither confirm nor deny.
Hand and react, right? Was the other one?
Yes. Hand and react. Your money or your life.
I feel like shut up is kind of a reaction you might have. That's
You think very little of me, obviously. I know I may seem like a diva, but honestly, it's mostly for show. So just shut up, Tyler. All right. Okay.
So let's try.
Already thinking, and I haven't even had my clue yet. I'm a genius.
Let's try beer for 2.
Beer for 2. Okay. Let's go for bottle and tin. Oh.
10 was a fair guess.
Okay.
All right, so we have 2 rounds left. We have 5 words left out there.
Yeah. So I'm missing one for beer, and I'm missing one for video.
Video, yeah. And I'm missing, I think I have both for glamour. So I have 1 for hand, and I have 3 for reaction, or react.
Yeah, you do. No. I don't know.
Because you said
Maybe.
react 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless Pearl was a react.
I mean, there's an interesting thing in this. Like, what's the rules about like when stuff has been covered up? Like, are you allowed to look at what they were again, or do you just have to remember?
Yeah, so you can.
You tap
if
on
something's
it.
covered up, you can click on it and it'll lift up. Right, but that's the thing with Codenames Duet is I could have guessed one of your things for React, or you could have guessed one of your own things
that
for React.
crossover.
Yeah, there's 3 words that cross over.
Was there only 3 that crossed over?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
So if you've guessed 3 that are green for you,
I'll just say that like yeah, like I could mention it at the end, but yeah, it's
okay.
It's tricky. It's tricky. It's tricky. It's tricky. Tins for days. Okay. Oh.
Another thing too is if something's covered up, you can then give that word as a clue if you want to.
I'm going to say performance 2.
Performance for 2. Just click the give clue.
Performance for 2.
All right, radio's one I thought of for hand potentially. I also think radio performance, perform on the radio, Twitch, and podcast all feel like things that could be performance for me. Reacting is something you do on Twitch a lot, right? Like that's a big part of it. Don't think I have any for glamour. I had one for hand, which I thought maybe also radio. I'm going to stop overthinking things because
it's funny. Like, yeah, I'm just like, bip, 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 bip. But then I haven't been getting that many right either. So like, radio. Bang.
Let's just do Twitch. Okay. All right. Got another one out there for something.
So you got performance, video. What else was there? Hand.
For some reason, I'm thinking mummy for hand, but I think I'm getting like I have the phrase "mummy's hand" in my head, but
lie
I think
down
that's
on the
just
couch and we can talk about it.
I'm just going to guess reference pair for no reason. Okay.
Give it a go. All right. So we've only got one more, right?
One more, but so after this round, if you don't get all the words, we will then go into sudden death, where we'll take turns just clicking cards until we get something wrong, and then we lose.
Because I can see that it looks like the last bystander token is a sad snowman with a tin pot for a pot, which I've got a lot of time for. I like that.
Man. Okay, how do I string these 3 together in any coherent way?
That's what I've been saying about my colleagues for years.
I could be lame. I think I'm going to be very lame and just hope you can guess based on other clues. I'm just going to do chair for 1.
Okay, chair for 1. Okay, well, I'm gonna just again immediately just gonna sit down. Yes. Okay. And I could end guessing now, right? I don't need to do another one, do I? Or do we need to?
Well, this is our. There's no reason to not keep guessing because this is our last chance before we go into the sudden death where we have to guess anyway.
Okay. So the guesses, the clues I've had have been.
You got beer for 2.
Yeah.
Video for 2. Then you also had roller coaster for 2 and sheep for 2, but you did guess 2 correct answers for both of those.
Yeah, okay. So beer and video. I can't. This is tricky. This is tricky. I'm going to say podcast because video podcast keeps coming up to mind, even though they are like antitheses of each other. Okay.
All right, sudden death. So I take a random guess, then you'll take a random guess until we get everything right. The only time you can talk about like how many clues you have left for me to guess are when you have no words left on your board for me to guess.
Okay.
So I had performance, right? I had reaction. Reaction. Well, let's see what so it wasn't shut up. It wasn't so we have SHUX. That's not really a reaction. Vancouver. I know it's not those. I know it's not that.
Well, the word was
What about
react,
remembering-
I think.
React.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's got to be either podcast or review. I think review is a little more of like a. So let's do review. Okay. So there's one word left out there for you to guess correctly.
And we've got beer and video.
Mm-hmm. Here, now I can look at the stream and see what you see.
This is tough. Someone in the chat saying only one word and one chance, but no pressure, Matt. Yeah, true. You know what? I think I'm gonna phone a friend. I'm not actually gonna phone a friend. Not at 20 to 10 on a Friday night. They're probably in bed these days. I'm going to activate. That's right. I'm going to call in my only friend in the world. It's the smart click map. So I think you have to be on a computer to do this. But if you're on a computer, on an internet computer, then you can now click on the stream to vote for the area that you think. Because I am honestly, if you've been watching along with us, you now know basically as much as I do. So we'll see what happens. And meanwhile, I'll press the button that will stop Tyler from turning into a rainbow.
Whoa, that's trippy.
Yeah, it is. It's quite beautiful in a way, but it is also distracting. The creator of the software refers to it as rainbow puke, which is quite. I think that does it down. I think it's more beautiful than that personally. But yeah. What are we thinking? We've got a lot of people think it's SHUX, which is interesting. I suppose technically, this could be argued that SHUX does involve some videos. And some people thinking SHUX for beer. Like, I didn't have time for beer at SHUX. You sure we were at the same convention? Because as far as I remember, it was just lots of running around and doing things and then collapsing and then going up a mountain the day afterwards and just staring out for miles and feeling like a part of my soul had been expended. It's really good, but it is like the most exhausting thing you could do. All right, well, we got a whole bunch here. We got a whole bunch, but 40% of people. I've got to be honest. My gut, for reasons I cannot say, says Vancouver, but my gut said podcast before, so I'm gonna go with what people are saying and hope that they're not just getting carried away with some sort of some sort of branding exercise that I've activated unknowingly. Shucks, shucks, shucks. Is everybody having fun? Yay! Get out of the ball pit. Somebody's done something naughty. All right. We've got 42% on Shucks. So I'm gonna close that off, and I'm going to go and try and find the right window to... Oh, it's in front of me. Oh, my gosh. I have to be so careful clicking on windows when I'm moving my computer, because otherwise I just start showing people spreadsheets and literally code earlier. But this time it's actually in front of me. All right, I'm going to click it. I'm going to Shucks the button. I want to see what what people are saying, if there's any reason. Yeah, nobody. All right, Shucks. Just gonna go. I lost.
But you were correct. Personally, you were correct. It was Vancouver.
It was Vancouver. Why was it Vancouver?
Because Vancouver has great beer. It's one of my, yeah.
There we go. I did wonder. Yeah, I did think Vancouver beer.
Yeah.
God. I think, to be honest, we had it. We were up against it there.
Yeah. We came close, so close.
Ceylon EC popping up in chat going, "You fools!" Which I think is a great way of getting on side with mob mentality as you get carried away by them. But we were in trouble because basically I looked at the start and two of them that were marked green for me were like wool and ram, and I thought, oh well, that'll be easy. And then immediately you were like sheep, and I was like, okay, right, well there's some of our crossover ones. And then when later on you were like, oh yeah, there's only 3, I was like, only 3, interesting, right, okay, cool. Now we're in trouble. And you had it with the hand radio.
Oh yeah,
hand radio.
Okay.
Hand 3 was watch, which you got, hand radio, and the third one Twitch. Because you get twitchy hands, maybe.
Mm-hmm. My 2 for video were YouTube and then review, which I thought you'd get. I thought you were going to guess Twitch at first.
Performance was radio performance, and of course performance review. But then again, it's really interesting. These sorts of games I find fascinating because they are just like It's like
it's all about the way you think of the word.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You've got, and it's easier when you know people because you can kind of decode the way that they think a little bit. But I'm quite hard to play this kind of game with, I think, because the way I think is sometimes a little bit strange. It's very interesting, actually, in the fact that like myself and Ava have quite different backgrounds, but actually like we think in such a similar way that it's almost uncanny. And we really wind each other up when we're playing board games because we're always doing the thing that the other person was just about to do. Like whenever there's any worker placement, whatever, it's like we've exactly kind of gone into the same knot. And when we're playing this kind of game, we're just like, yeah, of course, that. And everyone else is looking at us as like, what is wrong with you? Which is quite fun.
Competitive games you want to play against y'all, but maybe not cooperative games.
Well, yeah, like it's either like you have that mind meld thing where you're like
team games.
Yeah.
Like wouldn't want to play against you and like teach you.
I had one of my good friends has a twin brother who used to come and stay with us sometimes, and we once were playing a game like this, and we were so good at having that kind of connection, despite having never really met each other. I think we just started jumping around the kitchen with our arms around each other's shoulders, chanting "Mind Men" whilst very drunk, which I think was a moment of smugness that wasn't appreciated as we continued our cycle. But for 4 moments of that. I
will say I was impressed with that you got roller coaster because I thought that was a terrible clue.
Was Beam right for that then?
Yeah, Beam was right.
I think that was good because like monorails kind of monorails.
Yeah,
monorail Beam.
No.
It's an elevated pole, isn't it? So that's what is that but a roller coaster waiting to happen, as far as I'm concerned. Like you just got to believe in it. Mind Men. Mind Men. Unfortunately, we weren't Mind Men today, but we gave it a good shot, and we were pretty close to saving all the agents. Only one of them got presumably kidnapped or something.
Yeah, that's Codenames Duet online. You can also play, like I said, classic Codenames online, totally for free at codenames.game.
Cool. That's about all we've got time for. Got anything else you'd like to say while you're still here on the internet?
Well, we are taking over this very Twitch channel on Tuesday. And I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, as Quinn's mentioned in the opening ceremony and the podcast, I think, on Tuesday, AwSHUX will continue. So we're going to be passing over the reins. I'm going to be asleep or staring off a mountain and feeling like my soul is eroded, but not a mountain. I'll just be looking out that window. But yeah, it's going to be a takeover day of Czech Games Edition, doing some streams and stuff, carrying on the fun. So that's quite fun.
Full 24 hours we're going to be doing stuff. It's
wow.
I think after that I'll need to be going and staring off.
You're not doing what I'm doing, are you? Turn back, Tyler. There's still time. Don't walk down this path. It makes no sense. People don't appreciate. I'll tell you something funny. When we were setting this up today, when we were just about to go live, and it was just me and Quinn sitting in a room, and everything was kind of going a little bit wrong, and I was trying to get everything working because I was coming through with audio, but he wasn't. But then I clicked something, and then he was coming through with audio, but I wasn't. He was like, "Oh, it probably would have been good if we'd given this all a test before now, before we're just about to go live." And it was that thing of being like, what do you think I've been doing for a month?
Also, doing a test before, it never helps because
it doesn't. No,
it'll be live when things break.
Yeah, exactly. It's very sweet and really funny that when you start doing this sort of thing, when people haven't understood it, it's like, I've learned to do a lot of things in my life, but there's something uniquely, specially hellish about live stream engineering. It's deeply cursed in every regard, but it's also good fun. So what are you going to do? Well, good luck, Tyler, when I pass over the cursed torch to you on Tuesday. I can see there's a bunch of people in the chat very excited to be seeing
good to hear.
Some stuff. People hoping to see some more Galaxy Trucker stuff, which I'm assuming if you do 24 hours, there's going to be some stuff there, right?
Yeah, there'll be some Galaxy Trucker stuff. Also, if you want to come by our booth over in the Discord, we're doing demos of Lost Ruins of Arnak and Underfalling Skies and some of our other games too. So if you want to try and get those out.
It's good. We reviewed that. You can check it out on the website. Facts. Just facts. Smash Up, Marvel. And I'm joined here by Ross Thompson, the Marketing and Community Manager. Sean Fletcher, the Senior Game Designer, who's press the button to refresh the feed, and that's working now. And Paul Peterson, the Game Designer for Smash Up, a series that has a huge number of different versions. I was having a look through some of the selection yesterday, and gosh, it's a long page. You've been smashing up things left, right, and centre.
There are a lot of expansions for it. We've been very lucky, absolutely.
Yeah. So, I am somebody who doesn't know a great deal about Smash Up and isn't hugely into Marvel. So I think for this session, I'm going to be just listening, learning, and being hands and playing around with a physical box here, which I need to just press a little thing on the computer so that you folks watching along can see a live thing of it. And then, we should be good to go. How's it going, gents? Everybody having a good day?
Pretty good so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's going great over here. It's the weekend, right? So any day we get to hang out and talk about games is a pretty good day.
Yeah, right?
So
yeah. Okay. Well, I've shared a little webcam so you can see what I'm showing on here as well, which is helpful. And I think I'm just going to start opening a box.
that sounds good. Paul, you want to take us out? What's Smash Marvel?
What is Smash Up Marvel? Well, if you're familiar with Smash Up, it's a pretty simple game at the surface, but it's everybody picks two factions and whatever they happen to be, and shuffles it together, and that's your deck. So it's sort of like very simple deck building, right? You just I want to play the Avengers and Hydra, and I'm going to mix them together, and that's my deck, and then we're going to play a game. generally in the game, what you're doing is you're trying to control bases. There are a number of bases that are out on the board, and every turn you're going to play some of your characters onto the bases, and you're going to play some action cards that help your characters, and then you're hopefully going to score some of those bases, and just at the end of the game, you want to be the one who gets to 15 points by scoring bases first.
That's great, Sean. You wanted, or sorry, Fletch. It's so funny because I see the on the chat there, right?
Yeah, no, it's all good. This was really a cool opportunity to take the Marvel IP, which USAopoly, the op, has worked with before, and work with Paul, the creator of Smash Up, to kind of combine these two entities in a way that lets you do things with Marvel that to this point you've never done before. You can take the heroes and match them with the villains, like Paul said, Avengers with Hydra. You can put heroes with heroes, so you could have the Spider-Verse with the Ultimates. You could put villains with villains, so you've got Masters of Evil plus Sinister Six. And it's just a lot of chaotic fun to see all of these factions come together and battle.
Yeah, we've got.
Yeah, I'm a huge Marvel fan, so this was a really awesome opportunity for me. I mean, I've been making Smash Up for 6 or 7 years now, and when they were like, "Well, do you want to do it with Marvel?" I was like, "Yes." I've seen. Me and my wife actually just went through all of the MCU in chronological order, including all of the TV shows, all of the, even how canon you happen to think Luke Cage is, but we went through it all in like sort of chronological order all the way through, and that's the kind of fans we are. And so the opportunity to dig in and make cool Smash Up factions out of each of these was a lot of fun and a real honor.
I'm really glad that we got to able to do this, Paul. Like, we've been talking about making a game together for years, right? And so
yeah, absolutely.
so being able to kind of like take everything we do with the op so well and then bring it to like AEG and Smash Up, which has been a really cool opportunity. And Smash Up's been like, it's a legend in its own way on the shelf. Like, it's got so many great things that are adding in, and the community is fantastic. I think it's been one of the big drivers for this game. Through just kind of what did we want to do and everything there. The playtesters, hearing everything from there, Fletch, all the stories you tell me as we were playing along with all the things that we're getting excited. It's been a kind of a really neat thing, and I'm so glad it's on the board. I can't wait to actually play with somebody in person.
Absolutely.
It's one of those things. I'm glad we're doing this, and we get to hang out and talk about the game all together as a team. That it's nice that we get to do this. Matt, thanks for having us on to be able to
pleasure
share about that, right? So
pleasure. Like, it's one of those things where actually, like, it's funny. Like, I always say to, like I was saying to you earlier, like, I'm not massive into Marvel, but I've seen a lot of Marvel stuff. Like, I really enjoyed the Jessica Jones series, and talking about I quite enjoyed the Luke Cage thing. I couldn't finish it. I found myself, I got to the last episode of the first series, and I just kept trying to watch it, and I think it was losing me every 5 minutes, but. I've watched a ton of stuff. Like, the Legion is fantastic. Not really a part of the MCU, but where is it? I don't know. But
no, Legion's not. But Legion's super good though.
Great.
Yeah. Have you watched any of the new? So, because like Falcon and Winter Soldier just finished up, right? So that's going to be its own. I don't want to. No spoilers in the chat, right? If anybody hasn't.
But I think it's one of those things where, like, I wish I loved it more, because it's something that obviously brings a huge amount of joy to a lot of people, and I like it. I watch them. I enjoy it. Thor Ragnarok is just a great film. Like, you can't argue with that. Like, it's just a brilliant film.
So good. And there's like hidden gems. Like, if you haven't watched Cloak and Dagger, it's so good.
Oh my gosh, I agree. I agree. That's funny. Yeah, it's funny because I think one of the things because there's so many Marvel games out there right now across the board, and everyone's kind of like, oh, is there a Marvel bubble bust? And with everything we've seen so far with Smash Up Marvel, that isn't the case. Like every Marvel game has its own feel, has its own community, has its own vibe. They're all kind of their own intro into gaming in their own certain way, right? Smash Up provides that. Here's a nice entry into deck building in its own fashion, right? And then applying it with Marvel, you get to have all these characters that you know, and it's fun too because obviously X-Men aren't in the game because X-Men are kind of their own thing, but we've got so many characters that are kind of across the board that aren't just MCU. So, Fletch, what are some of the factions that we've been able to put in here?
Oh boy. Well, I've got the box right here. So we've got Sinister Six. We've got Hydra. They're one of my favorites. They like to blow themselves up so that they can keep perpetuating more Hydra.
Their theme is cut off one head, two more appear. So.
Yep, and Easter egg there. We've got Bob as our sort of mascot for Hydra.
He's making a handful of game entries. He's in a couple games across the board here, and I'm like, look at Bob getting more love. I love that.
He was somebody that when we were working with the playtesters and we said, okay, we're going to make a Hydra faction, like half the playtesters and half the folks at both of the companies, the OP and AEG, were like, you got to get Bob in there. So we got Bob in there.
That's great.
We got Spider-Man, Spider-Verse. We've got.
So who do we have? So in Spider-Verse, who's in there?
Spider-Verse. We got Spider-Man 2099. We got Miles Morales. We've got Ghost Spider, aka Gwen Stacy, Spider-Gwen, and we've got Peter Parker himself, Spider-Man.
I'll show some of these decks up a little bit closer in a second. I'm just fixing a connection problem with you, Sean.
Yeah, we can go a little slower too.
No, it's fine. Sure. It's fine. I'm just fixing a little thing because you're going a bit snow blizzardy, but I should be able to fix that up. Give it a fighting chance in the video arena.
You're good. So we have a question in chat. Is AIM in the game?
AIM is not in the game, but they are a fantastic villain faction. We went through a lot of considerations for different factions for this game, and when we got to the end, we wanted to make sure that each faction could feel distinctly different. So, sort of the Swarm faction was designated for Shield this time,
and for Hydra too.
And Hydra too. Hydra does it a little differently than Shield.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. The big thing is that we wanted to make sure that we had, factions that people loved, and that they were mechanically interesting. We actually made more factions than we ended up putting in the box, and then we kind of distilled it down to the ones that we thought were that were playtesting well and had really cool stuff and felt a lot different. So
you guys mentioned, I just kind of jump around a little bit. You guys have mentioned the Swarm faction. So what does that mean for those that haven't really played Smash Up?
So, as I said at the beginning, what you're trying to do is you're trying to play characters on the base, and then eventually the base you'll score the base, and then whoever has the most points in characters is gonna win. And there's a couple ways you can do that. You can either have some factions have really big characters like Mysterio there that you can see, and then or the Avengers faction is all about, or the Hulk that Sean is holding up, and Iron Man. Like the Avengers have just some really big 5-point guys, and then other factions like we saw earlier with Hydra have a bunch of 2-power guys, and so the Swarm factions. The big factions will just play Iron Man down, and that's pretty good. He's there. He's taking up a lot of space and giving you a lot of points on the base. But then Hydra will try to put down like 3 or 4 two-power guys instead. So yeah, there's a couple ways, and then there's a bunch of mechanics in the game as to how you get there, as to when you're allowed to play. Like in Hydra, for example, you get to play extra Hydra agents when one of your Hydra agents gets destroyed. So it's, cut off one head, 2 more appear. So one of your Hydra agents gets destroyed, you get to play 2 more immediately out of your hand. And so by destroying your Hydra agents, your opponents are actually in some ways helping you. And in some, there's actually mechanics in that deck for destroying your own Hydra agents, sending them out on dangerous missions, because when they get destroyed, you get to play a couple extras of them. So.
Yeah.
Hail Hydra, there we go, right?
Right.
We managed to get Hail Hydra in there as a specific card. Let me see if I can find that. We've got our Hydra agents.
Fletch, I kind of feel like you're a double agent over here, being like, I like Hydra so much. And I'm like, let's see what's going on over here, buddy.
It's a fun, chaotic faction to play. And I mean, the Smash Up can be a very chaotic game to begin with, but to have a faction that you're not sure what's going on in their heads as they set things up to kind of explode and
there you go.
Just build up their power quickly.
Yeah, we like that. We like combos in our game, and we like doing things that are all of a sudden you're just like, well, I only had like 3 points on the board, and now all of a sudden I've got 10, right? So
right.
And the Kree are really good at that too in this set. The Kree have been, if you look at like the Smash posting community and the Reddit boards, the Kree have been really popular lately because they build up their power so quickly. You can drop just a few cards and totally go over the top on a base in one turn with them.
yeah, the Kree are very, very. I like to say they're very clean, very. They're very easy to understand. They are just about like, I'm going to put some guys down and we're going to build their power up and we're going to take over this base. They don't have as many tricky things going on. They're there for somebody who's just like, yeah, I want to put some power on the base.
That totally makes sense. So we've got Avengers, we've got Hydra, we've got Spider-Verse, we've got Shield.
But the Ultimates here, the Ultimates.
No, there we go. That's what I was trying to think of, right? The Ultimates. So who do we have in there?
Captain Marvel?
We've got Captain Marvel. We've got Spectrum. We've got American
Rambo. Yeah.
And we've got Blue Marvel.
Those are some deeper dives there, right?
Yeah, although I mean, like Spectrum is actually known to people who've been watching Disney Plus lately. In some ways, they may not actually recognize who it is, but
Right.
I don't want to do too many spoilers, even though we're about a month out from her introduction. But yeah,
it's going to be neat because there's so many characters to do, so it's kind of cool to see what made the cut as we get there, right? People are already going, oh my gosh, where's the Thunderbolts? Where's AIM? Where's stuff like that, right? So I think it's kind of one of the fun things with playing in the Marvel universe is there's so many characters we could go with, and then who makes that cut going in there. So along with all the teams we've got and the characters we've got, we get to throw in items and then bases too, right? So, and with Marvel, there's so many kind of like iconic places. Were there any ones that really stood out or locations and bases that were a lot of fun there?
Well, I think it was maybe prophetic. We were choosing bases and characters and factions well before we knew what was going to be coming up in the Marvel universe, and I'm kind of excited that Baron Zemo and Castle Zemo made it into this set, because right now Zemo is right there in the Marvel zeitgeist.
right, absolutely. Yeah, each faction actually has two bases that are sort of associated with it. So the Avengers have their Avenger-specific bases, etc. So.
Is there a dancing room floor for Zemo? Did we put that cut on the whole time or anything, right? So, Matt, have you seen Winter Soldier yet?
Not lately. How's he doing?
Spoiler alert, Zemo likes EDM.
So, let's see if I can work that one out based on being an idiot. I think Winter Soldier is an Avengers-based thing, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Yes.
I would say yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the legacy of Captain America.
Captain America.
Oh, I see. I thought you were asking me if I'd seen Winter Soldier in one of these decks, and I was looking for him.
No.
You mean the TV
Zemo
show?
appears in the Masters of Evil deck.
No, I haven't. I actually, I think I think all the Captain America stuff. I don't think I've ever bothered with any of that. I've seen him in the other films.
He's
Some of the best.
Oh man,
I think I've watched a lot of the Thor ones. I'm not sure. I remember watching the first. The first Thor film I watched on a plane, and it made me cry. But then everything makes me cry on planes. Everything. The little packs of peanuts. Everything. But particularly superhero films that are probably not incredible, but my brain is just like, this is emotional. This is the first Star Trek reboot. I was crying within moments. The first scene, I was just in tears. Don't know what happened. Planes. But yeah.
So I see you've got the cards, the larger cards in the back there.
Yeah, those are
the divider.
Yeah, no, I honestly, I think it says a lot about my current kind of headspace after 2.5 days of doing this, that I just had quite a nice time sorting out all the cards into piles with these lovely little, because these are pretty substantial things. These are like little plastic dividers that are then going to be used to.
Well, they go with the bigger, geekier box.
The bigger,
but
so that's a big deal.
Features we worked into these is if you look at the other side of them, the back side of them, they've got sort of strategy guides on how to play each of the factions. So one of the things we thought about when we made this set was we knew that we would get Marvel fans that weren't necessarily Smash Up fans to begin with. So we did a lot to make the game sort of a great entry point into Smash Up. The strategy guide on the backside really helps when you're trying to figure out who do you want to play and who do you want to put together. And they even list the complexity level of the various factions. You can say, okay, I don't want to overwhelm myself. I'll take a high complexity, but I'm going to mix them with this low complexity so that they sort of average out.
Right, and like I said earlier about the Creed, that they're very straightforward deck, and that's actually on purpose. They're in there for exactly that reason, is that they're very straightforward, and somebody who hasn't played a whole bunch of Smash Up and doesn't understand little bits of timing that can come up and combos and things like that can just pick up the Kree and mix them with another deck and have some very clear goals in mind. So, and
that's not to say that Smash Up Marvel is a simple set. It's got plenty of depth and complexity, and it meshes really, really well with other classic Smash Ups.
Yeah, so on that, Paul, I was going to say, what's your favorite one to put with this so far? I really want to get the teddy bears one. People were saying that was pretty good. So,
I mean, each of them has like if you're playing Hydra or Shield, which are kind of swarmy kinds of decks, then you're either going to want to mix it with a deck that's really good at drawing cards, because when you play a bunch of cards quickly, you need to get your cards back in. So something from other Smash Up like the Wizards, which are really good at drawing cards, or with another Swarm faction to help you, double down on your strategy. So each of these, so what it mixes with is sort of like, well, it depends on which of these decks you're playing. For example, the Avengers play really well with the Princess faction from Marvel. I'm sorry, from standard Smash Up, because the Princess is also a faction that just has a whole bunch of 5-powered minions. And a bunch of ways to deal with 5-power minions. So if you put them together, if you get all those characters going and a bunch of cards that care about 5-powered characters, it's all going to synergize and you're going to get a lot of cool combos going. So these mix really well across the entire breadth of Smash Up, and it's going to be highly dependent on what you want to do, or if you just want to go crazy and mix the ancient Incas up with the Sinister Six, for example, or something like that. It's going to be fun, and you're going to have a good time. And
I feel like there's a Disney joke there.
Maybe that's true. Yeah. How the Avengers got their groove back.
Right. Yeah. So with those, with the big cards, right? Because that's the one you kind of got right now. Like that was a big deal. We really wanted to make sure that fit. I don't know if we already kind of touched on it with the Geek Gear box set, but like having those bigger card dividers really is a big deal for the Smash Up in general, right?
If you're gonna collect a whole bunch of them, right?
I mean, we have so many factions now. We are probably approaching 100 factions now. It was 50 a while back. And this obviously added 8 new ones, right? So we sell or AEG sells what's called, originally it was called the Big Geeky Box, and that was ended up not being big enough anymore. So now we have the bigger, geekier box, and it's a storage solution. It's got cards, it's got some product in there and stuff like that, and it's really like it's to have all of your smash up in one place. And the way you separate them in there, it just has it has rows to put your cards in, and then you separate them with those big dividers. And so we were definitely going to keep those in this box too.
That's great. So 100 factions, Paul. It's
probably pretty close now. I'd have to count again to be sure.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I know. At one point before we started this project, internally at the op, somebody said, "Well, how many smash up factions are there?" And I said, "It's got to be around 80 by now." So we asked AEG to send us copies of all of the existing smash up products so we could get used to it and learn a little bit about everything. And a crate showed up at our office. And Paul, you've got all the expansions over your shoulder there up on your shelf.
Yeah, a bunch of them.
We got the bigger, geekier box, which is, a crate in its own right, but then all of the other factions there with it, and we weren't sure where to put it because there was so much of it.
Yeah.
We gave up on trying to learn every faction.
No, see, our group of playtesters, we have a really amazing playtesting team with actually it's like 10 or 12 teams of people that are playing this, and they're experts on all of this, and they're the ones who are always like, well, let's try Hydra with wizards, let's try this, and to make sure that all of it works together, and that this set is not only internally cohesive, but also works really well with everything that's come before, and that they're all, on the same level. I mean, Smash Up is kind of a crazy game. I always say that it's like, if you pick any two factions and mix them together, you're definitely going to have a chance of winning. It's just about but if you get the synergies, that's a little stronger and things like that. So.
Mm-hmm. And I got to say, your playtesting team, getting to work with your playtesters and yourself and other product developers through AEG, the process of seeing this game kind of emerge and find its footing and grow was really, really amazing. And I got to give a shout out to everybody that was involved in the process, especially that playtesting community, because man, they found every nook and cranny to explore in this set.
They definitely did. I mean, they're experts on this game, and they 100% will come up with just really deep questions about how this works or how that works, and I can't say enough good things about them. Especially Brian Stout, he's our playtest coordinator, and he is ridiculously amazing.
That's so good though. That's what you want when you're playing a game that has over 80 plus, coming up on 100 factions. I remember when we were doing, I think Fletch, the last time we may have played this game was in the office, which is a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
To think about. But it was at the tall table, and I had the Avengers, and I threw Mjolnir at one of the bases and blew it up. And at the minute I pulled that off, I'm like, oh, this game is going to be so cool. The fact that we get to kind of do that thing and mesh all that up. And we had so it was at the op. We have a huge amount of employees and of all differing fandoms are kind of across the board. So we're not all hardcore board gamers, but everybody's passionate about making games and having a good time. And so it was fun when we were doing when we get to partner with other companies and bring in their brand to then apply it to a license. It's always kind of neat to see how people engage with a new game and everything there. So playing with a lot of the production team and the logistics team, when they got to do Smash Up, it was just kind of neat seeing how they kind of dove in. When that eureka moment happens, right, where it's oh my gosh, this card works with this card to do this, right, and then it happens. So I love that Smash Up can do that, right, because I don't like the word gateway game. I don't think Smash Up's definitely on that next level where it's cool that you're into games. Here's a good introduction into these things, but being able to do that with Marvel really kind of built for a lot of that. And I know, Paul, you kind of already touched on it a little bit because you're a big Marvel fan, but this was the first licensed Smash Up.
It's the first with a license like Marvel or something like that. Absolutely. And it was really awesome. I mean, we touched a little bit about how big of a Marvel fan I am. And so it was super exciting to get to pull all of that in and pull all of and have discussions about like, well, which version of the Sinister Six should we be using, or which version of the Masters of Evil, who's going to be in that right there, or, so yeah, and to make sure that we're making a game that's not only true to the fans of the game Smash Up, but is very true to fans of Marvel, and who will get excited and be like, oh, I see what they did there, and when we went through and and picked art, and when we picked the names for the cards and things like that, it's like, oh yeah, well, of course we want a card named Hail Hydra. I mean, that's that's a very obvious one, but there's a whole bunch of that in there where we were just looking through and being like, yeah, we want this to feel good to Marvel fans. So
one of my favorites is that we actually have a card named With Great Power. ...
Yes.
And then there's another card called ... Comes great responsibility. So you've got this really well-known catchphrase that's carried over two separate cards.
Is there an Avengers Assemble card in there?
There is. There is. I don't know if I've got it accessible. There we go.
Oh, nice. I mean, if we're going to MCU nerd out for a moment, it's because why not? Like, I can't wait until that line gets dropped again. Like, when are they going to do it? When's it going to get used? I mean, I assume we're all caught up, right? So we don't want to talk too much spoilers for MCU stuff, but I don't want to wait till Loki. Can we have it come out next Friday, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
What's up with that, right?
I need my fix now.
What am I going to do now?
Yeah. Now, if they had Black Widow come out in between this two, I think that would have been a good hold us over, right? So, yeah.
What's the current expected release date on Black Widow now? Is that July?
July, August.
Okay, so we'll get Loki first.
Yeah, so we're going to get Loki first, and then it'll go into that. I mean, I was literally just looking it up the other day. I think there's 28 different Marvel MCU things slotted for the next 2 years.
It's crazy, right? and exciting, and I'm so there for it all.
Oh, it's going to be so good. They teased up some stuff for Moon Knight. They showed his workout routine.
Yep.
Right, and I'm like, oh, that's going to be lovely. So, kind of on that, you guys talked about how there were a whole bunch of factions that got made, and I know we can't tease about any future things. That's how we all work with, but it would be fun. I think it'd be kind of cool to see what we could do in the future with this, right? So,
yeah, 100%. It's just like, it was so much fun to make this, and there's still so much, like Cloak and Dagger. I was mentioning, like, there's so much I love and so much space to explore, and I have deep loves of things that I was super excited about Moon Knight, because that's like one of my favorite Marvel series of all times. But most of the public doesn't even know who Moon Knight is, right?
Oh, so but they will.
They absolutely will. And Marvel is just so deep and has so much cool stuff. So yeah, it would be awesome to continue.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, we'll see, right? Like, I think that's one of the joys of working like with a licensed company, kind of like the op, is everybody always gets asked, oh, what about this? What about this? And we're always like, oh, that would be so cool, but like, you can't. These NDAs are powerful, right? So
there are lots of good licenses, that is for sure.
That is for sure, right? Yeah. And it's really kind of fun when we nothing beats that initial, hello, new brand, how are you doing? Well, welcome to the library. Let's pick something, right? So,
right, and just say self-promoting the game of Smash Up in general, but it's pretty easy for to take any particular license and say, how do you smash upify it, basically? Does it have some interesting things in it that you could do, and like, especially this, like, teams was a very natural way to go for, like, how do you have different factions that you can pick up and blend together to make a deck out of? Marvel is almost a perfect example of that, and that's true through so much of fandom too.
Right. So Paul, on that, right? So because AEG is still coming out with Smash Up games outside of the licensed partnerships.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what, like in the last year, and then what came out and what's coming out in the future?
What is coming out in the future? This is it. we slowed down a little bit. Like previously, we were putting out like 2 expansions of 4 different factions every year, and because a lot of our stuff has been going into making this product, we kind of slowed that down a little bit, and we're I can't really speak too much to AEG business, but for sure. I know that the goblins are coming out, which is people are very excited about, and there are things in the works, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. And then last year there were a couple sets that came out too, right? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Gen Con didn't happen, so normally I walk by and get caught up, but
right, exactly. It's
okay. I don't mean to pitch a spot. It's
okay.
But that's good though. So it's kind of neat because when Fletch brought up all the different sets, I was trying to think back like when I first was kind of getting into Smash Up, and my favorite set was I think was the not Star Trek one, right? So
I don't know what you're talking about. Those guys are the Astro Roamers.
There we go. Right.
Sorry, those are the Star Roamers. That's right.
Star Roamers. There we go. Right. So yeah, it's so funny. It's interesting how that kind of happens, right? Where it's kind of Smash Up. It's been around for so long, and it's just got so many things going on. It's going to be cool. I'm glad we get to do that. So for those that are curious, Smash Up is available now. It's in stores. You can pick it up. If for anybody who's been saying, "What about the future?" The best thing you can do to help that is keep buying it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right. If you want more Marvel, then you've got to make it clear. You've got to let everybody know very clearly that that's what you want. So
100%, right? So because we love it, it's super cool, and I think we've talked about it a whole bunch. Like Marvel is still growing; it's still huge. There's more Marvel games from other companies still coming out. They're.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
We lost you, Ross.
Yeah, no, I'm back. You're back.
That's okay. The world of Marvel to many people is expanding all the time. With WandaVision and Winter Soldier and Loki and What If coming up, like.
Oh yeah, I was kind of joking that Marvel almost has their own board game universe too, right? So
yeah.
God, that'd be a comic, wouldn't it? We gotta get Gail Simone on that. There we go. That's got to happen now. But here we go. Oh, here we go. Look at that. The Revenge. He's back. So while you were gone, I'm just saying, we're now running the show. It's gonna be a whole thing. It's gonna be great. You're gonna love
I had to just go and I've only been gone a minute. I had to make a cup of tea for somebody, including me.
Oh no, you're good. We're just
Please,
we're
Ross,
just giving you shit, man. It's all good.
I need this. Don't take this away from me. Isn't there some sort of smash up we can have to work it out? I'll smash you up a bit.
Well, I think
you
what
can
we're
smash
gonna
me
do
up a bit, and then we can just call it a day.
Oh, I love it. I think
the Shut Up, Sit Down faction deck.
Oh,
I mean,
we're very open.
I don't think you want any of us in a fight, frankly. Absolutely last thing you want in a fight. My main ability is running away. I think Quentin is probably out of all of us the person who would be most capable in a fight, having done some boxing lessons at one point. But even then, no offense to him, even then I don't think I'd really put a lot of money on him. I think Pip is possibly the most dangerous, and she's not even really, she's more of a friend of the show, so. But I wouldn't want to fight Pip. I don't think you should fight fair.
I think we can sponsor some foam swords. I think we're all about that and just make that happen, right? So.
The war machine.
Listen, Smash Up is very inclusive. We've got a sheep faction. We've done penguins and kitty cats. Like it's okay. You don't necessarily have to be big brawler people to be in Smash Up. So
yeah, but it must be quite.
I think we just need Matt's studio as a base.
Yeah.
Everybody brawling and trying to take over Matt's studio.
Too many cables in here. You can't move around without trapping yourself in some sort of network of video cables. But yeah.
Well, that sounds perfect. Your faction is all about trapping the other people.
Basically, and snaring myself in my own traps. I think that's probably the best description of my my core mechanics. It's like, aha! Oh no. As my brother was taken to saying recently, he's like, he keeps saying, it would have been a good plan if it had worked. And I keep having to be like, that's not what a good plan is.
I'm watching the chat channel over here on the side, and the community is designing your deck for you.
I mean,
I'm not gonna lie, that looks like a pretty good deck. I think this needs to happen. This is a.
I think you got to have the Beige Traders deck in there first. We invented a game yesterday called Beige Traders 2. I did the box art. It was pretty special. The mechanics, I think, need a little work. There were 2 different rondels. I didn't really understand how either of them worked. But it was very beige and it had lots of cubes, which ticks most of the boxes. Yeah.
Well, you've got some game designers here. We can help.
It's true. I think we had that covered. It was incredibly inscrutable and complex and horrid. But I think that was kind of what we were going for. I also don't think it was a functional game in any capacity, unlike this, which is, yeah. I mean, Paul, it must be quite nightmarish you say there are 100 different factions now within the Smash Up.
Yeah, I just looked it up. I think we're at 82 published factions right now. So
on earth do you keep adding stuff to something like that without it just falling apart?
That is a great question. There's a couple of things. One is that that we're really good at it. We've been doing this for
fair, right?
And we've done it incrementally, right? We started with just the base 8 factions, and then we added 4 more and 4 more and 4 more. And while that does grow over time, we also sort of we each time we sort of make our foundation a little bigger, and we understand how that works, and then we're kind of checking and seeing how everything works against it. So we have that advantage going to it. The other advantage we have is that Smash Up is inherently a fairly fun, chaotic game. This is not, that you're not going to be doing spreadsheets and trying to figure out strategies and doing things, specifically this way, and I'm going to play this combo in this order all the time, kinds of things. Like it's very, you got 40 cards. Yeah, exactly. And it's designed so that there are explosive moments and things like that. And so at the end of the day, it's chaotic enough that, like I said, any 2 factions mixed together are going to be just fine and be fun to play and have a good time. So while we do work really hard, obviously, to make everything as balanced as possible and to look into as many different interesting combos as possible, we're also at the end of the day, it's a fun, cool, chaotic game too. So
grand. Well, that is Marvel Smash Up. And what's the situation with this then? When is this going to be available to people? Is it available already?
So it's already out now.
Mm-hmm.
People can pick it up at the store, which is great. It's already, you can get it on the Op website. You can get it on where you buy local game stores. You can get it from Matt's apartment. It's all good, and it's available now. So
yeah, and it's available to play with humans with your hands whenever you deem it to be safe to do so. We are now in the world of the Monster Hunter world, the board game, and I am joined by Jamie Perkins and Alex Hall to have a look at this game about monsters and the people who love to hunt them. And it's safe to say I'm quite a substantial fan of Monster Hunter as a series. I've played a lot of it, particularly on 3DS when my hands became clawed, as I played about 300 hours of Monster Hunter Ultimate 4. And it's a cool thing. I'm going to be playing as the dual sword person today in this little demo, which is exciting. And yeah, we've also got
Monster Hunter connoisseur with your dual swords.
Yeah, I like
before
them
they
all.
changed it to dual blades. The connoisseur.
Yes, that's right. I'm not good at names of things. I still call the hunting horn bagpipes half the time. They're just bagpipes.
I mean, that one's fair. That'll do to any. They all work.
But yes, you've shown a bunch of stuff about this game off in the past. It's out there. It's in the wild. But there's some stuff here which people have not seen on the board. And shall I do a little pan back to have a look at this now?
Please do.
Yeah, you can have a look at the little lad. Just the little fella.
It's just a little lad. It's just a little lad.
Monster Hunter's favourite puppy.
It is Nergigante. The Gigante.
Just a wee one.
Themselves.
So that is, as I understand, like within scale of what the miniature will be, like versus the hunters. So my little bow person next to him, he's just a little one. Thank you, lad.
A gigantic thing.
Just want to give him a little pat on the head.
Although yes, I can kind of understand. I must admit, like I'm always a bit funny about big minis and collectible plastic things in games. However, this is very much immediately tickling the part of my brain that goes, I would like to paint that, because I do just love Monster Hunter so much that I'm like, I want to paint that. So now I have some sympathy for all the people I've been mean about over the years, in a horrible way.
That seems entirely reasonable. So I guess we'll jump in. I've got a little, I guess, blurb, so to speak, to go over first, and then we can just go into beating him around the head and getting beaten around the head. So anyone that's looked at stuff about the game ahead of time will know that usually you will go into a gathering phase. If you have a quick look down in the bottom left-hand corner, do you know where the game rules tab is? In the bottom left corner above, like the audio stuff. So that will bring up a demo quest book. So this is one for the Anjanath. And this is basically the choose your own adventure section, which you would do before you are hunting the monster. And you would go through the sessions following the points, choosing which point you want to move to, reading the narrative, making choices until you find the monster. We're skipping that for Nergigante, partially for time, and partially because we don't want to ruin that story part for people before they get the game. We're kind of being careful about showing too much of that stuff. So we're instead doing an arena quest. So the arena quests are basically you get given preset equipment and a monster, and you go and fight it. So that's what we're jumping in with. Some of the information in this version of the Tabletopia is out of date. If you come over to where I'm hovering with my little red finger, this is a physiology card, which should look quite familiar.
Show. All right. Yeah, it does. It does. This tells you, it's like the menu. It's like all the different things you can get for bashing a monster.
Yeah, just bash him and take all his bits. So this basically tells you all the information you need to know about the monster itself. This is called a physiology card. The number in the big heart is 80. He's actually got 85 health. And there's another one on his resistances where you can see there's a cross next to the fire. That should be 2 stars. So we'll point those out if they become relevant later, but that is out of date now.
Gotcha.
The other one is on my bow. My bow shows that I have armor on my bow. I do not have armor on my bow, so that one's wrong as well. Outside of that, that's pretty much it. We're kind of ready to go fighting.
Grand.
We will have 2 potions as a group. What a potion does is fully heals you and fully clears your stamina. We only have 2 of those. We can die a total of 3 times, or faint a total of 3 times. So if we faint a 3rd time, we will lose. So we need to kill him before we lose. If you want to come back over to that physiology card I was hovering over, I just want to quickly go over the mechanics which are specific to him, because it will be a bit jarring to explain those once we've started going. As you'll be familiar with, having played the video game and fought against him, he grows these like white spikes out of his limbs that then gradually turn black, and then he does a horrible, scary move once they've all turned black. It's exactly the same here. When you hit him, we will be placing tokens on this board to represent the spikes. Once there are 6 spikes on there, he will then do a terrifying dive bomb attack rather than the attack he was going to do. So that's part of what we need to try and juggle here, is try and prevent him getting 6 spikes as often as possible. And we'll do that by breaking them off. We'll explain how we break them off once we're going. Just wanted to make sure that you and everyone else was aware that that's a thing we need to be aware of here, we only need to be aware of because of the monster and who it is. Right, I think we're ready to get into it. So the first step will be picking where we want to start. I think. So Jamie has very kindly marked the nodes that we can start on with the little tokens with the paw print on them.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted to pick any one of those to start on,
all right, well, let's keep it
the
simple.
first behavior he is going to do will target the person that is the closest, if that is information that you wanted. So on the back of all the cards that determine what he is going to do, we get 2 icons. The main one we'll focus on for now is there's an icon that tells you whether he's going to go for the furthest or closest. That's kind of to represent the tells that you get in the video game. So you do have that information, but that's all you have, is it's going to be closest or furthest.
Okay.
So do with that information what you will, but he is going for the closest.
Okay.
I think what I'll do as the Great Sword Hunter is I'll kind of offer myself up as tribute in this first turn, and I'm going to put myself intentionally on that node that is the closest to Nurg, which he also happens to be looking at.
I was thinking that. I was having a look, and I thought, well, you've got a great big sword on your back, so I figured that.
I'm going to hide at the back.
I'm going to stand here. It's like, if you're using dual blades, it's all about just having a little hack at their ankles, and then.
Yeah, you want to be close, but not too close, so you can kind of dart in as and when you need to. One other component I will make you aware of now is if you look at your kind of stamina board that was in front of you, you'll see that you've currently got a token that is green and has a 5 on it, kind of in between your 2 decks.
Yes.
So that is your hunter token. You'll flip that over when you've activated, and that will show that you have taken your turn. Mm-hmm. The number on it is your threat value. That is like the tiebreaker. So if you and Jamie were an equal distance, he would go for Jamie because Jamie's is a 6 and yours is a 5. Mm-hmm. There are things that can happen that mean those tokens get moved around to other people. So you will not necessarily always be the lowest, but for now you are the lowest. So you are, within theory, the most safe. We'll see how that pans out.
In theory. Definitely emphasis on the in theory there.
Theoretically safe.
Yes.
Yeah. So before we get going, the first thing we need to do is draw an opening hand of cards for each player. So near your stamina board, you've got 2 decks of cards. The one you want to draw cards from is the one with the little yellow stripe across the middle. That's your attack deck. So if you can draw 5 cards from that deck, that'll be your opening hand of cards. What me and Alex will do, because this is a cooperative game, when we draw our cards, we'll just make sure that they stay face up on the table so we can all have a look at the cards in each other's hands. There's no reason to hide information in the game at all.
Fantastic. I am just passing over control of the rainbow puke button, and we'll see if that works.
That's like a great button.
Yeah, I mean it is. It's great. Like there's the video system we're using to do this is very cool, but it has a problem that if there's any problem with the internet connection, it begins to do rainbow puke, which is effectively makes it look like, that's what it's called in the software FAQ. It looks like you're being kind of
nice
in a little. Yeah, I think it's actually way more beautiful than that, but it is quite distracting.
So anyway. A troubleshooting diagnostic is rainbow puke.
Yeah,
I think just reference that. We'll know what you mean.
You can't really win with this. It's like you either use this and you have bizarre glitching every now and then, or you use Skype and it literally just crashes all your programs constantly. So there's not really that many.
And you all sound like Microsoft Sam, which is, I'm sure, intentional.
That's absolutely keeping it on brand, right?
For the brand.
So I'm going to take 5 cards from the left deck or the right deck.
The left deck, the one with the yellow bar across the back. And just what me and Alex have done is we've just placed those on the table sort of face up because it's a cooperative game, so there's no need to hide this information.
Okay.
And what those are your attack cards. So this deck of attacks is what's going to mainly control how your hunter fights and moves around. However, though, without getting into too much detail on those, the first thing we need to do is look at the monster, because it's actually the monster that goes first, because they're going to be controlling the sort of the pace of the engagement. And we very much have to sort of react to them. One of the ways we demonstrate that is by the monster going first. And the monster's also going to dictate how many hunter turns are going to get to after it goes as well. So it very much is centered around sort of the monster and us reacting to them. So what we'll do is we'll draw from the monster behavior deck, from the Guaranteed behavior deck. I'm going to put that onto the game board. And I'll bring that down towards near your stamina board so we can have a good look at that. So as Alex mentioned, on the back of the card, we already have some symbols. We have that red sort of cross symbol. That was what told us it's going to attack the closest hunter. So we know it's probably going to go for me. Probably. Flip the card over. And if you want to double click on that, we can have a good look at it. So this is an example of a monster's behavior card. You read these from left to right. And then you literally execute the token, the symbol as you go through it. So that first symbol is the same as it was on the back. It's telling us it's going to target the closest hunter. So it's mainly focused on me. It's talking about the monster's attention. So the first thing it's going to do is it's going to move 3 nodes towards me, because you've got that D-pad symbol, which is a movement symbol. It intentionally looks like a sort of video game controller D-pad. If the 3 was at the bottom, it'd be moving away from me, but because it's at the top, it's going to move towards.
I see.
So because a monster, especially one of this size, can't stand on the same node as a hunter, there's no space for both of us. What's going to happen is when he pushes me off my node, I'm going to move to another node sort of adjacent, because I'm just leaping out the path so I don't get crushed. So he's going to walk towards me, and I'm going to have to step backwards. And he'll take a massive move towards us like that. Now, he's going to keep moving until he's done his 3 moves. He doesn't just move until he catches up with me. He's going to keep going. So he's going to move again and push me sort of into the corner.
This isn't looking ideal.
Keep chasing me. No, it's not a great start, I'll be honest. And then he's going to kind of go into the corner again. Now, normally when you dive out the way like that, you have to stay in front of the monster, but there's nowhere to go in front of him because he's going to push me off the board otherwise. So I just roll out of the way to sort of any of the adjacent nodes. And he keeps chasing me and he keeps looking towards me. Okay, now that we've got that wonderful, intimidating move out of the way, I'm properly terrified at this point because this guy is huge.
It's all right. He's just plastic. It's not real.
It's digital plastic as well. It's not even real plastic. It's not even harming the environment.
Yeah, exactly. It's fictional and also false. everything about it. It's great. Don't worry.
Jamie is part robot. Jamie is part robot though, so I can get that he has to be partially scared of digital nightmares.
Absolutely. Digital plastic, very scary for me. So once we've finished that movement symbol, we're then going to go on to the attack symbol. There's quite a few little bits to this, so I'll break it down. So it's that sort of yellow star that's next. The big 8 in the middle is, as you imagine, the amount of damage it's going to cause. Now, each of the hunters has 8 health. That's going to cause 8 damage. That's going to do a lot of damage to us. The bullseye target symbol in the top right-hand corner just means it's only going to attack its target this turn, so it's only going to hit me. Sometimes monster attacks can hit in sort of a wide sweeping arc. This is just going to hit me. It has a range of 2, so it just means if I was further than 2 nodes away, it wouldn't be able to hit me. And the bottom left, where there's that sort of diamond squiggly line, is the dodge symbol. That's how difficult the attack is to dodge. And the stars are, if it does hit me and damage me, it's going to stun me, which is going to be a bit of a problem. So I now have to work out how I'm going to deal with that attack. There's 2 ways to try and avoid damage in Monster Hunter. One is, I say avoid damage, one of them is just to take the hit and stand there and just try and take it. You do have some armor to try and reduce the damage. So taking a look at your hunter, for your dual blades hunter, you've got some armor cards under your stamina board, like Anja Mail. You've got, I think, a Kadachi helm, and you've got Rathos Greaves. Each of those has a little armor symbol on it, which is the kind of the beige shield symbol. You add those numbers together, and that's your armor, basically. So for me, I have 4 points of armor, everything together. So if I took that damage, I'd just take 4. I'd take 4 damage, so it wouldn't knock me out in 1. So that might be a useful thing to do. If I wanted to dodge it, this is where your attack cards come in, because you use your attack cards both for offense and defense. If taking your cards as an example, if you were to dodge an attack, you're looking for that diamond symbol in the top right-hand corner when you've got the agility of your cards. Now, because it's dodge 4, you would need to play 4 agility worth of cards onto your stamina board to avoid it. So you could play a 3, you could play a 2, you could play a 1, any combination that gets you up to 4. And you'd be playing those onto your stamina board, and because you're using stamina slots, that's literally using stamina. So once your whole stamina board is full of cards, you can't play any more cards. So right now it's easy for us because the stamina boards are clear, we're all on full stamina, but later on, when he's hit us a few times and we've started dodging attacks and making attacks, that's going to become more of a problem for us because we won't have as much stamina spaces to spend on things like dodging and attacking. But just for me, to keep things nice and simple, I'm just going to take the damage. So I'm going to go down from 8 health to 4, straight off the bat. And because it stunned me, I have to take one of the cards from my hand and place it face down on my stamina board. So it's going to burn some stamina straight away from me. So
I see, of course. This is the big yellow bar.
That's my stamina board.
I didn't clock
This is
that.
the big yellow
Correct.
bar.
It's the big yellow bar, as it's called. So
Yeah.
so just eat a piece
Absolutely.
of meat. That's my 10.
I'm impressed. You truly have played Monster
Top
Hunter. You know how it
10
works.
tips. Why not try eat the meat? These days, it'll just take your honey and make a potion for you, like you haven't been born.
Yeah, no, they do. You just
Kids.
buy the potion from the shop, get someone else to go and fetch you the honey. You don't even have to pick it
I
up
was
yourself.
playing a new
Don't even
one.
have to. Don't even have to take pickaxes with you anymore.
No, I was playing a new
Ridiculous.
one. It tells you that there's a box full of stuff you can take for free and use, rather than just expecting you to work that out for yourself after hundreds of hours.
Don't poke it more.
It's pretty crazy, like the amount of onboarding that they have put into that franchise over the last few years versus back when it was like they didn't even tell you what the key quest was to be able to actually progress the monsters you could fight. There was like, oh, you only have to do these 4 quests to proceed. We're not going to tell you which 4 they are. You're going to have to Google that or just do them all until you find out.
I played it on the PSP. I think it was Monster Hunter 2, and it was just like, I didn't even know there were big monsters in it. I was running around like tiny dinosaurs, and I was like, this is a bit rubbish. Anyway, right.
Okay, so the last thing we need to know about Nurg's turn is we go back to his behaviour card one more time, because I mentioned earlier he's going to dictate how many of us get to go. Now, this was a particularly quick attack, so it's not going to allow many hunter turns. The symbols you're looking for on his behaviour card is the blue circle on the right-hand side. That says one player is going to get to take a turn, and whoever gets to go can play up to 3 attacks. Now, slower behaviours that Nurg does later might allow for 2 or 3 hunters to go. This is quite a quick one, it's only going to allow one of us. And there is no defined player order. We don't go around clockwise taking turns. It's literally we can determine who's the best person to take a go at any given time until everyone has had a go. So over to us, who do we think is best positioned to take a turn? Given that you're quite far away, Alex, it's probably me on that, I suspect.
Yeah.
Now
I do have a bow, so range isn't as much of an issue, but no, I'm willing to agree that it's probably not me.
So what I'll do, because you've not played before, unless you want us to guide you through a turn, I can take an example turn just to sort of show what happens.
Go through. You start off and I'll watch you.
No problem. So yeah, if you want to bring your camera around to have a look at my stamina board over here, where my blue hand is sort of circling around. Cool. So because it stunned me earlier, I've actually had to take one of the cards from my hand and put it on the stamina board already. So I've only got 4 cards in my hand instead of the normal 5 that I'd have. And I can only play 3 of these. Luckily, I'm stood right in front of him, so attacking him shouldn't be a huge problem. So the first thing I'm going to do is play this Blazing Slam. Now, Hunter attack cards played are kind of like monster behaviors in the sense that you read the symbols on them from left to right. So I play this onto my stamina board. And first thing I need to note is the bottom left-hand corner is that sort of little crosshairs targeting symbol. That's a 1. That's a range of 1. So I'm already know I'm in range to hit him. I'm stood right in front of him. The sort of the burst or flame symbol in the middle that also has a 1 in it is the number of damage cards I get to play for this attack. So that's not the amount of damage Nurg takes. That's the amount of damage cards I get to play. So I draw from my damage deck at the top here. And the reason we have a separate damage deck is for 2 things. One is because we like to represent the amount of damage a weapon can cause very differently. So my greatsword has a lot of 4s, some 3s and 4s in it, whereas say your dual blades and the bow hunter will have more 1s and 2s, because you'll probably draw a lot more cards for making sort of quick, nippy, slashy attacks, whereas I'm sort of going for these big haymakers with my greatsword. In addition to that, when my damage deck runs out, that's my weapon being blunt, so I have to stop and sharpen my weapon to refill that damage deck. So I've caused 2 damage with the attack. So that's going to I've hit him in the head as well. So going back to the monster's physiology card that Alex started talking about before, the really big sort of square one where the monster's stuff is. I'm going to be hitting him in the head. And if you bring that physiology card up, you hit different body parts of the monster based on what arc you're in. So I don't know if you noticed on Nurg, but he's got a sort of a cross section on his base. Now the head is at the top in the middle of the card, and it's got that little sort of skull symbol. And there's a grid next to it, which shows like a sort of a grey faded out part of that grid. And that means I can only attack the head if I'm in front of him, which is where I am. The next bit is it's got armor for that body part, so it's got armor 2 there. So one of the reasons you might want to move around a monster to hit in different places, they might be weak in certain places. So Nurg has armor 2 on his head, and he has armor 2 on his claws, but he's not got armor 3 on his tail, and he's got armor 3 on his wings. So I might want to try to move around to the less armored places. So I've hit him in the head. I've done 2 damage, which reduces my damage from 2. You always do a minimum of 1, so I've caused 1 damage to him after all that. The next symbol on my...
It's right, Jamie. I'll jump in and go through the next bit because I'm primed and ready with the tokens.
Not a problem.
There was also like a fire symbol on there. So this links back to the thing that I was saying earlier about the card not being up to date. That is fire elemental damage. And how that is done is you will take a token and place it on there. Once the amount of tokens matches the amount of stars on the bar up here, that means you've met his resistance level, so you will trigger doing that damage type. And then there is a deck, if you want to move down a little bit past my cards, it's kind of just in front of yours. There is a little deck that has all the elemental symbols on it. That's the elemental damage deck. So once there are enough tokens on there, you draw one of those cards, and that's just bonus damage that you get on top of it.
Gotcha.
Obviously, if the monster is immune to that type of damage, you don't put any tokens on it because it can't suffer damage from that type.
Gotcha.
There is one final thing that we need to do because this is Nergigante. Do you remember the spines that I was talking about earlier?
Yes, these things.
So within the video game, those spines don't start growing on a body part until you deal damage to it. So as you get better at the fight, you kind of figure out like, well, if I just hit him in the head and legs and I keep those two things under control and never hit him anywhere else, they won't grow anywhere else. I can keep it under control. So Jamie has just dealt damage to his head, so the spikes start growing on his head. There is a way that we can break those off. We'll cover that once we see the icon that shows we can break them off, but they will start growing now. There are also some cards in his behavior deck that automatically just place a token on every body part. So it's not just attached to us hitting them, that he does also just natively grow them anyway.
It's just that age, isn't it? It happens.
Just cheats.
Covered in
just
spikes. You know? And, don't think it's cool to go and hang out with dad, and you know, it's just we'll smash the spikes
just so edgy,
and it'll go back to normal.
Just so edgy. Just wants to be spiky.
Right. What's the problem? Okay, fab. So are you going to do?
Right. So Jamie's got some more cards he can play because the behavior was 1 player and 3 cards, and he's only played 1. So Jamie's got some. He can do some more punching.
Okay, so next I'm going to play a tackle. So this has a movement symbol, kind of like the one that was on the Monster's Behavior card. It means I get a bonus point of movement before I do anything else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shift around to the side of Nerg. Now this is where the collision detection of Nerg is going to come into play here, because normally I'm trying to place him down to the side. Tabletopia decides it wants me to be on top of the wing. So what I'm going to have to do is just slide Nerg out of the way there. Thank you, Alex. And then we have to put Nerg back. Definitely not a part of the actual board game. We haven't figured out anti-gravity for miniatures yet.
Well, that will be a problem for people who play in the game if they refuse to place the miniature on the table, anything other than if they only want to
they just stand there hovering
and they refuse to slide things underneath. Then yeah, it's
will be a bit of a problem. So that's also going to allow me to draw 1 more damage card. So this time we get a 3. I've hit him in the claws this time. Still armor 2 there, so I'll still only cause 1. So it's not one of my really big attacks. So we've chipped him down a little bit. 85 to 83 health.
Only 83 to go.
So kind of what Alex was saying before, we also pick up another spike token because his claws have been damaged, and we drop a spike token onto his claws.
Oh, dear.
Cool.
Oh, dear. So
okay. Now there's also a stun token as part of that attack. However, Nergigante is immune to being stunned, so I don't place that stun token on him. Okay. The other things I can do with my turn is you can move a node at any point during your turn without spending anything. This is just called walking. So I'm just going to take a walk backwards because I know that Nerg's next attack is going to target the closest hunter, and I'm going to try and get a little bit further away.
Fair.
Okay, so well, honestly, I think no, we'll probably leave it at that point. I'm going to try and drag him across the table towards Alex, I think. So I'm going to end my turn there because I could play more cards, but I still think Nerg's going to have to go for me next, and I want to try and keep some space on my standard board to try and defend the attack.
I see.
So, ending your turn, because I might have the cards in my hand to dodge the attack, but if I haven't got the stamina space to use them, I can't dodge. So ending your turn, you draw a time card, because just as in the video game, we're timed on the quest. So one of the failure states we can have is if we run out of time cards, we just lose. Mm-hmm. In addition to that, they help you sort of at ending your turn. So I've drawn a time card, flipping it over, and it'll basically tell me how to clear up my stamina board and end my turn. Sometimes you get special effects on them, like in the discard pile, because we discarded some before the game started. There's a one on the top there called Threat Shift, which has a sort of a special ability at the bottom. But the one I've drawn is Keep Hunting. That's just a pretty standard time card. So what that does causes me to flip over my Hunter token to show that I've taken my turn. I discard the rightmost card from my stamina board as my stamina starts to recover slowly. I can discard any cards from my hand that I don't want, so I'll get rid of one of those. And then I draw back up to my hand size of 5. And that ends my turn. Okay, now because Nergigante only gave 1 hunter turn, it's back to the monster again. Alex, would you mind drawing another bear?
I'll put it the same place as the last one, though the orientation is... There we go. I think I've spun it around correctly.
So again,
so this one, that one is obviously a lot of similar iconography to the ones you've already seen, but there's 2 icons on there that you haven't yet. The one in the top left means that was a behavior that was added due to the result of the gathering phase that we didn't do. So we just randomly put one in, and this happens to be the one that would have been in there. But there are 3 cards which get added to the usual 10, and that is basically as a result of your going through your choose your own adventure stuff. So those 3 cards will have that icon. And the icon in the top right-hand corner is the one that means that he gets spikes put onto all of his body parts. So because Jamie decided to hit 2 different places rather than the same place twice, he's now got 6 spike tokens on him. So he's going to be doing a dive bomb next, unless we can do something about that. So that's good.
Having multiple ones, I thought it was like 1 in each, and then that's it. You've got your 4 spikes, but no. Nope,
they stack up.
Okay.
So, but first we need to do this behavior, and then 2 of us are going to get to play 3 cards. So we're going to get to do something about it, hopefully. So target's the closest, and he's going to move 2 towards the closest, which is still Jamie, but fortunately he didn't get too greedy. What would usually happen is Nergigante would be spinning around to face Jamie at every point, but thanks to the wonders that is Tabletopia, Jamie's going to do it. I break Tabletopia whenever I try and flip things around, and then accidentally press the F button, which just throws everything up in the air. Then table flips everything.
So he's moved 2 nodes, I believe, with the attack. So he's going to push me off the node that I'm in. So I'm going to just move away this way to try and drag him a little bit towards the edge of the board, because this is going to be quite a big sweeping attack. So if we're not careful, it's going to hit more than one of us. Okay.
And then
So when he's finished his movement,
and then we go into the attack itself. So most of the symbols on there, I think, are the same, like similar symbols to what we saw last time. So it's 7 damage rather than 8. It's range 2, slightly higher dodge, dodge 5, which is not great news for a greatsword. But now you can see that it has the arc lit up rather than being a bullseye. So this will hit range 2 in his front, left, and right arc, as well as stunning at range 2. I believe that still only hits. It does still only hit Jamie, just.
So that was the reason why I pulled him off to the side rather than going straight back towards Alex. Because if I pulled him straight back towards Alex, he'd be angled in such a way that he'd actually hit you as well, Matt.
I see, and now I'm getting it like with the node thing, because originally I was like diagonal movement, but now that makes a lot more sense because it's quite obviously just there, and there as a kind of 3-pronged attack.
So what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to defend that attack again by taking it on my armor, but I've drawn a card this time that's going to help me out a little bit called Greatsword Block. So the Greatsword isn't as good at absorbing damage as, say, the Sword and Shield Hunter, but I do have a couple of tricks up my sleeve, and one of them is this Greatsword Block, where I can discard it when I've been attacked to just gain a bonus 3 armor just specifically for that attack. So I'm just sort of standing my ground behind my Greatsword and trying to take some punishment. So I'm going to discard that from my hand straight away. It temporarily boosts my armor up to 7, which is the amount of damage caused by attack, and I'm actually going to be okay this time. I'm not going to take any extra damage.
But you do get stunned.
I'm going to get stunned by the attack, though, again, so I have to keep playing cards onto my stamina board, which is a bit of a pain. So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this tackle card and put that first down. Okay.
And now that's over to us.
Yeah, I didn't see how many player turns that was.
So it's 2 and 3 cards each. So Matt, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
I'll have a little go.
That is
see what I'm going to do. See what I'm going to do, because I feel like while I've got its tail and its back to me, it might be an idea to sneak in and do some stabbings. So, so it could be an idea for me to push forwards with this, just because that would like put some more of the fire tokens on.
Yes, so that would hit his threshold for the fire damage. So that would trigger the fire damage as well as any other damage that you do.
So by playing this, basically, I would draw 2 cards as well.
Yes, so you'd get two of like from your damage deck, and then the token would go on. And because that is the second token, which meets his resistance, you would also get to draw a card from the fancy elemental damage deck.
Right, but first of all, I've got to move because I'm not. Am I within range?
You are currently not within range, but you only need to move 1 node. Assuming you want to hit him in the bum, you only need to move 1 node. So you can just walk there and that won't cost you any stamina. So
okay, so 1 movement is fine. Okay, grand.
Yep, that one's free. So you always get 1 movement for free every turn.
Grand. All right, well, in that case, I'm going to walk forward and then go for a let's see if there's anything else. Yeah, I'm going to do that. That sounds good. Let's start off with a Blazing Fold Slash.
Sweet. So if you draw your 2 cards from your damage deck.
Mm-hmm. So it's a 2.
So a 2 and a 2. And then we've got the fire token goes on. So if you want to draw one from this deck as well, and a 4, so 8 damage altogether. So he has 3 armor as standard on his tail, but because he has a spike token on there, due to his special rule, spike tokens mean his armor goes up by 1. So that's to try and represent that as they are going black, you will start to bounce off them. So you've still done 4 damage, which is more than Jamie. So,
but it's an issue. It's an issue. It's, you know,
so he's down to 79.
I did put that first elemental damage token on there. It's like a jar that I loosened. I loosened it for you, so I helped.
I mean, also, yeah,
Right,
it's a
Ralph, I'm helping Wiggum.
It's a cooperative thing, you know. It's like
exactly.
You know, when I play with the hammer in this, I will be constantly
bonks.
Like you're not doing anything for ages. You're just running around waiting, and then even then,
just running around waiting for his head.
And then you'll be like hitting it, and it'll be bouncing off, and nothing's happening. But then at some point, you crack the walnut, and everything's happy days.
At some point, you crack a walnut. So you've still got 2 cards to play, assuming you want to play 2 more. Like you never have to like keep playing cards, like if at any point you want to stop. But I will at this point out, though it doesn't really do a huge amount in the situation we're currently in. If you look at your Blade Dance card, you will notice that there's an icon that you haven't seen yet on that in the bottom in the center. So that is a break icon. What that means is this card would apply break damage to the body part that you hit. So in a regular hunt that isn't against Nergigante, what that does is that will start to add to a pile of tokens, which again, using the physiology card, you will put a number of tokens on. And once you've met that number of tokens, you will break that body part. Some have special rules attached to them. So for instance, on Nergigante, when you break his tail, any behaviors he has that come from his tail have -1 range because you've cut the end of his tail off. So the attacks have a shorter range.
Yeah, makes sense.
But with Nergigante, those tokens also remove spike tokens.
Right.
So they do 2 things. However, because of the way the order of operations in which this works, if you want that to work and mean he doesn't do the dive bomb, you would need to move around to one of the spots that currently has 2 tokens on it. Because otherwise you would break off those spikes, you've dealt damage, more spikes would go on.
Yes.
So you're ideally breaking things that have a stack rather than ones that only have 1.
And I mean, that's
but I shall leave that decision with you.
Yeah, well, that's pretty doable because I'm looking at this board and he's got 2 on his claws, and actually this blade dance, it does less damage to do this, but if I play this and use the ability on the bottom of it, then it means I can move a node and then draw damage cards, draw fewer of them, but at least I'm getting that break.
Yes.
So I'll step over onto the wing of the dragon, obviously.
I'm just going to leave you there.
Yeah.
I think you can stay there if you can hold. He's gone.
Fine. I'll just, there we are.
So we'll get Nerg.
Oh, I was going to pretend I was like...
Killjoy.
Yeah. Physics matter.
Jamie Killjoy.
Right? It's realism. Realism is terribly important in the world of Monster Hunter. You can't just cook meat instantly. It takes 6 seconds. All right. Oh, Alex has disappeared for now.
Yes, it's fine. We'll carry on without him.
It's fine. It's fine.
he'll come back.
He'll turn up. He'll turn up. So I am going to do that. Draw a single damage card.
Yes.
And that does 3 damage, which is.
And were you hitting the claws? Were you?
Yes.
Okay, so the armor on the claws right now is 4, but you always do a minimum of at least 1 damage. So you've done 1 damage down to 75, but more importantly, down to 78 rather.
One of these comes off.
More importantly, you've taken a spike token off. So he's only got 5 now. Now Alex said at the start of the game that he has to have 6 spike tokens on him to trigger his dive. The moment he's got 5, so that's in a good place for us. Okay, we also need to add a break token to that part as well. That's what these sort of silver crosses are. So when you get to a certain amount of break tokens on a limb, you've broken that body part. So for Nerg's claws, he would need to have 6 break tokens there because he's got quite resilient body parts.
And that's the point where they start to have the disadvantages based on buffs and stuffs.
Absolutely. So it has an in-game effect for a lot of different body parts, but on top of that, they also get you sort of free break rewards for resources as part of the wider campaign of the game. It's not going to matter for us this evening, but when people are building weapons from Nergigante, it's important to break certain body parts to get those extra pieces.
I've seen probably one of your colleagues in the chat talking about the structure of it, of having like each campaign being kind of 4 hunts in a row, and then a 5th one if you're playing with the elders.
Yeah, absolutely.
And how does the mechanic work
so,
with this? This is looking like as you go along. Is this that you can't use the abilities on the armor if you're past it on the track?
No, it's just that's mainly so the positioning of the things on the stamina board mainly is just to keep your play area nice and tidy. It doesn't matter too much in terms of your attacks.
Right, gotcha.
The positioning of the cards across the stamina bar in the middle, that's important for positioning. But the rest of it is just to make sure you've got somewhere to put your cards so it's all nice and tidy.
Nice, easy. Done. Well, okay. I am going to be cocky because we're playing like this tomorrow and go for a rapid spin, which is not really going to be very effective at this point, but another 2 damage. Rubbish.
Every little bit of damage is helpful. So it's going to do another 1 point of damage because his armor is pretty high at this point.
So we've got him down from 85 to 77.
So chances are we're probably not going to be able to finish the hunt this evening.
We might not.
No, this is an outside chance of that. So we'll at least can get through a few turns before time's up. So did you do your walk earlier on during your turn? Your free node ability?
I have. I've done my free walk. So I'm playing it a bit like I play the video game here of being fairly reckless and probably going to get absolutely whopped now.
That's entirely fine because you can play into that with the hand of cards you've got because in your hand you have these 2 feint cards that don't have stamina bars on them, and because they don't have stamina bars on them, they don't cost you stamina, and they also don't count towards your number of attacks. You can still play a feint card if you like. And that's gonna be super helpful for you because you can clear 2 cards off your stamina board right now. Very helpful for you as a sort of a very high dodge character.
Yeah, I think so. Although aren't I going to need cards to then dodge? So
you will, but as soon as you end your turn, you're going to refill your hand of cards.
Oh, great stuff. All right, well, I'm going to play that as well then and get rid of that and then get 5 cards.
Sorry if I've just ruined your overlay. My internet just momentarily died. Hopefully everything's still in the right order.
You disappeared, and behind the window there was only more Monster Hunter World.
So as you end your turn, you draw a time card. So I'll sort that for you as well. So we have drawn one of the special time cards this time, which is Tactical Shift. So the usual things that happen at the end of your turn: flip your hunter token face down. That's this one with the number 5 on it. So I'll just flip that face down for you. Whoops.
Grand.
As well. That shows that you've taken a turn. You can discard 1 card from right slightly stamina board. So you wouldn't have actually had to play that second feint card, but it's fine. You haven't lost anything for doing that, but you would naturally clear a point of stamina anyway. You can clear any cards behind you don't want, and then you've obviously drawn your hand size back up to 5. So you're in a really good position now because you've done a lot of attacks. You've put some damage onto the monster. You've taken 1 spike tokens off, and you've still got You've still got.
I think I'm going to use my free move to step back to where I was as well, because this time card gives us all, up to 2 hunters may move up to 1 node each. So actually, maybe not, and maybe somebody else wants to move.
So Alex is going to take a turn next. So Alex, is that movement going to be useful for you to get closer, or should I move away with it?
I think so. We don't have dive bomb coming in now, thanks to Matt's amazing skill, true finesse, saving our bacon. I don't think I need to move. I've got because I'm probably going to be starting with a charge sidestep anyway.
Yeah.
So I think I'm good. If you can use it, take it.
I'm pretty wounded, so I'm going to move into this bush over here. What this does is it's going to hide me from the monster a little bit. If I'm still the closest target and he's going for the closest hunter, he'll still go towards me. But what this is it lowers my threat by 4, so it means I'm less threatening than the rest of you because it's a bit more difficult to see me. Okay, so and then we go over to Alex's turn, I believe.
Yep. So I'm just going to light him up with some ultra fresh damage, and that's pretty much all I'm planning on doing. I've got no break tokens on breaks on any of my cards, so I'm just going to try and lay in some damage.
Smash.
So I'm going to open up with a charge sidestep, which means that I get increased damage on the next card I play, and then I'm going to go for an arc shot, which is range 2 and ignores his armor.
Nice.
So I need to charge step to here to get in range. So I'll take that move from my charge sidestep. Then I'll do the arc shot. So this will be 2 damage cards, but I get to completely ignore his armor. I'm shooting him in his arm, though I guess the location doesn't matter because there's
tokens everywhere.
So that'd be 4 damage.
Down to 73.
And I may as well do another arc shot, which will only be 1 card, but there's no reason not to. Which will be another 3 damage.
Nice, down to 70. So we're chipping away at him now.
I will use my feint card to clear off those two. I will use my... Is he going for closest or furthest next?
He's going to go for closest. At the moment, he's going for Matt.
Are we
Matt
okay with that?
Well, Matt does have a full hand of cards, and he's got a lot of dodge there, so I think he's probably going to be fine.
He's big and brave. I believe in him.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk away, as is tradition, and then I'm going to end my turn there. So I will go ahead and scoop one of those time card things. It's just to keep hunting, so no dangerous stuff going on there. I'll remove that one. I'm going to get rid of that shot card and then draw back up to 5. That is my turn.
Because all of our hunter tokens are face down, they all now get turned face back up again. So any of us can take a turn, because all of us have had at least one go. So I'll flip Alex's back face up. And the same for you, Matt, as well. So even though it was me that went first last time, now that all of our hunter tokens are back face up again, any of us can go first. It's kind of any player turn order that you like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can always pick a turn with anybody that's got a face up hunter token.
Lovely.
So we'll draw another behavior card for Nergigante. We know he's going to be going for you, Matt. So hopefully it's not going
Before you do
for you.
Before you do that, Jamie, how are we on time, Matt? I've lost track of time.
I was going to say, in true Monster Hunter fashion, we've lost track of time. We've been fighting for about 45 minutes, and the best thing we've managed to do is avoid an attack that would have killed us. But we've got him down a bit, but it's a big boss monster.
Do you want to see what the attack that you made us avoid would have been?
Sure.
Let's see what the scary one was.
Oh yeah, the bomb.
So it's just this little one, just this one here. Just the little moves 4 out to the furthest one, dodge of 6 with 11 damage, range 2 at the front and back. Just a baby attack.
That's enough to murder us.
Saved us.
About another 4 or 5 points, isn't it?
It's pretty nasty. So nice to get that bit broken off.
Yeah, lovely. Well, that is Monster Hunter World, the board game. Have you got anything else you gents would like to say while we wrap this up?
So we're live on Kickstarter right now. So make sure you go over to Kickstarter and back the game if you're interested in playing Monster Hunter World, and help us bring this game to life.
Okay. Welcome and good morning, and I hope everybody is doing okay and all right. Today, I'm excited that we are going to be doing a murder. Now, don't worry.
No.
Because it's
we're not going to be doing the murder. This is really important. You keep mixing this up. We're not murdering.
What?
In this one. No, we're not doing the murdering. We're solving the murders.
Okay, right.
All right, let's
So I'm gonna.
What else can we do?
I'm gonna check that you folks are coming through on audio. Looks like you are, but maybe you're just a little quiet at the moment.
Is that your end little quiet or?
Yeah, it's a my end little quiet, but I can fix that. I tweak some stuff to make things a little better, but obviously that is a disastrous idea.
So what are we going to do if we're not going to murder somebody?
Well, so we are going to try and build a case that proves who murdered the 3 victims at the Oakdale Club. So we actually are part of the investigation team, and there have been 3 murders at the Oakdale Club, very conveniently, all like in the span of the same morning, which is a little weird. But
is it? Do we know that it's all one person, or is it like several different murders in one go?
There were 3 separate murders, and they all happened at different times. And Matt, go ahead and crack those and just give them a really rough shuffle. Do you know what corgi shuffling is?
Corgi shuffling.
It's where you put all the cards face down and then you just like do the thing where you...
Yeah, well this is it.
Yeah.
Like, I think there was some enjoyable stuff in this because I was going to get it pre-set up, but then actually I realised that the fact that these look like little leather pants is quite entertaining before you flip them over to reveal that they are in fact boards that you hide things behind. Usually you'd be sitting and having a little fold-up board in front of you, but for today we're going to have it flat on the table so that everybody can see what's going on and we're going to all play along together effectively.
Yes.
But then also the fact that the setting up the game is effectively just smooshing cards everywhere. I thought, well, I'm gonna do that on stream because it's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
I should also point out that we're going to be playing today some Murder at the Oakdale Club, but there is another game in this series which is sabotage at Lucky Llama Land, which I just think is a wonderful escalation, really. It's just thinking, okay, right, it's kicking off. Down at Llama Land. So, I'm going to have a look.
Wow.
I've just got there, like, Tuesday, there were no murders. Wednesday, there were no murders. Thursday, there were 3 murders.
On Thursday, someone died.
Yeah. The Oakdale Club had to like erase it's been 4 days since the last murder. It's uncomfortable. But
if that's the system you're running, you do want to have them all on the one day so that you can start counting back up as quickly as possible, right? So
exactly.
I think they did well there.
All right. Okay. So now I'm going to get to shuffle them up corgi style, which is going to be.
Oh, you want them the other way. So you want the like side that has the colored squares to be face up.
I could do that as well.
So just flip all of those.
Yep,
and then just continue. You were really excited.
Yeah.
Okay, so while Matt's corgi shuffling as well as he can, I'll explain the steps. So basically what's happening is the Oakdale Club is a prestigious golf resort club thing. I'm not rich enough to go to those, so obviously I don't know what to call those. But they're hosting a movie awards. And they also they're hosting a movie awards. It's the day before the movie awards, and dun dun dun, 3 people have ended up dead. But the good news is that the suspects have been apprehended. So there have been 3 arrests. So we have 3 people that have been arrested. And actually, I'm going to grab my copy so I get the names of the people right. But 3 people have been arrested. And in addition to the suspects, we have commandeered the 3 getaway vehicles, which were golf carts, of course. And then we also have some evidence in regards to the murder victims were all conveniently wearing watches that were all conveniently smashed/destroyed exactly at the time of death. It's very convenient. We also have some DNA evidence of all of the suspects. We also have the murder weapons, but we don't know who killed where, at what time, with what murder weapon, and how they got away. So what we're going to be doing is all of the crazy jumble of cards that Matt has successfully corgi shuffled represents all of the different pieces of evidence we have. So this is like forensic data, eyewitness statements, just different kinds of stuff. And we're, as the investigative team, we're going to be trying to collect and sort through this evidence to try and figure out and build a case and prove without a shadow of a doubt who did which murder with which weapon at which crime scene, and then how they were attempting to get away. So the booklet that looks like leather pants, which is normally a player shield, has on it the mugshots conveniently of our 3 suspects, but then at the bottom it has this handy dandy chart, and we're going to use this to track what knowledge we have. So Ava, you might just need to use pen and paper, because Matt and I have our own copies, so we can track. But these boards, which normally...
I know, I'm so bad at tracking.
So these boards that normally sit like this when you fold them up, they actually are dry erase. So and the game comes with dry erase markers. And then we need to pick a color, because this game is a puzzle game, but it's a replayable puzzle game. And not only is it replayable, it comes with 9 different puzzles. And so the 9 different puzzles, you track which one you're doing by the color key. So there are 9 wooden keys in the game, and we have to pick one of them. And that is the color puzzle we are going to play today. So I don't know.
I mean, honestly,
Matt,
I was incredibly fixated on just having a lovely time doing the corgi shuffle, which is my new favourite dance. Shall I just pick a colour key from my hand then?
Yeah, let's go with that.
People are getting into the component noises this morning. This is the fun thing. You can do the demoing, but it's the sound, it's the feel. All right. It is the yellow key.
The yellow key. Okay. I will put the yellow key in front of me so I remember it's the yellow key. So on the back of every card, on every piece of evidence, there's a whole bunch of colored squares you'll see. For the purposes of this puzzle, this game that we're going to play, only the cards that have the yellow square on the back are relevant to our case. So if we pick up a card and try to use it that doesn't have the yellow on it, it's just going to mess us up. It's going to confuse everyone. So we want to make sure when we're grabbing cards that we only grab ones. Well, Matt, you only grab ones that have the yellow on the back. And the good news is the yellow square will always be in that same location, which is like the middle left
Gotcha.
on the cards. In addition, normally this game is competitive, but there's a solo variant, and we're basically playing. Well, Matt's playing the solo variant, and we're all helping Matt. So we're all going to help Matt, who hopefully has gotten some sleep. I see the chat very much debating.
I feel pretty great today, to be honest. Yesterday was pretty hard. If I'm going to be honest, it was pretty tough. But I started feeling really good at about 1 a.m. and found it quite hard to get to sleep because I was like, I feel good now. I think it was just, I think only I could find myself sunburning my legs at a 3-day digital board game convention. But yeah.
Matt, this bit of my arm.
What was going on?
Red.
What was going on yesterday with the... I swear the clouds weren't doing anything yesterday. I was only out there for a little while, and then I got proper, almost heat stroke, which was not ideal when they're technically trying to fix a live stream.
Wow.
Anyway...
For
today
April
I feel
in the
great.
UK, yeah, that's crazy.
I know.
Okay, cool. So the back of the cards, in addition to having the color case that the card pertains to, we have some other information. So the number in the upper right represents the amount of resources the department needs for us to get that evidence or use that evidence. And in the competitive version of this game, you want to build the case and solve the murders, but you also want to do it the most efficiently. So normally in the competitive version, you want the lowest score possible. So it's not a race. It's actually can you do it the most efficiently? In the solo game, in the rulebook, there's a handy chart. So at the end, when you have your score, you just compare it to the chart to see how good you are as a detective. So there's that. And then the other information on the top of the card just tells you what kind of information the card will give you. So for example, this one here that I have, you can see the eyeballs. This means that it's an eyewitness statement.
And I'm assuming this one with the eyeballs and the foliage means it's an eyewitness in a bush.
Basically, yes. An eyewitness outside, perhaps. I'm not actually sure why that one's in a bush and this one's in an office, but yeah, we'll figure it out.
Each to their own.
So... Yeah. So there's a bunch of different types of evidence, and I figure we'll look for different types of clues, and then I'll explain how the rules of it work as we go.
Okay.
So I would say let's just find a card that has a yellow square on the back and start trying to crack this case.
Grand.
Crack it.
Well, I can see one over here that's looking at me, which is this one here, which has got, I believe, some forensic evidence, a hair in a bag, and a 4 in the corner. So that one's going to give us some solid evidence because it uses a lot of resources. And it looks like we're going to learn something about a person and the murder weapon that person used. Right. All right. That seems like a useful thing to start a murder investigation with, as far as I'm concerned. So let's
flip it.
Let's flip it over and give it a crack. All right.
All right, and you might want to put it a little closer to the camera just to start. So this is a bit of DNA evidence. So in the booklet that you have, we have some bits of the DNA sequence of each of the suspects. And this is going to be a lot of camera trickery for you, Matt, maybe. But what you're going to probably need to do is hold up the in the booklet on the page, the sequences. We have to find whose sequence that bit belongs to.
I'll tell you what, I've just had a complete brain fart. I'm just going to plug another camera and it'll take me 2 seconds, because then I can just look at things really close, right?
There we go.
Let's do it. 1 second.
That's what forensics is all about. Getting the camera so you can look real close.
Well, and it helps with this one because it's definitely like you have to, the pattern sequence, there's only one person that the pattern sequence will match exactly, but you definitely have to like spend a number of seconds looking at it. Yeah. So we'll kill time. So this is actually
there is going to be a murder.
Yeah.
The concepts.
So the key murder at the Oakdale Club is the second level of the key games. So these games are for ages 8 and up, 1 to 4 players, and you can play them competitively. They're meant to be played competitively, but you can play them cooperatively like we're doing. And the beginner or starter version one is the key sabotage at Lucky Llama Land. So in that one, it's a little less tricky. The puzzles are a little less involved. And you also, it's not murder, it's theme park sabotage, and no one got hurt, luckily, with the sabotaging. So that's the starter one if you want like a little bit of an easier puzzle, or if you're playing with younger players, that's a good starting one. Yeah. And if you're ready for a more involved, more complicated puzzles, the murder at Oakdale Club is the next level up. Nice. So, yeah, but that's they good. Both key games come with 9 different puzzles, and they're all replayable. So, yeah.
So even in the same puzzle again, you can play it again differently?
Yeah, well, because it's not necessarily did you get the solution, it's how you got the solution.
Yeah.
And honestly, we're playing the yellow key now. If we played the orange key and then the red key and then the blue key and then the black key, by the time we were like, oh, let's play the yellow again, we're not going to remember.
You're not going to remember the details of it. And even if you can, you're still rooting through big piles of things.
Exactly. You're not going to get the same pieces of evidence. You're not going to figure out the same stuff. And because if you're playing competitively, everybody's grabbing cards real time. There's no turns. So yeah, you'll be.
Oh wow, is that how that's working? You just Galaxy Tracker style, grab it from the middle.
Yes, yeah. So that's kind of the other thing. When we're playing competitively, it's just a free for all. So
yeah.
Yeah, but the third one will be coming out in sometime this summer, and that one. So people are talking about a third one. A fun one, but the third one is actually Theft at Cliff Rock Villa, so that'll be out this summer. And if you're in,
so it goes back down again. So after we've gone up to murder, we're going back down to just a bit of standard light burglary, because you don't want to mix it up, don't you? You don't want to always be doing the same crime.
Yes, you want to mix up your crimes. Yeah. All right, we have a big proper camera.
We do.
Oh, we have so many angles of Matt we can do.
At the moment, we've just got lots of angles of me that I don't really want this many of them. In terrible disco mode. All right, give me one more second. Is that all right? I'm really sorry. I'm an idiot.
No, it's fine. Okay. It's fine. We just need people want more Matt angles, so I think it's okay. That's just what the stream will become. We'll just discuss the different angles of Matt. See, more Matt. Yep. Terrible disco mode engaged. Yep.
Someone's just soon to be Angel has just subscribed to the Matt angles.
For incredible. 18 months. They're so committed to the Matt angles. Oh.
Lovely. Yeah. So how many different types of clue are there? Is there lots of different things that we're looking at?
Yeah, so in this one, we'll see if we can get through them all, but there's eyewitness statements, and then there's this one that we just picked up, which is kind of a find the pattern. So it's a visual problem, a visual, puzzle. The next one is we have some logic puzzles. So A happened before B.
Yeah.
We also have people want to know if they can exchange channel points for more mat angles, which I think is actually a good use of channel points. We also have some puzzles where some of the eyewitness statements are science nerds. And so with that one, the idea was like, there's some math puzzles in the game in this one. There's also some map puzzles. So on the back of the player aid, there's actually a map of the country club, and we'll have to do some time and distance solutions for this.
Right, we are absolutely rolling. We have vision of things. So we are looking at which of these things do we want to check out?
So we got to find the card that you had.
That's a really okay. This one. Da, 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 da. So I now have to see if I can match this pattern with something. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to figure out. So it's yellow, orange, blue, yellow, red, or it might be flipped.
Yeah.
And it might be red, yellow. I think it might be that way. Yeah. So red, yellow.
I can't see anything on this side.
Blue. I don't think it's Lady Karina.
Move on over here. I get slightly bit more height. Apologies for the wobbles.
I see a red, yellow, blue, but I don't think, no, it's not red, yellow, blue, orange. I may have said map puzzles. I meant math puzzles, but map puzzles are good too.
Map puzzles are there as well. I did see someone in the chat saying, how do you fix map problems with more mat? And it's like, that kind of actually explains the loop I've been in this weekend. So, yeah, I mean, is that...
Oh, that's really close there at the end. But
there's a red, yellow, blue, but it's gray, not orange. So I don't think it's a myth. And then this bottom one.
I can't see anything.
Oh, flip it. Flip it. And is it there?
Yes, it is. It's Jason.
Oh, yep.
Jason Bow,
Red.
19, and trouble.
Jason Bow, 19, used the golf club, because we can see at the bottom corner. So we have Jason's DNA evidence on the golf club. But we don't know when the golf club was used or where the golf club was used. So we can't do much with that information yet.
I don't know how he got away with it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's part of it.
Let's you know.
Ava, I'm not listening to that. That's. Don't be so negative. All right. We're looking for murders here. We're looking for positive. Come on, positive thinking. Right. Let's find another clue then, shall we? So, what sort of clue should we be going for here? Another expensive one? Because we spent 4 things with that, didn't we?
We did, but we also we know something about the murder weapon, and we know something about Jason. If we could figure out more about either where a murder weapon was used or where Jason potentially could have been, that could help.
So what should I be marking on the sheet now to do? Should I be, is Jason a suspect, do you think, at this point?
Oh yes, Jason's definitely been arrested. So you could write like golf club on his thing, but we don't know which crime he's associated with yet.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So I just, here, on mine, on his face, basically, I wrote club or golf. So yeah.
Okay. So let's try and find maybe some information about this. Looks like kind of getaway sort of thing.
Well,
yeah, let's go with that one.
Outside clues, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we'll mix it up. We'll do, when you start, we really just need a bunch of different stuff.
Okay. Well, we'll go for this one again, and I should be keeping all the ones we're doing to see how long it's taking us, right?
Yes. Yeah. You want to hold on to anything you flipped over. Okay.
Well, I'll leave it over there. So this one I'm going to flip over. Did not flee with a golf cart.
Okay. So Lady Karina? Yes. Did not flee with the red golf cart. So the red golf cart is one of the escape golf carts. And so we just know that she didn't do the red one. So we can make a note on her that it wasn't red. So yeah. Somebody asked if this was on Tabletop Simulator. This is not, no. We do have a Tabletopia version that we're running demos of this weekend. And it looks like, oh, no, my camera's fine here. Okay, cool.
Hang on,
I'm a little robot-y on the Twitch.
It's fine, I can press the button and make that stop. I just... There we go.
Cool.
Right.
All right, so let's grab another piece of evidence.
What are you thinking, Ava? What sort of thing are you interested in?
I want to see some eyes.
Okay.
You outside eyes?
Yeah, I want to see some outside eyes.
Eyes in a bush. Very good, very good.
I mean, I don't actually know what the options are, so anything outside.
Eyes in a bush.
I just want to be outdoors.
The eyes have it in a bush.
All right. Ooh, and it's a 4. Ooh, we're going to learn a lot.
This one, yeah, looks like we're going to learn a lot. Ooh. All right. So I'm going to switch this over. And yeah, we should be able to see here at 7:45. This chap was seen by
at the gazebo.
A gazebo.
Yeah. So on the back of the player aid, there is a map of the golf club or the club, and you can see the gazebo. And so with this clue, he basically Amit has a alibi at 7:45 at that location. So we know that he cannot have committed any of the murders that he can't have gotten to, right? And we didn't see him after the murder he committed. He was on the run. So we can do some elimination now, if that makes sense. My camera is so angry on the Twitch, but it's fine on the preview. So whatever.
It's very strange. It's I can toggle something to make that a bit easier. 1 second. Keep going, and I'll.
Okay.
So we know where the murders took place and when.
Yeah. So Matt, if you can flip the player aid the other direction, because it's upside down on us. You're just doing all the camera stuff for everything.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah.
Welcome back, Matt.
Okay. So you can see the gazebo is over there on the right. There's it's in the glare right now. The murder scenes are circled, and there's distances of how long it takes to get kind of from all the key points on the map. So if we've seen Amit at 7:45, we can look back and we can figure out, we know when all the murders happened conveniently. So the first murder happened at 7:30. That's on the player sheet already. And then the second murder happened at 8, and then the last murder happened at 8:15. So we know if Amit was seen at 7:45 at the gazebo, we know he did not do the 7:30 murder.
Yeah.
Because he would have been on the run. So we can actually cross him off for that first murder.
All right, murder number 1. He's already on the run. He didn't do it. That's pretty huge. Yeah. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, so we've been able to eliminate him from there, which is really handy. The next one is at 8 o'clock. So basically we have to say, is there any way that he could have gotten from the gazebo to any of the murder scenes by 8 o'clock?
That's the classic
and if we look at the map, so the gazebo's there. So we have the murder scene up there in the corner, which it would have taken him 20 minutes to get to. The one way across would have taken him at least 35 minutes. Right? And then the one right in front of the clubhouse would have taken him 25 minutes to get to. Oh, dog barks.
So we're already starting to kind of work out roughly where he could have been based on the time.
Yeah. Yeah. So if we know he was at the gazebo at 7:45, there's no way he could have gotten to any of the murder scenes by 8 o'clock.
Yeah. So he must have done the third murder
Yep. Yeah. So we can circle him.
Assuming that we assume that he's guilty.
Yes. Well, yes. We're gonna prove that.
I mean, they all are, right? That's the
Yes.
system. You have to leave this softness behind, Ava. All of these people are criminals. And we'll
So
been arrested. Of course, they're criminals.
I think we could throw
yeah.
the book at him now. Frankly, like there's 3 murders. He didn't do the first 2. Must be done the third one. Done.
Yeah.
All right.
So we can circle Amit on the player sheet, but then we also know that he did not commit the other 2 murders, so we can cross him off on those.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
And then this is really fun. So we know without a shadow of a doubt that Jason used the golf club when he murdered, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we know that Amit didn't use the golf club.
Of course, yeah.
So we can already knock off. We can put the golf club as a no-go on that one.
Already crossed that out. Nice. Nice.
Yeah, we could even go we could go further potentially, maybe. If we wanted to get real crazy, because we know Amit is at the gazebo at 7:45. There's no way he could have gotten to the whole 2 murder scene by 8:30, right?
No, that's true.
Yeah, because it's going to take 35 minutes to get over there. So he could not have done that murder, but he could have done the other 2. So we can cross off that number 2 hole for his murder as well. So that card gave us a lot.
Yeah, that was a great shout. Like going outside and looking for somebody in a bush, Ava, is one of the finest ideas you've ever had.
Those bush people are very helpful.
I wasn't sure about it, but you've really...
Bush people are my people, basically, so, knew we could rely on them.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's see if we can find another type of clue card. So maybe something about the getaways. So the getaway clues have like the cloud, like the running away puff or whatever. So yeah, learning about the getaway and maybe either who did the getaway or where getaway came from, potentially, if you can find a card with those icons.
Yeah, 1 second. I've just got to... Then I'll be absolutely free to lock these people up.
Yeah, so this is a logic game.
I feel like this is like when someone yells enhance at someone, and it's like, you do know that that's about like half an hour's work, right?
I
can do it, but come on, it's not.
We're basically just yelling at enhance at Matt over and over again.
Okay, 1 second. Enhance. This is just my fault. I just haven't done things that I was supposed to do. Okay. Hooray! I've done it now. I've got buttons. We're great. Everything's easy now. Right. Buttons. Great. So we're going to get some more evidence. We're going to have a good time doing it. Do you think more forensic evidence is a good idea at this point? Or do we really just want to hammer down the details of the who and... I feel like more time is...
I want to do some puffs of air.
See if there's one that specifically calls out like murder 3, maybe with the getaway. If there's a card that has like 3...
yeah, okay. So we want... Well, we got murder 3 and the... So I've got this one, which is like murder 3.
Does it have yellow?
Yeah. Oh no, it doesn't. Oh, I got confused because of the yellow. The number 3 being yellow. This is a game for children. Okay. Well, I suppose it's a game for a variety of people, but. Oh, what about this
I played this last night with my nieces, and the 8-year-old beat me. So.
Okay. What about this one? How are we looking with that?
That works for me.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, because then we can lock in, hopefully, the location of the 3rd murder.
I think so. I think that's pretty good. All right. So, we have got with that. That's not ideal.
We already know that. We figured that out.
Oh.
We still have to keep the card, though. because we did find it. All right, I would say maybe find Puff of Air 1. Don't worry about the 3 part.
Okay.
And we can just leave the zoom in camera on, I think, for right now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we played this last night and I got smoked.
We got number 3.
Ooh. Oh, we know, but no,
no.
We know who did it.
I got it. At the last minute, I was like, but hang on a minute.
Yeah. Puff of Air is, I think, more important than the number 3.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go for this one then.
Okay.
It's quite cheap.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, that's something.
Yeah.
So
I
we
don't
know
really know
the
how
blue
to mark
wasn't
that.
at number 2.
Yeah.
Which means
But we don't know where number 2 is yet.
No. But it does. That's something that will help narrow it down a little bit.
Yes.
Later.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
And it still leaves Lady Karina potentially being in there, because if she wasn't using red, she could have been using blue.
Exactly. All right, let's see if we can find another one. Yes, people in the chat. So Scarlet Red Vixen, while Matt looks for another card, this version of the game is French and English. If you buy a copy in North America or in the UK, you will get a French and English version. If you buy a copy in Germany, you will get German and English. And if you buy a copy in France, you will get French and Dutch. So.
Oh.
Okay, I feel like this one's going to be quite good because I found one that's
its own little logic puzzle. Where's
expensive?
It says on the back of the box what color they are. But yeah, okay, let's do this one.
Okay, the lower part of the license plate looks like this. Interesting.
What?
So,
okay,
with this one, what we've got is effectively, So, we've got
enhance.
a tiny...
Oh goodness, he enhanced.
See,
Fantastic.
I did do the enhance. So this one, interesting. So this is going to be the murder, which is at the location with the palm tree, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's the palm tree murder. Will have the bottom of the license plate will look like that. So the license plate, we've conveniently put the license plate for the golf carts on the roof of the golf carts. So
that's pretty handy.
What?
I can have a look at it. So we can. So first of all, you know what? I'm going to get another sheet out. That'll do it. Enhance. Pants sheet. Enhance.
The license plates are also in the handy dandy book, but yeah, they're also on the pants sheet.
Pants.
Okay.
Enhance. Okay. So, I think it's actually that one. It's the blue one that was right next to it.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Because the 9.
Oh, actually, maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not. It could be.
No, I think you're right.
No, you're right.
It could be.
You're right.
It could be blue or green, couldn't it?
No, I thought it could be green, but I've done the 2 the wrong way around. So it's blue.
It's gotta be
blue.
The blue. Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's got to be blue, which means we know
right,
the
so
murder at there was the blue one.
Yes.
Oh,
so the palm tree was the blue. I'm gonna make a note of that. All right.
This is hard, isn't it?
It's a lot of logic puzzles. All right, let's grab another card to see if we can mix some stuff together.
Palm blue. I feel like I'm coming up with names for David Lynch films now. Okay. So, yeah, we kind of want to lock in some more stuff to do with.
This game can be played solo, yes. We're actually playing the solo variant cooperatively, but normally the game is competitive.
Got another one here.
I do think I am really excited about the idea of trying to do this with the time pressure of everybody just grabbing cards and trying to work things out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds really way too intense for where I'm at right now, but really good. Yeah. So the blue card wasn't at the chateau,
which we know because we already know is at the palm tree.
Yeah,
we're getting some redundant stuff. Maybe let's see if we can learn more about where a murder weapon was used, because we know Jason used the golf club. So if we can figure out where the golf club was used, we might be able to get there. And then Midnight Express, yes, there are 9 puzzles in the game. We're playing the yellow puzzle.
I feel like we're so close with the vehicle stuff, though, to knowing a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm going to go for one more of these and be the bad investigator detective who's not listening to his better units, inferiors who know what they're doing, and he's been in the job too long, and he's like, I've done this job for more hot meals than you've ever had, and if you don't do as you're told, you're off the case. It's another absolutely useless clue.
Misty Vista, the yellow key is the one that tells us which puzzle we're doing. So we're doing the yellow puzzle, and it also will help us figure out the solution, which hopefully we'll get to.
All right, this is going to be good. I feel good about this one. This is the person number 2.
Sure, I share your optimism.
Crime number 2. Crime number 2.
Okay. Crime number 2.
Red was not the getaway vehicle.
Red was not the getaway vehicle. But that is really useful, right? Because we... Oh, no, it's not actually super. So, but I mean, that's something, right? But we're really... We know that...
It's new information. Yeah.
Well, we know that the palm was blue, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But number 2 could still be green.
Yeah.
Yeah. See if you can find something about the murder weapon or the person at a location.
Oh, hang on. No, we've worked something out. So we know that the lady didn't flee with the red, and it wasn't the red there, which means this is Golf Boy.
How?
Oh,
what?
No, we don't, because it could have been blue or green for either of them. I'm a really bad detective.
But like one bit more bit of information
I know.
in that direction will
we'll
That's
have like
why
a
I'm
domino
hooked to this
effect.
expensive... I can't get enough of these expensive clues.
I'm worried that it's going to be about... Oh! The digits of the number have 16 strokes. Oh, God. Okay, so the license plate that was used at hole 2 has 16 strokes.
Oh, great. Now I've got to do more counting. What is this?
Eyewitness I've ever seen. I saw
like,
it. Definitely,
there's a murder.
It was a number with 16 strokes in the digits. What? I love the way your mind works.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Which one are you counting?
Oh, that doesn't... well, I tried a thing and I don't think it was right. So it was like, if it's a long straight one, it uses just 1 stroke, but I don't know if that's accurate.
Oh, I think it would be...
The red one has 16.
2, the blue one, if you... 1, 2...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's loads on the green. I think it must be the red one. Which means...
I'm really glad I didn't have a reference.
I think it's the red one. I think you're right.
This is great, because the red one's not the middle one. And the third murder was not at the golf course, which means the first murder must have been at the golf course with the red one.
Yes! Which means it was not the woman, because we know the woman, Karina, was not on the red golf cart.
Which means it was the lad with the golf club.
With the golf club!
That looks to me like... we got them.
Oh yeah, well, hang on, but
we need to get
all
of them. I know we need to get all of them, but you know,
we don't know if later Karina used the trophy or the poison yet.
Yeah. But we do know where. No, we don't know where it was either. We don't know if it was the chateau. Are we allowed to look through the clues we've already got?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just checking it wasn't like a memory game, because otherwise
we need to do the shot. We need to figure out which weapon was used at which location, and then.
Okay, well, the blue wasn't at the chateau.
Yes. So if we can figure out either where the blue was, or if what time the palm tree was, we'll get the rest. But then we also need the murder weapon. Whew. You can play this multiple times, Counting Gardens. So each copy of the game comes with 9 puzzles, and then each of those 9 puzzles is replayable, because it's how you solve it, not if you solve it.
Blue was not at the golf course.
Yeah, we already knew that, though.
Oh, yeah, we did.
We know blue is at the palm tree. See if you can find a murder weapon one.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So, is this to do with murder weapons?
That is a who used a murder weapon. That's the DNA sequencing
That's who
one.
used what?
Um,
I think we want something specific, don't we? Let's find whether a 1 or a 2 with...
well, we already know 1 for sure. We locked 1 down.
Oh, yeah, we do. Of course we do. I am a really quite crap detective.
Well, you're also running the tech department at the same time. It's a weird... Yeah. Veronica Scars, this is a 1 to 4 player game.
I like doing
Recommended
this.
player. You can play this solo, but it is a little bit more fun when you have competitive grabbing. So we have demos of the Lucky Llama Sabotage game on Tabletopia happening today. The schedule is available on our booth, but I will be running a demo immediately after this stream. If you want to come and play
I
the
found
Lucky
it.
Llama
Oh,
game.
it's not yellow. Dang. I thought I was so happy. Okay, I found a good one. Look. This is 2.
Ooh, yeah.
Fantastic. So this one, I'm gonna flip it over. Oh, come on! Come
That's the
on!
problem with those 2 eyewitness statements, those 2 points.
We do that. Do you think that police do that in real life as well? When someone's like, "I've got really important information for you," and then they meet them, and it's like, "Oh, come on! We know that one. You not got anything better than that." You're a
classic bit of the police procedural. That
you're a rubbish witness.
What? That's the same thing. Can you tell us something else, please?
That's what I'd like. The police procedural. Not forget a silent witness. Rubbish witness. It's about somebody who keeps seeing things, but it's really bad. Like, oh, I remember how many strokes there were in the digits on the number.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm now trying to give myself a little bit of a sense of like what it's like to play this with genuine stuff. Oh,
I'm quite jealous of you having the stuff.
The copy of the game that Matt does have English and French. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do this one. It's not exactly what we want, but I'm panicking. That's not helpful at all. Okay.
Yeah. They're really drilling in on the golf club. There might be another piece of evidence we haven't gotten yet. So, like the smashed watch one. So, see if you can find one that's a smashed watch.
Yeah, okay, there's a couple of them. All right, there's a smashed.
Because we haven't done one of those.
There's a smashed watch here, and that is.
No, that's not going to help us.
No, unfortunately.
So that puzzle is basically there's a smashed watch, and in the book there's like the not smashed versions.
Oh, I see. So you have to like match it up with the watch from the book.
Yeah, but we've already solved that hole, that hole, so it's not worth it for us to spend the time, I think. Unfortunately.
Dun dun dun.
But the chat is talking about how they've gotten Hava games for their little ones, which is very exciting. Hava is mostly well known for our toddler games. We have games for ages 2 and up, and we have a new one coming out, which is Rhino Hero Jr. So if you're a fan of Rhino Hero and you have like a 18 to 24 month year old,
oh cool,
or not, 24 months or up, Rhino Hero Jr. might be something you're interested in getting. So yeah.
Ooh. Is that just chunkier cards?
It uses like it doesn't use cards, it uses very thick cardstock to like build the tower. So yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna take a punt here on something to do with who used what.
Ooh, here we go.
The person wearing headgear. Oh, but they've both got hats.
Yeah.
These rubbish witnesses.
Again, the witness that remembers that there was some headgear, but not whether it was a.
The quality of witnesses these days, I think, is just absolutely appalling.
I also like the idea of us all like bundling around a golf club, just grabbing random people and asking them one question, which they always answer in the most cryptic way possible. I'd watch that. I'd watch that.
All right, this is expensive, but I'm taking it.
All right, which one?
Okay, all right, now we're talking. Now we're talking. There's some evidence, some actual evidence. So, we've got this. So we know it's going to be either...
Oh, it's a new DNA for the poison.
Yeah.
This is going to unlock a lot.
I think that's... No.
No.
That looks clear.
Okay, she didn't do the poison.
Oh, it's right there in the middle, isn't it?
I think...
You just flipped it. I think it was right the other way.
That seems likely. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But we know he used the poison, and we know he was the third murder.
We got a match. We got a match. Okay. So, yeah, I think we're catching up with this this criminalis. Okay. So we know that it was the poison here, and that means we know that this lady used the trophy, not the poison. And now I'm trying to work out if we've got any connections really to do with the I don't think we do. I don't think we've got any further connections to do with the murder weapons and locations and times. So I guess that's the next thing we should be looking for, right?
Yeah, either the time with the location or the murder weapon with the location. I found a clue in my box that will help us.
Yeah, let's have it.
It's a watch one. So it's a watch one. It's 4 points.
Okay.
But so it's this watch was found at the palm tree.
Okay, let me have a look. Let me see if I can do this one. Let's have another look.
So let me line up the watch the right way, I think.
Okay.
I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I got that. So that's 8:15.
Yep.
And what?
It's at the palm tree.
Fantastic. I think we've cracked it. So now we have the palm tree murder was committed by this chap. This lady murdered somebody in a chateau. And now, because we know the chateau was... The blue cart was not at the chateau.
The blue cart was at the palm tree.
Which means the green one was there. And the blue one was there. Which means...
And then I'm generating the number. But I think we've got it, yeah?
I think we've got it, yeah. I've solved the case.
Perfect.
Well, I say
so
I guess we did it, you know, but...
a little bit of a group effort. Okay, so on the left side of the player's shield, there's actually this like chart, and what you do is you look at the sequence of who did what where, and then you generate a number code.
Mm-hmm.
So I generated a number code for us, and I got 4136. And Matt, there is a board with a whole bunch of holes in it.
Yeah.
So if you look for and see if you can find 4136, and if you can, put the yellow key in the hole next to the number.
That's how you work it out.
Is there a 4136?
There is a 4136.
Okay, put the yellow key into it.
I've got to find the key. Where did I put the key? There it is. Got the key. Okay, I'm going to put the key into the yellow hole.
And then if we flip it over, make sure you hold the key when you flip it over. It should be on the yellow tab.
Yeah, it is. It is. We did it. We did it. And then I guess our handicap is the number of cards that we've used to get there.
Yeah, so now we add up the score. And then that's our score. And then we check the rule book to see how well we did. And don't forget, my card was a 4 card that we used.
All right, our score was 48. What do we get?
48. All right, so it's in the back of the rule book. 48. Unfortunately, you failed the investigator's test. Why don't you try again?
How dare they? They can't. How dare they? They can't do this to me. They can't do this to me. I'm the most important investigator. How dare they? Right. Well, that was a lot of fun. That was just the right amount of stress for what I'm going to refer to in my brain as a Sunday morning. And yeah, I think that's about all we've got time for now. Have you got anything you'd like to say before we call it off, T?
I mean, thank you for playing with me. Thank you for attempting to solve these murders. I mean, we did solve them. Their lawyers might have gotten them off by now already, though. So, but if you're interested in playing the llama version this weekend, the Key Sabotage of Lucky Llama Land, my team and I will be running demos throughout the rest of the day. I'm actually going to go run a demo now in the Haba section of the AwSHUX Slack. So if you are interested in playing Shut Up and Sit Down, just linked to it in the chat, which is super handy, and you can head over there. But otherwise, thank you, Matt and Ava, for playing with me this morning or this evening.
Thank you for coming along.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That was fun. I'll see you all soon.
Yeah.
Right, bye.
Okay. Bye.
Hello, welcome back, and a little bit of a treat now for me in particular, because we have Chelsea and Tuck Choked here, Ravensburger brand ambassadors, who are going to talk about Minecraft builders and biomes. And in a twist of wonderful fates, they've got cameras and things that they can touch with their hands. And so I am going to effectively let them talk about the game a little bit. And whilst basically my job is to press the button which stops the screen from doing crazy things, because it will do that otherwise. And hopefully nothing else will dramatically break. So yeah, nice to meet you folks. Feel free to start telling us about the good word about Minecraft.
Yeah, absolutely. So just kind of a brief introduction as far as the game information. It's for ages 10 and up, and we found that the teenagers and that preteen is great for this game because it touches on something that they enjoy, but kind of elevates it to a board game as well. It's 2 to 4 players and can take anywhere from about 30 to 60 minutes or so.
Yeah. So we have out right now that you can see on your screen, we do have the Minecraft Builders and Biomes base game out, but we also have the Farmland Market expansion as well, which we're also playing with. Yeah. So in the base game, we're going to choose from 2 out of 5 possible actions during each of our turns. And so we can either explore the overworld, we can mine for rare blocks, we can build some spectacular structures, or we can fight some dangerous endermen or creepers. Yeah. And so we need to build courageously and fight courageously as well to win in this Minecraft adventure. So.
Yeah, and so the Farmers Market expansion adds on a few things. It adds a few new paths to victory. It gives you an extra action for being able to interact with the villagers and trade and work with them. And then it also gives us some extra tiles that we've mixed in here as well for farming. Yeah. So we get some extra vegetable tiles that work really great in order to kind of expand our world a little bit and give us some extra powerful abilities.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and get started now. Because we are using the Farmers Market expansion, we start off with an extra tile, and it has a little yellow square there. So we can put this anywhere on our map. All right, so we've got those placed. And the great thing is whenever you place these, you go ahead and immediately get a vegetable token. And so that's new in the Farmers Market expansion as well. So we're going to go ahead and get those started. And that's just kind of how we set up. You'll also notice some of the other pieces that we've got around here. So this is our overworld that we'll be exploring. And things here, as we explore, we'll get to see some of those structures that we can build and some of the mobs as well that we'll need to fight.
Yes. And then go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say around the edge, we've got some of the items. You can see them in the chests. So as we go exploring some of in the further reaches, these will help us give some great items, a lot of weapons and some TNT and things like that.
Some really cool items, actually. Yeah. This right here is kind of that nice, those rare blocks, and I like this.
This
I want
is
to
my
talk
favorite
about it.
part of this.
I do too. I love it too. I keep knocking it over though. So right before, as we were waiting to get ready to stream, it's right in my movement area, and so I kept knocking this over, and I think
we're going to try and avoid that.
Yeah. hitting it, taking it out.
So as you take an action, you can take an action to mine 2 blocks, and these will help you as you build, because these are great construction materials. As you take these, you can always take it as long as it's the upper block showing, and as long as it has 2 sides. So right now you can take any of the 4 corners, but as we start mining, you'll be able to get more and more as you uncover some more of those blocks.
Yeah.
I think we should go ahead and get started, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
So why don't you go ahead first?
Yeah.
Now, on your turn, you can take 2 different actions. So you can't duplicate your actions, but you can collect 2 blocks. That would be from here. You can move anywhere from 0 to 2 spaces and reveal. So that's kind of exploring your world, right? Because Minecraft has that procedurally generated world that is enormous. And so the more you explore, the more you see what's out there. So that would be moving our pieces and seeing what's out there. Once we get some of those uncovered, remember I mentioned that there are structures and mobs out here. So you can also take a turn
building a structure,
or to fight those monsters, and you can collect a weapon.
Yeah.
And last but not least, where there's actually one more in the expansion, and that's when we mentioned you can buy from the marketplace. So that's interacting with your vegetables. You can trade those in with the villagers.
Interacting with vegetables. Interacting with vegetables. It's revolutionary. Can I have a dialogue with an aubergine? I think they're eggplants in the US.
No, so it's interacting with villagers.
Dancing with, dancing with
like
tomatoes.
I'm into
it.
I think that's
living the best life.
I mean, right? When you go to the supermarket, don't you interact with
I do. I interact,
does that, right?
I interact with all of them, and I get funny looks, and the staff asks me to stop it. But, you know.
Exactly.
I think she's too witty for her own good.
Right, so here is this game. This, you can freely interact with them once you get the expansion.
Without the prying eyes.
You can interact with all the vegetables that you want, and no one will look at you.
Judges.
Yeah, no one will judge you in Minecraft.
This is a family show, but it's good to know that it's a non-judgmental space.
Yes.
All right, take us away. Let's get moving.
Sounds good. So for my first action, so I am the yellow person right here, and I'll try and kind of show that off. So for my first, I'm going to mine the overworld. So I'm going to definitely, I'm going to do some movement. So we kind of move in these little spaces here. Yeah. So I'm going to move. I think I'm going to move 1. I would like to reveal 4 because you reveal what's around you. So,
I'll help you with some
thank you. So we have kind of a winter scene there. Hey, cool.
Right. So we've got 3 different structures and a creeper that's out there. So just moving automatically does that uncovering, right? Because as you move through the world, you see kind of what's out there.
Yeah, and then I'll kind of show this off. Our green screen doesn't really like the the green one so much, so I'll show this. You can see what you'll need as far as those rare blocks listed on the card, what you'll need to pick up there at the bottom. So.
Yeah. And then the icons on the left will help us as we score. So there are 3 different scoring rounds, and we'll hit those as we finish off a layer of our blocks here. So once that entire first layer has been mined, we actually immediately go into that scoring round.
Yeah.
So we'll see how far we can get with that. What's your next action?
Sorry, I messed up all of these. I knocked them. I had to reach really far, and I just really whoop.
It's great to interact
completely. Yeah.
You might just have to repeat what you just said again, because I think your audio has slipped away. Hang on 1 second. Let's see if I can do it on this.
Yes.
It's all right. You're fine now. You're fine. You're fine now. You're fine.
Good, perfect.
We were saying it's tough working. It's great to work with this because you can feel them and touch them. But Tabletop Simulator, as we saw in the last one, is great because it's all clean.
Keeps it clean. All the cards are, nice. All right, for my second action, I am going to actually also get some rare blocks. So I'm going to take an emerald, since that is showing, and that can be that wild. So I'm going to place it kind of here. I don't want to get too confused with this. And then...
So, and as Chelsea's thinking, all these different blocks here help to build. So we have the brown, these are the wood. gray, this light beige is the sand that you can mine. We have some stone. Uncovered, you can't actually see any.
I know,
right
they're
now.
all down there.
We've got some black ones that are obsidian, that are great for building those kind of end game ones. And then the green are emeralds. And those of you who have played Minecraft, you can trade those emeralds for pretty much anything.
Yes.
And so those act as a wild. So those are great whenever you can get those.
And I'm going to go ahead and I will also take a sand right here. Yeah, kind of get us towards that lower level.
Oh, yeah. And now we've uncovered an obsidian. Those
obsidian.
are great.
Yeah, I will say I am horrible at saying the word obsidian. I'm going to just say that right now. I mess it up without fail. It is the one word I cannot seem to be able to say after a while. It just leaves my brain. But that's my turn. So I moved and I took some rare blocks.
All right. So when I play Minecraft and you get a couple people in the world, I'm going to go the completely other direction and see what's out elsewhere in the world. And I'm going to kind of go this direction. So again, you kind of move in the spaces and then flip what's around you.
But while he did move away from me, Tuck could have also moved to the exact same spot. So there is no rule against being in the same spot as somebody else. We could be in the same spot. So he could have immediately gone there. And if he had the items, he could have bought one of these structures or bought something, and we can be in the exact same space. So there's no rule against that, where in some games it might say, like, if someone's there, you can't be there or you can't cross paths. So.
All right, I think I'm going to take something from your book. I'm going to take some blocks as well. I'm kind of looking at what I see around. There's a lot of stone things around, so I'm going to grab this stone. And then, so again, you can take it as long as you can see it on the top, and then two sides are showing. So I can kind of take any of these corners here. I'm going to go ahead and take a... Oh, it's tough because everything I do pretty much leaves you with an open emerald, which is great for you. I'm going to take this wood because it might be a little bit more difficult for you, I think.
Yeah.
All right, so I've moved
I do like the
mine,
emeralds.
so your turn.
All right. I think I'm going to move again. I'd like to explore, and I'd like to see some items. So we have kind of a nice crossbow there that also when you use, you get to get, looks like an extra block.
An extra piece.
Yeah, you get to flip an extra item there. And then that's our extra block. I was getting all excited. I was seeing the extra block. You get to grab a block when you use
and
that.
we'll show when you attack here in a little bit, but the fighting is pretty cool as far as the way that works. But definitely picking up extra weapons is really helpful.
All right, and then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get some blocks. So I'm gonna get the, just said it.
You just said it.
I just said it, the...
Obsidian.
Obsidian. I was about to say it wrong. I'm not gonna lie. I was totally gonna not say that word.
How do you say it? What's your...
I'm gonna take this stone right here.
myself to them.
All right.
All right.
So how would you usually
say
obsidian when you get it wrong? Obsidian when you get it wrong.
A lot of things.
Now that she's thinking about it, can you say it?
I say obstinate a lot. Obstinate is what comes out quite a bit. Obstinate, obstinate. Obsidian. I just can't see.
It's a tricky one. It's an odd word. It's like
I don't know why. I just cannot get that
ephemeral
word to like click in my brain.
I couldn't do that for years. I think sometimes you just get them hammered out of you. You just either can do it or you can't.
Yes.
But this seems particularly cruel. A game that you're talking about quite often that involves different types of rocks.
Right? It's just that one word. I just don't interact with that word every day.
And again, in the game, it is the toughest one to mine. It takes the longest. It'll break all of your equipment, so it seems pretty obstinate to me as well.
Thank you. I love that you make exceptions for me by being like, it's okay that you can't say that word. And here's why.
I'm trying to help. All right. I can't. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mine first. So I'm going to take a sand, and that uncovers an emerald because now I have it on two sides here. So I'm going to take that as well. And I think It does. It gives me enough to where I can build. So I am going to build this structure. It's a bit of a farmland here, and it takes 2 stones and a sand. So I'm going to turn in one of my stones, an emerald for that other stone, and the sand. And so I will pay that and build this. Now, the thing about building, you can see that it's kind of that that woodland area as well, the woods. Now, I could place it on the woods, or I could place it anywhere I want. And the key is, as we're scoring, you get points for different things. So Chelsea's going to show our scoreboard for the first round. This one is where the biomes matter. So if we have a bigger section of connected woods, we can get 3 points per section that's there. You get more points for some of those rarer biomes, but you need more of them touching. So since I've got this, I kind of want to put it somewhere where it builds that
if that's what you're going to go towards.
If that's something I go towards, I see another winter one out that I might go for later. But for now, I think I'm going to put it here, because what that gives me is now 4 connected biomes that might give me some extra points here at the end.
Yeah, and you also get some vegetables.
Right. Since it is a farm, I get 2 more vegetables. Now, I've got 3, and I'm looking up there to see what I've got. I think what I'm going to do is I'll use my second action to buy from the marketplace. So I will spend those 3, and I would like that one on the right, that hopper, I think.
Yeah, here, let me show that off.
So this one, these all have some sort of an action that will help you, or an effect that'll help you throughout the game. This one's effect is, it is going to get rid of a poison potato. Now, the poison potatoes are in our attack deck. The attack deck is different pieces that we will flip over as we're fighting. And the poison potatoes don't do any damage when we fight, so it's pretty useless. And there's 3 of them in my deck. And then I have 2 swords. I've got a wooden one and a bronze one that'll do 1 and 2 hearts worth of damage. I want to get those more often instead of the potato, so that thing that I just bought can get rid of a potato. So now I've got more chance of pulling something that can actually damage some of those mobs. I like to fight, so fight those mobs and those creatures, so that'll hopefully help me out a little bit. All right, and so I built. Yep, I built and I bought. So your turn.
Perfect. All right, that was a good turn.
Thank you.
Well done. All right, so I think. See, I'm really struggling. There's so many things I would like to do.
I know.
This is where
the constraint of 2 actions per turn is tough.
Yes. Perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and I am going to mine. I think I'm going to mine. I'm trying to prepare kind of my blocks to build some things.
Having blocks on hand when you find something just to be able to snatch
really
it is really helpful.
Yes. So I'm going to grab a wood here. I'm trying to get kind of a nice little...
Yeah, I've got one of everything, I think.
Yeah, and then, it just happens to free up this emerald. So I think I'm going to grab that emerald as well, since it just, happened to be there. And then I'm going to go 1, 2.
Okay.
And reveal a couple more items.
Excellent.
So there is a TNT up there, which is great. Kind of get that a little bit more in the screen. And then we also have, it looks like...
a hoe.
Yeah.
So the great thing, some of these weapons...
some experience points with it, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the weapons do something special. And so we'll kind of note them as we go. The bow and arrow here does 2 points of damage, but it also gives you an extra tile to flip to do damage from your items. So that's a great one. The pickaxe does 2 hearts of damage, but it also lets you take a block when you flip it over. So that's kind of doing 2 different things when you're attacking.
The TNT is a one-time use.
The TNT is great. It's a one-time use, but it's so powerful. It does 5 hearts of damage, but if you choose to use it against that mob, you have to discard it. So you can only use it that once, because it's exploded and it has destroyed the world around you, basically. And then this hoe is great. It does 2 points of damage, but because a lot of times when you're doing it, you're getting experience by doing some farmland or something like that. So you automatically, whenever you flip that over and you do damage with it, you get 2 experience.
Which is really nice.
Which is the victory points for the game.
which neither one of us have really started to do yet. We haven't started to make that circle around.
We'll get there. A lot of it comes in that first scoring round, but there are a few things. Anytime you defeat a mob, they offer experience points as well.
Yes.
And then, like we said, some of those items as well.
All right. Your turn.
That was it. You took some and you moved, didn't you?
I did. Yeah. Okay. Your turn.
I think I need some better weapons before I attack that
I've
guy.
been trying to, show off some different weapons.
I know, it's just so far away from me. So I think I'm going to kind of go close to me. I'm going to go 1, 2 here and see what we've got. So I've got a bow and arrow and an iron sword that does 3 hearts of damage. That's good for me.
I'm sorry, I could help flip this over.
And then we've got another skeleton mob and then a sand castle, it looks like, which is pretty cool. I think I'm going to use my second one to pick up this sword. So picking this item up kind of puts it into my stack, and then whenever I use it, I'll just shuffle before I actually flip those over.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice.
And that's yours.
All right. So I think I'm actually going to build if I've done this right.
If you counted your pieces correctly.
Yes, which now I have to actually kind of think and
I do that in game as well. I start building, I get a great idea in my head.
And then I grab it and I'm like, wait, that's not.
Yeah, and then you don't have the pieces and you're like, okay, I've got to go mine some more before I can finish this, whatever it is.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to grab this. I'm going to place it right here. And if I've done this right, I need an obsidian.
There you go.
Good job. All right. I need a stone, a wood, and I'm going to use 2 emeralds for those other 2 stones that I need.
Wonderful.
And I also get 4
and show that one off.
So this for just building it.
Just to talk about the tiles a little bit, on the bottom there is what Chelsea was talking about, what it takes in order to build it.
Kind of try and get that clear off. There we go.
Yep. In the upper right, that one was a tough structure to build. It's a complicated one. So she gets 4 experience points just for building that. And then on the left-hand side, you'll see 3 icons. Those have to deal with the scoring for the first, second, and third round.
Yeah.
So the first one means that it is a winter biome, which is where you score that. The second one is what materials do you use to build those structures. And the third one is the type of structure. So this one happens to be a bridge. It's a really cool bridge.
Yeah. So,
all right.
I'm going to do that, and then I get to move this.
Yeah, 4 experience points.
Awesome. I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah,
all right, so that was my first action there, or my first turn move. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pick up that TNT while I'm right
that's
there.
Pretty powerful.
All right, your turn.
All right. So I am going to try and help my odds just a little bit. I really want to fight this skeleton, but in order to do that, I'm going to pick up another weapon here, and then I'm going to attack. So to attack, you take all of your items that you have and give them a good shuffle, because you're actually allowed. You can look and see what you've got and see, okay, I think I can take this guy out. He's got 3 heart points. I think I can get him. And then once you've shuffled, you're going to pick 3 of them and flip them over and see how much damage we do. So I have 2 hearts with my sword, a potato, poison potato that doesn't do anything, and then 3 more hearts. So I've got him. All right. So this guy then, I have defeated him. He gives me 3 experience up in the top there. And then I can keep him at the end. That hourglass with the experience points means at the end of the game, I'll get 3 experience for each of those icons that I have showing on my board at the end.
Which is really cool. Yeah.
And so I'll just hold on to that. I'll put that here.
Has kind of a lot of ways that you can score. You did better with
a lot.
Yeah, you did better. We played this the other day, and I got that little with my vegetables. I got the get rid of one of your poison potatoes, and I was so excited. I thought, I'm going to win against all of these. I'm going to fight all these mobs. And even though I only had 2 poison potatoes and I had so many other items, I had picked up 2 TNTs, I had bow and arrows, I had all these really cool things. Every single time I fought a mob, I mean, I told him, he knew I was really shuffling because I would pull out my 3 items and 2 of them were always a poison potato every single time without fail. So it did not do me any benefit to buy, to spend my vegetables to get rid of 1 poison potato. I guess I would have had 3 poison potatoes, but I never beat a mob the other day when we played it. I just could not get it out.
And that's the luck. Sometimes they get the drop on you.
All right.
All right. So I picked up and I fought. So
All
those are
right.
my
So
two
it's me.
turns.
All right. Good deal. Okay. So I'm going to go 1, 2. I'd like to expose a couple more items here. Let's see what we got. All right. And then I'm going to grab a stone and kind of seeing what's out there and what I might need for some of these things. Eyesight's so bad sometimes. I'm sorry. All right. I'm not going for that or anything. I just want to see what it needs. I'm just curious. All right. And then I'll take this wood actually. Okay. All right. Yeah.
All right. I am going to definitely get some blocks, but I need to know what I'm going for.
I know. That's what I was trying to see too, of like what is out there that we might need to get. And we're already starting to get, you can kind of see we have just a couple right here left on that top row. So we're getting close to having to score that first round and getting some points. So it's kind of what can we build structure wise maybe. And there is some strategy to, I'm seeing, you know, what Tuck is kind of going for. I might want to start taking blocks if I think I might be able to score some better points or get a little bit higher, or like an edge up or build more before he can maybe sneak through and get a couple more points.
It's a really interesting mechanic to move that piece thing.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting mechanic to have almost full control over when those rounds end based on, you know, you can push to take more out of there or not, or delay it by not taking any. And so we've had a few different competitions where she's enjoying just building and doing all kinds of things. And I'm desperately trying to end the round because I know that she's got more points than me that are coming. All right. So I went mining, and then I think I will set myself up. I kind of want to be near this one because I'm getting close there, but I want to be near that guy as well. So since those two are already showing, I will just explore the two places that I haven't seen yet, which is another skeleton and a sand bridge there. So
very nice.
I like that. That sets me up well for next round.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead. I will go 1, 2. I'm going to move back. I'll explore
a spider.
Ooh, a spider, yeah, for sure. And
they're friendly during the daytime, so it's okay to be around them.
And I'm going to mine as well. So I'm going to take a sand, and then that emerald is exposed.
Yeah,
and so I would like that emerald. And it is your turn.
Okay. I don't have what I need yet, but I'm getting close to it. I would like a wood.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're getting close to finishing that top row.
I'm going to take an obsidian as well.
I'm not going to lie. I super needed that on my next turn.
You can't say it, so I think it belongs to me. And
I can't it took a minute. I was like, I can't tell you that I needed that on my next turn.
All right, and then I'm going to try and fight this skeleton. So I'm going to take my items again and give those a good shuffle.
Yeah.
And then I get to draw 3 of those to fight him. So I've got a poison potato.
Oof.
A sword for 2, so I need one more heart, and a sword again for 3.
Man,
so
that's really, you're doing good with that.
Doing well with that. Now, this guy is great.
Yeah.
A lot of them give points in the upper left-hand corner, experience points at the end of the game. Now, this guy does give me 4, so I'll go ahead and take that. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nice,
but
going into the lead.
In the upper left-hand corner, you can actually see it's got some extra food. So when you've got that extra food, you've got that energy, and it actually will allow me, I'm going to kind of keep a hold of it, but at any point, I can spend him, basically turn him in for an extra action. So I can get 3 that turn instead of just 1. So that is great for me. I'm looking forward to that. That might help me get something extra.
Yeah, use another
pick something up.
Absolutely.
When Chelsea's getting close.
Yeah, and with that being a good thing to point out too in the rules that we kind of haven't mentioned, but we haven't done it, is of those turn actions, and I'm showing the base game one. We are also playing with the expansion, which includes that purchasing from the market at the bottom under that collect weapons. You can't repeat an action. So if you turned in that extra action, you wouldn't be able to like move extra if you already moved one of those turns, which I always try to do. I always like to cheat just a little bit, and I want to just
at least once.
At least once every game. It's just my thing. I don't mean to. It just kind of happens, and he kind of lets me get away with it. He's like, "You cheated, but it's fine."
It's fine.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna mine.
Okay.
I really,
Yeah,
really
you gotta
want
grab
this,
an emerald when you
really
see
want that emerald because you took the one I wanted, and then I will take this wood here, getting us one away.
One away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see from top down, but there's just one block left up here.
Yeah.
For
On that
top layer.
Yeah. And then I am also going to build.
Okay.
So I am going to get this right here, and I think I'm going to go ahead and connect it. Kind of trying to see what I got. I'm going to connect it right here. Feel pretty good about that. All right, so it needed 2 obsidians.
2 obsidians, yeah.
And I did not have it. I practiced last night saying that word. Look at so I have 2 emeralds and a sand, which it did need that sand. So I'll turn in that and my 2 emeralds, and then I get 2 vegetables.
Now the thing about vegetables in those farms, so you can see Chelsea's got 3 vegetables showing. And those will grow at the end of the round, or at the beginning of the round, as you finish those up. But if they're already there and she hasn't spent them, they can't grow if they're already there. So
I know. I'm really hoping you don't end it on this next one. Yeah, I'm really hoping you don't, because I would like to buy something and then be able to get those 3. Yeah, you're not gonna do that.
Now, I was planning to end the round, but I'll be nice. And
it's okay. You can. I mean, that's a pretty strategic gameplay right there to do that.
Okay, so
I would respect it. I would hate it, but I would very much respect the gameplay.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, I'm going to fight because I've been doing really well, especially against these skeletons.
I feel like that's a fair question out there, like for people playing with, like, you know, your spouse or your friend, or you know, right, with your brother or your sister or whoever. Like, are you nice or cutthroat, right, when you're playing, right? What do you choose? Should you be nice to your spouse, or really
dig in when you can? I got 4 hearts out of those, so I will get this guy, which gives me 3 more experience points. 1, 2, 3. So
and then at the end of the game, 3 points for every bridge.
So I'm holding on to those. Those are great.
He's really good about fighting. I try, but he always beats me with getting to the mobs first, or also being able to beat the mobs. I seem to always just hurl poison potatoes at them.
Yes, you do.
I'm like, here's some potatoes.
I'm going to use my second action to move.
Constantly.
But I am going to turn in my extra action because it's got that meat.
Very nice.
And I'm going to mine.
Oh,
I'm
no.
End the round. So I'm going to grab that, and I'll take
All right, very nicely done.
So since that whole first layer is finished, we are done with round 1. So we need to immediately score. So again, the round 1 scoring is based on biomes. Connected biomes. You can choose any biome that you want, and then count up how many you have touching, not diagonal, but by the face. Count up how many you have, and you'll get points per type. And so the forest biome is worth 3. That winter biome is worth 6, right?
Which I have 2.
Chelsea has 2. She may actually choose to do that.
No, probably not, because
based on the math, no, though.
Yeah, because 15, right? 1, 2, 3,
so
4,
you've got
5
touching. I've got 4 of them touching, so I'll get 12.
I would have just gotten 12 for my winter. So I'm going to choose that and do that 15. So, and try and get close there.
Now, as we move forwards, and it's something to keep in mind as you're kind of building your map here, is that in the second round, you're based on what type of building material you have. And so each of these tiles that we've been putting down has a different type. So you get a little bit for wood, some for sand, iron, and obsidian. Obviously, more points for those rarer materials. And then in the third round, just kind of looking ahead, you'll get points based on what type of structure you have. And so you'll get you get a couple points for those farmlands, just 2 points. You get some, and they go up in points as you get towards those tougher ones, like the bridges.
But remember, we are also playing with, and let me move these out of the way. We are playing with that farmland expansion, and so we are about to unveil some of these, which we can, purchase with our vegetables.
That's right.
And as we get into that final round, there are some items that come out that are really helpful for end of game strategy, where we were playing just the other day. We love this game. We were playing just the other day, and I went full farmland, and they're not really worth a lot of points. They're 2 points,
Right.
but there was an item in this, in this farmland expansion that for every farmland you got an additional 3 extra victory point for each one, moving that farmland with that 2 up to basically 5 victory point. And so I filled my entire board with just farmland.
Yeah. So it's interesting, especially
there's some ways to really work your world.
Definitely, especially with the farmers market expansion.
Yes.
It's not worth a lot as far as these points here, but they give you those vegetables, which some of these are just are fantastic. And so it adds in that extra decision, like, do I want to go for something that's not worth a lot of points but can give me extra functionality? Like, all of those things end up helping you in some way. So maybe not points immediately, but they will help you in some way. So the ones that came up.
I know, I just realized I should show off the new one since we're going into round 2 with our scoring done.
Right. So,
or round B.
Round B, yeah. So the one that came out will give you an extra item when you attack. That second one, when you move, you can move anywhere on the board. So taking that move action lets you go anywhere, which is great. That third one, that beacon, gives you an extra action every time. So instead of taking 2 actions, you're taking 3, which is huge.
It is 6 vegetables, though.
It's 6 vegetables.
Quite a few.
And not have those. And then that last one is that... let's see, that one is you can trade in one of those mobs that has that extra action for 2 additional actions.
Pretty nice.
Which is also really great. Now, and then at the beginning of our round, we will replenish
if you have
farm.
If you have the spots.
If you have blank space.
I was looking forward to purchasing on my next turn and then ending it so it could replenish.
Absolutely.
So you took that from me.
All right. So we've got all of our experience counted. We've got our farms reproducing with their vegetables, and I think we're good to go.
Yeah. So me.
Yep. So you're
all right. So I am going to go ahead and buy right away, and I'm going to turn in 2 of my little vegetables here, and I would like to buy this one and be able to move any number of spaces.
Yeah, so it's got that infinity sign. So whenever you move, you can go anywhere on the board. Yeah. She's basically got like a speed hack or something going on there.
I would very much like to be able to just control my movement. And so with that, I am going to move and no longer have to worry about counting those 2 spaces and explore a little bit more over here. All right, it is your turn.
Wonderful. All right. I've been doing so well with fighting, and I'm next to 2 different mobs. So let's try and take out the creeper. He has 4 heart points, so I'm going to need to deal 4 damage to him. So I'm shuffling really good. I'm hoping for those really good ones. All right. I've got 3 for a
good
sword.
Start.
I've got 1 for a sword, which does it. And just to see what we've got, a poison potato. So
that was good, though.
Yeah, I've got this guy. So he gives me automatically 4 experience points.
You are crushing it right now. You're doing great.
And one of the things that we found and that we enjoy is there are different ways to get points. So Chelsea a lot of times ends up going for those farmlands and really connecting the biomes and the structures. And so a lot of her points come at the end of the game.
Yes.
And with me fighting, because I enjoy fighting, a lot of my points come kind of immediately. And it looks like I'm ahead, and then Chelsea catches up as we play through.
I know. We played, like I was saying, we played last night, and he was saying as he did, he plays kind of more of the fighting game, and I went, connecting all those farmlands, and we were 5 points away from each other.
Yep, 4.
So 4 points, so it was a very, very close game. Did not look it during it, but right at the end, just right there.
All right. I'm going to move over to here, actually.
Yeah.
Because I see a structure that I might want to build. I'm going to uncover this one, and I get a look in these chests as well. This is a diamond sword worth 4 hearts.
Oh, and TNT.
So I may be picking those up for some of my battling later. We'll see how that goes.
Very nice. All right. Kind of seeing where I think I would like to move to. All right, so I'm going to move. I'm going to go ahead and go just right over here. And I'm going to take that and then reveal what's right there. And then I'm going to take a stone, and I'm going to take this sand. All right, your turn.
Wonderful. All right. I'm going to pick up this diamond sword. It's fantastic. Yeah. So 4 hearts to do that. And then I think that I can build this as well. So double check here. Yes, I can. So I've got 2.
I know. I do the, as you were saying, I do the same. I have to like look at it and think like, wait, did I really grab what I think I grabbed?
Especially with the emeralds, because you have to have, you know, these are the wild. So I'm going to use this actually in the place of a stone.
Very
so
nice.
I will build a bridge there, and I will place it. Let's see. The next thing we're looking for is the material. So I'm going to put it next to this one that matches up wood and wood. So
Very
that'll
nice.
give me hopefully a little bit of points as we work towards the end of this round.
Absolutely. All right. So I have to think. I just remembered what I was going to do.
Experience points for it.
Yes, you do.
Lost it. I think I was right here. There we go.
Perfect. Okay, so I am going to go ahead, and I just had it. Okay, so I'm going to do 2 stone and a wood to build this right here. So I will take that. I'm going to place it right there and turn in those. And then I'm going to move and kind of go here in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And a witch.
Oh, a witch.
All right, your turn. Those are my
Do I
two.
dare go for the witch? She's one of the most powerful, right? So she gets
I mean, you
5
could get there.
experience
Yeah,
points.
that's true.
So let's do it. Let's
You
see how
are
we do.
really all right.
So I'm gonna go 1, 2 as my movement. Everything is revealed already, and I'm gonna try and fight the witch because
immediately
doing pretty well.
Immediately, barely.
Look,
it was
came
exciting. Out, and then immediately got to get the witch.
Got to jump on it. All right, so this one is great. It gives me an extra tile to flip, so I get 2 hearts, and now I get 3 more still to flip. I've got a wooden sword, so I'm up to 3. Good. Got a poison potato, but because of that bow and arrow, I get 1 more.
Another
poison potato. All right. Now, fortunately in this, you don't die when you go up against a mob that's a little too strong for you. I just lose that action. I don't get anything from it.
Yeah.
And I used my action of fighting and don't get anything.
And you moved, so that was your turn.
And I moved, so that's it. That's all I got.
What you need is you need 1 more vegetable, so you could buy that, so you get an extra chance to fight.
Yeah, those are great. That bed is great. You know, if you rest in a bed, you respawn. You can start again. That one actually, when you fail a fight, lets you take it again immediately. I don't have the vegetables for it yet, but I might start working towards it.
I know, I'm shocked.
That's great for fighting.
I thought for sure you would buy that like immediately, you know, snatch it up. All right, I'm trying to figure out, you know, exactly what I want here. You know, the whole object of the game and what we're going for. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to mine. Sorry, I was fixing that. So I'm going to take an obsidian.
Good, yeah.
I'm getting better. All right, and I'm going to take this emerald, which I left exposed for quite some time, and I thought for sure he's going to take it.
I got distracted by the witch.
For sure, he'll grab it, and then I'm going to move all the way down here. All right, your turn.
All right. Let's see. I think I'm going to mine as well. I'm going to grab a sand and an emerald here.
Ooh, yeah.
And see, part of me says just build something because you need to build.
I know.
You know, I think I actually will. I'm tempted to fight the witch again, but I think I'm going to build this because
you got to start thinking about what you're doing and where those points are going to come. Although you do get a lot of points fighting, so I do see why you would fight.
Definitely. But this is a wooden structure, so I'm going to put it next to my other wooden structures.
Oh, and you have quite a few that you're growing.
I've got 3 here, and that only took 1 wood, so I think that was a pretty good building. It was a small little structure, but it'll do well for me. All right, your turn.
All right, so I am going to, right off the bat, mine, and I would like to pick up this wood and then I'm going to get the stone right here.
Nice.
And then I'm going to go ahead and build because I feel the pressure and I feel like I need to build. I feel like we're getting close to the end of phase B or round B. And so I'm going to build this right here and it will give me that 2 experience points. I got to show it off here because our green screen does obviously not like green.
It's a little tough there.
It's not a huge fan of green. So it has that 2 victory points up there. And I have the
obsidian.
Okay, I second guessed myself. I have 1 stone, a wood, and then I'm going to turn in an emerald for that other stone right there. I have the stone, which I have a couple of those. I've been kind of working my way. And then I have a bridge. So I've been trying to set myself up.
That's awesome.
For these this next phase that we're going into. So I've been kind of gaining my bridges here, and I have some of these little farmlands. I've been trying to think ahead to that C phase. I always like to kind of plan. So I'm going to put that out there.
Chelsea's a lot better about planning out her map than I am.
Sometimes,
I see a witch and I go and fight her. So.
You're like, there's a witch. Must get the witch. Right? And so I get 2 for that. I mean, I get that, right? You're like double oil bubble, double I'm in trouble. Whatever the saying is.
The saying.
That's my turn right there because I did 2 things.
Okay, I am prepping up to get a couple things, so I'm going to grab an emerald.
Yeah, I know.
It's there, right?
I hated that I exposed it, but I really needed the stone.
Get that wood there. And then I'm going to try once more to fight that witch because 5 experience is huge. So let's shuffle this up again.
This might be the final efforts against the witch.
Out of the way a little bit. All right, I've got a wooden sword for 1. There we go, a diamond sword for 4. That's why that diamond sword is great.
I must repeat again because I had myself muted just to you, Chelsea and Tuck, so it looked like you were being really rude there, but I just want to point out that they weren't. No, it's fine.
Sorry.
I just want to clarify that because I was like, it might be your last effort to try and kill the witch, and you just carried on. And I was like, I'm muted to you. Okay, that makes sense. But good luck. Try and kill the witch.
Thank you. I got her. So I got 5 experience points, which is huge. And I will get extra points at the end for any of our sand villages that are there. Sand structures.
All right. So I'm going to... Oh, did you move? No, you fought. You killed the witch and you got it. Yes. Yep. Okay. So... I'm going to move right here. I'm going to show that.
Okay.
And I really want that. But I think I'm going to, because I really don't want you to build too much more now that you have remembered to build. And I'm doing pretty decently. So I'm going to mine, and I'm going to take those to sand and kind of be strategic to end that round.
Yeah, so again, that opportunity to finish a round, kind of to force that round ending is a really interesting mechanic that we like a lot.
And the reason that I'm going to kind of do that is because, again, I see that you have those wood, and I do see that there's quite a few out that you have a lot that you could go for.
Yes.
And we right now are even with our most of our, but I have the stone, and I have 3 of those. So I'm a little bit ahead, so I'm going to end it and call it there before you can maybe catch up. I feel mean to
that
do
seems like a reasonable way to end it off. People in the chat are very impressed by the floating green screen weirdness. Just gigantic components existing in the ether.
Absolutely.
So that's a lot of fun. But yeah, that's about all we've got time for. So if you want to wrap it up with any final points or anything you want to say?
Absolutely, yeah. So we just kind of, real quick again, the game takes place in 3 rounds. Each one has its own kind of scoring system as far as what you're looking for.
Yes.
And again, as we go to the farmers market expansion, more powerful things would come up. That really kind of change the game and get your points. And then at the end, any mobs that you've done as well, they have that hourglass with the experience point, so you'll get points at the end for that as well. So we really enjoyed this game.
It's been very, very fun to play.
And it's one of those things, Minecraft is a great game, but just like Minecraft, this board game is a lot deeper than it looks initially. So initially it looks like you've got, some pieces, some tile laying, some mobs, some of these pieces as well. But as you play into it, the the gameplay is really rich and a lot deeper than it kind of seems at first.
Yeah, and it's really fun. And then also, there is also a variant for beginners that simplifies the scoring of this game for the rounds. So it's really perfect also for first-time and young players. So we're parents, and we have a little boy, and so it's really fun to think about, you know, with our son when he's old enough to, like, he gets into, like, you know, Minecraft and all those kind of things, that this is a good, like, starting kind of board game, something that he can connect to, that he's played and interacted with. And so it can also be just kind of simplified as well, which is really, really cool for that beginner or first-time player.
Lovely stuff. Well, we're going to have to call it there. But I've missed the Blizzard button again. Disappeared into a Rainbow Blizzard, but that's fine. It tends to happen. The internet has its ways. Thank you so much for coming along and showing us the Minecraft Builders and Biomes game. And thank you very much for being professionals who could allow me to disappear and eat a piece of cake. Today we are joined by Ike Brunicardi.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good name.
It's a good pronunciation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good. It's a good name. And we are in Tabletopia to take a look at Bantam West, a Western adventure game. So,
tell us about it.
Yeah, tell us a little bit. I'm going to hover over the board of Jericho Jones. And if you want to tell us a little bit about this, I'm going to go and find something to put on the table. 1 second.
Oh, I gotcha. I'll take up the time while you're getting that set up. So, since you asked, just going over Bantam West for those who haven't seen it, who need a little introduction. Just a fair warning, it is still in a prototype form, so there may be some issues with it moving forward in this little gameplay we're about to do, but just keep that in mind. So when we first started designing Bantam West, it was an open world adventure game, and at least that's how the idea started as, and that's kind of what we were going for at first. But over time, as we continued to develop the game and the game continued to grow, it turned into what we're now calling an immersive tabletop simulator. And I'll get into that in detail later or in my later live streams I'm doing this weekend. But that's kind of paying homage to immersive sims like Deus Ex, Thief, System Shock, Dishonored, mostly systemic games that have been limited to the video game industry until now. And now we're trying to bring it over to the board game industry. So hopefully you'll get a little taste of that moving forward, but you start the game as one of 4 strangers who just arrived to the town of Gallows Springs. Matt, I don't know if you're hovering over the town tile, but
I'm actually hovering over I got distracted by the little man on the world map. I believe that's what it's called. The town tile. I can do that.
He's very handsome. He's very handsome. So I see why he's distracting.
Absolutely.
But
plastic people. Who'd have thought?
Oh, yeah. With great features, too. But if you look at the town tile, so this is the town of Gallows Springs. It's a small town on the edge of the Deathhelm frontier, which, by the way, you can tell by the name, and hint, hint, this game doesn't take place on Earth. It actually takes place on an entirely different planet. So while this game is Western in a way and frontier in a way, it's actually an entirely new culture on an entirely new planet in an entirely new country with its own political system, religion, all that stuff. But that goes a bit deeper than what we're just about to play. So that's a little surprise for the future. All right, so you start as one of 4 strangers, and you all start in town. It all starts on the same day, and all 4 of your characters have their own past. They have their own traumas. They have their own life dreams and goals and personalities. They also have an asymmetrical skill tree that each one of them has, asymmetrical skills as well. And over the course of the game, you play each day in the life of your character. You get to know your character, and even your own personality comes out in the character as well as you play it. So the whole point of the game is to gain notoriety in town. You start out as strangers, as I said before, and over the course of time, the townsfolk start to know you better. They can either revere you, they can detest you, but it's all the same because it's all just considered notoriety, good or bad. And the whole point of the game is to get to a certain level of notoriety to win. And you can see, if you could move over to the player board.
Mm-hmm.
So along the top of the player board is your score tracker or your notoriety track. So each one of those metallic spaces, 5, 10, 15, 20, they allow for different game modes, wherein you could play a game to 5, play a game to 10, 15, and so on. The longer you go, the more the game adapts and changes. For example, when you hit 5 on the notoriety track, or 10, any increment of 5, you actually unlock. If you look to the bottom right of the player board, you see character pursuits. So those character pursuits are specific to your character. And as you continue to play the game, you unlock more of your character's journey, and you actually get to choose which life goals they take on. So, yes.
So that at the moment, is this my to-do list? Is that my life goals?
As of right now, that, as well as the banknote above it, as well as the silver standard. However, you're playing as Hannah, so if we could scoot over to...
Because I was going to say, like, my to-do list at the moment does feel like it's possibly going to be like, that's it. That's my life goals. After that, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
So I can relate. I can relate.
Oh, yeah, just one thing at a time, make it manageable.
So this is going to be whittling, doing a bit of whittling to make a lovely picture of a deer.
Yes, so we have the game set up about mid-game for a pretty standard game. This would be about an hour into gameplay, but Tom's actually playing Levi Mercer right here. So as of right now, he's got a horse, a little horsey named Agamemnon, custom to his character. He's gotten 2 kills so far, so he's whittling away, like you said, Matt. And he also has a rider. So at the top of his player board, he's got a rider with him that can hold offers him 1 extra storage space. So that's his character currently.
Right. Okay. Cool. So you're showing off your horse. And what
I've
about
got a
on the
horse.
board am I then? Where am I going to go?
So you are currently sitting in your cabin in the wilderness up here. You can see on your cabin card full of resources. You're a master lumberjack, so you've mastered logging, and you also have a legendary fire starter right here, which is a bow. Yes.
Okay. So it's a recurve bow. There's fire arrows, and I want to burn stuff down, which is again,
absolutely.
As life plans go, I think it's very 2021. I can relate. So I'm an arsonist, basically. That's my vibe. That's
you are an arsonist.
Okay,
100%.
I like it. It's been
pyromaniac.
So I'm an arsonist. Tom, what are you? You are a gunslinger.
I'm just got a horse.
Just a horse.
Got a horse, and I like making pictures out of wood.
Yes.
I'm a horseman. Part man, part horse. All justice. Which half? Is it upper half that's horse or bottom half? It's just the middle. Oh God. No. So you actually have a legendary gun right here because you're the gunslinger. So you went to the store, purchased that. Yeah. It's a sniper rifle, and your goal, as of right now, your goal is to get a kill, whittle away any of these to-do list tasks, or go to the bank and just exchange money for game-winning points. However, you are at 4 notoriety points, you can see by the tracker, and so is Matt. So the next point they get unlocks one of the next 2 cards they see under both of your character pursuit cards.
Oh, so I can see Snow Leopard and Ancient Gator. So I imagine
it's a little sneak peek.
Make friends with the Snow Leopard, or the Ancient Gator.
I don't know if they're very friendly though. So
okay. That's a dream.
And then I'm currently playing as the thief. So I'm Mika Mankiller. I'm sitting at 3 points. I'm right behind y'all. I have a legendary breaching tool, this shotgun right here. And then also I am on my way to go buy a horse and equip a saddle. So that's my current task.
Hey. Well, how do I tell me?
How do I build a house?
Okay.
All right,
So building a house.
We got to get someone building this house. I've got a dramatic quantity of wood, right? And I cannot resist the irony here in the fact that I am a master lumberjack who's also an arsonist. It's like, I'll build you a house. Sure.
Yeah, no, I see that.
Yeah. Where does this go? Where does it end?
If there are no houses on the board soon, you might have to burn down your own. That's all I'm saying. But
can you hurry up and build the house, please, Tom, so I can?
Well, just so we've got a symbiotic relationship going. I'll build the house for you to burn it down, and then we'll do some kind of exchange there.
Yeah.
Right. That sounds good.
So as of right now, your best bet, considering you have 4 hide in your inventory, is to go recruit a bigger posse, because you're mostly a fighting character. And the more people you have rolling with you, the better. Okay? Yes. And you recruit posse in the saloon. So that is up here at the top of Gallows Springs. All of the shops are within Gallows Springs.
Okay. How do I get? What do I do? How do I get there? Do I go to this space down here, right? I presume, and lets me go to the town.
Yeah, perfect. Good guess on that. So all the town icons you see will take you to... Do you notice this icon in the bottom left of each terrain tile? So that is also, it corresponds to the resource that tile offers as well. It's all the same throughout the whole game. So that stands for the Midland Plains. And if you look on the town tile for that icon, that matching icon, that would be the entrance exit to the Midland Plains, and so on and so forth.
And I'm guessing that's like where you go to get pelts, wood, leaves,
exactly,
and gold.
Yes, herbs, but yes, they do have leaves on them. You're right.
Herbs? What are herbs but tasty leaves?
So herbs heal. Wood is used to build cabins. Hide is used to outfit riders, so like to build, make them a holster and recruit them into your posse. And then silver is just expensive. So
yeah,
it's dangerous up there.
So let's say it's Tom's turn now.
He does have the hat.
He's got a lot to do.
I got the hat.
He's got the hat.
I got the hat. I've got a lot to do. It fits perfectly on Levi.
Heavy is the hat that sits on the head of the throne.
Heavy is the hat that builds the house. Okay, so how am I getting where I want to go?
So you execute these actions. You have a list of various actions, which all are based on real life actions. You can move, you can shoot, you can travel, all that stuff. It all starts to make sense once you kind of get your feet under you with this game. So as of right now, to move costs 1 grit. So you would take this grit, which, by the way, if you could zoom in on that really quick.
Yeah,
so
sure.
on one side, you know, your daily action, your daily energy is represented by tobacco cans. But if you aren't a huge fan of tobacco, you can just go ahead and flip that and, you know, drink coffee all day if you prefer that. So every single action in the game costs 1 grit. You have 4 grit per day. And at the end of each day, your grit resets. So to move, you would spend 1 grit for a movement action, and that allows you to move equal to your speed. If you look at your speed stat, you upgraded with a horse, so it's currently sitting at 3. You're sitting pretty.
What's the black cube for on here?
Black cube's just a limiter. It's strictly admin. So let's say it's not in this version of the game, but let's say you pull an event card that says you got cholera or dysentery. You aren't moving very fast, so your speed would drop to 1. And then if you healed back, it would mark where you bring it back to.
Okay, yeah, cool. So
I hope you don't get dysentery, by the way.
I hope this doesn't get Oregon Trail on us here.
Not on the first day of a 3-day digital convention. That's a nightmare. I microwaved some rice last night, and I was a bit worried about it afterwards. I was like, "Oh, is this a bad idea? What happens if you get wiped out? No weekend. Like that's it. Done." So don't get cholera or dysentery, Tom. That's an order.
I'll try my best. I can't. I mean, I can't promise anything.
Just wait till Monday, like everyone else.
So I presume I can spend a grit then to move 3 spaces, and I can go onto here, which would go. I go 1, 2, 3, and then do I immediately whoop over to town?
So traveling, considering there's a large distance between right there and town, that's its own action. It's called traveling.
Okay. So I'd have to spend another grit.
Spend another grit.
I'd go to there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Now you could spend your third grit moving up into the saloon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I need to go to the saloon. I've been told there's people there.
Keep in mind this trail, it connects to the saloon right here. So you could actually, there you go.
I go 1, 2, 3.
Exactly.
Again, it's deeply relatable to my younger years that it takes 3 coffees just to get to the bar. So now we are in the saloon, the Haven.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You can buy a head of a wolf for $3.
A head, I think, of a wolf.
Yeah,
and then I can recruit a rider for 4 delicious skins that I found while I was out in the Midland Plains.
Exactly. So keep in mind, there you go. So keep in mind, you actually are a master hunter, which the master perk reduces the cost of riders from 4 to 3.
Oh, so I get to keep one.
You get to keep one. You could go spend it on whatever. Just don't spend it all in one place, you know.
Hey, and then how do I represent my rider then? What do I take?
So you get to choose. Go ahead and sprawl these out. Throw them wherever you want. Just not off the table, please.
Sells $2 logs.
Yeah.
So I want to get logs because I want to build a massive. Cool. I mean, maybe I want to do some killing.
Mm-hmm.
So I want someone that will help me do murder on things. What strength?
If you look at your current legendary weapon, if we go ahead and zoom in on that, it's a sniper rifle. You have the longest range out of all of us, which is terrifying. And then if you look, you can hit for 2 with a agility check of 7.
Okay.
Which also really sucks.
As much agility as possible.
Yes. You already have the highest agility on the table because you're the gunslinger. Mm-hmm. So you might already be good on that. Maybe you want to improve your lowest skill, which is malice. Who knows?
Oh, I'm nice Levi. Well, okay, I'm just gonna stick with agility, and I'm gonna be able to shoot something from literally light years away.
Perfect.
And I'll have slick grit.
Fair warning, with this being a prototype, you may have just broke the game there. So
good.
We'll see.
Activated the infinite pelt program.
Oh dear God! It will be adjusted before release, for the record.
Yeah, I mean, we should point out this is still a prototype, which is kind of nuts considering like a lot of this art and stuff is really. Like it's some lovely stuff here. I've actually got a physical copy of the prototype here on the table. I can just have a show you the box. But actually, like I think this as a mod, it's quite a dark camera actually. I've got a lovely box with a horse and a person and another person. That's right, 2 people and a horse, and a very very dark camera. But yeah, this Tabletopia thing is pretty lush. It's looking nice.
Yeah. Thank you.
Looking really nice. So we'll jump back in.
Oh yeah. So as of right now, you spent your last grit recruiting that rider in the saloon, which concludes your turn. And now we're going clockwise over to Matt. So.
All right. Okay. So it's either cut down some wood or start some fires.
Oh, yes. Sorry to interrupt. So I totally forgot. Getting a rider actually gained him another notoriety point. So if you notice, you covered the star. Anytime you cover a star, boom.
Cool.
Since you're at 5 now, you can unlock. So let's go ahead and unlock this. I'm going to scoot this. There you go. Now, you can choose from these 2, Rack and Stack and Beast Slayer, which the instructions for all of these are on the back because each individual card is unique. So
I mean, I think I'm good at beasties, so I'm going to take Beast Slayer.
I misheard that as Bee Slayer.
Bee Swatter.
You had it coming. Yeah, yellow and black gits. All right.
Go on, get.
Get off my honey ranch, you dang bees.
Spends the rest of the game swatting.
It's a different planet. On this planet, bees steal honey, which comes from horses.
And they're 6 feet tall.
Yeah, exactly. It's all to play for in the B round. Right. So, I'm good at. Is Mal short for malice?
Mm-hmm. It is.
I'm good at malice.
Oh yeah.
It's been said before. It has been said. Trying to give it up as I get older. So, right. Where am I? I'm in my little hut, which I'm presuming is here, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. So consider anytime you build a cabin as you are introducing a new space. Each one of these spaces is technically called acres. You're introducing a new acre to the board. So within this yellow acre that contains your cabin piece is the acre that is on your cabin card that you're currently in.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I've got my wood.
Mm-hmm.
Is this me looting wood from my own cabin if I leave it there? Mm-hmm. Is that me leaving it there for later?
So you can take that wood. It would cost 1 grit to collect all those resources. And don't worry, they'll all respawn tonight during the night phase. Any time you have empty spaces in your cabin during that night phase, they're immediately filled.
I'm taking it. And this is going to my cargo catalog?
Yes, it is.
Okay, fab.
So I forgot that you got one of these earlier. So you actually can sell. There we go. You can sell wood for $2 a pop instead of 1. So
woody fella. All right. Right. What am I gonna do? There's some stuff going on up here. There's a bear. There's presumably an abandoned house with some bandits in it.
We already cleared off the bandits from there, so anyone can use this public use cabin. Totally
burn it down.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there any point in me burning something down if there's no one in it? Probably. It's probably better to do that, actually. I take that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, is there any point?
You have maxed out the malice stat. That's unbelievable.
That's the first one of the weekend of yeah. I think it was when me and you were playing New York Zoo, Tom. I was like, why do I have to Why do I have to? Can I just build loads of cages? Why do I care about the animals?
Yeah, why does put animals in these cages? Just have a zoo made of cages.
Is this this is shut up and sit down after hours?
Well, yeah, it just turns out we're maniacal. Somebody put too much malice in my coffee this morning. All right, well, I'm gonna. So I can move. My speed stat is 2.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've only got legs. So I can go. Is it 1 to leave the building?
It's 1 to leave the building, 1 to leave that acre.
Okay, so is that an action to leave a thing, and then?
Not an action, but a movement. Just consider the cabin as another space.
So I have to spend a couple of grit to walk over to this abandoned cabin.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll set fire to, even though there's no one in it.
Keep in mind, you could, with your bow, what's the range on it?
Oh, yeah. Why set fire to things when you're next to them, when you can set fire to them from a safe distance? So it's a range of 1 to 2.
And you have fire arrows. With its special being arson, with a +1 buff to any arson rolls.
So from here, is that range 1-2?
So keep in mind, while the cabin does introduce a new space to the board, if you're targeting the cabin, just think of it as another player. You are trying to get to the acre that contains the piece. Mm-hmm. So that would be a range of 1 right there.
So I actually can just leave the cabin and just go and fire a little fire arrow on this and set fire to it.
You could if it was within line of sight, which would be right here in the green acre, right next to you.
Oh, I see. I see.
Mm-hmm.
So this is line of sight. Is these
colors,
what the colors are?
Exactly.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's move over here because this is like where I can collect some wood as well, so I can continue the circle of life, as I like to call it. You know, cut some wood down, build something, burn it.
Burn it. Yeah.
It's the natural
You may
order.
be a genius.
It's the natural order of things, officer. And then I'm gonna. So I've done one to do thing, one to leave, and then move one. And then
now,
my third grit, I'm going to fire a fire arrow at a innocent shed. Do I have to roll to hit or anything like that? Do I just burn it down?
So if you look at the card right there, it has the skill check on it, which is for malice. Red triangle with 7. So you have to roll. Whatever you roll, you use your skill as a modifier.
Okay.
So
I like the fact that it's my skill is being malicious here, and the idea that like it's not that I'm missing it, it's that like there's still enough good in me that at the last minute I go, no, I'm not going to burn down a building for no reason. I can't do it. It just doesn't make sense. All right, so how many dice do I get to roll?
So you get to roll 1 dice for a check.
And you add
I add my malice.
4 malice to it.
4 plus 4, that's 8 malice.
Oh yeah,
let's get malicious.
That
all right,
is done. So what you do is take a fire token right here, and you bring it on over.
Where are my fire tokens?
It would go on any spot that's available in the cabin storage area, and whatever it replaces, if you are still on that tile when it replaces it, you receive that.
Right, so I don't
it
get
down
that
from the inside
because I'm not inside the fire. But if I was there, I'd be kind of looting it whilst burning it.
That's one of the few gameisms that exist in this, is anywhere on the tile. So just think of it as like you're watching it burn down. You're maybe snagging up some stuff as it's burning. If you leave this entire tile, let's say you go back into town, that's when you stop receiving that resource.
Gotcha.
So you just need to stay in the general vicinity.
I see. And then I'll be rich, all because I burned something down. All right,
Beyond
let's
your
do some
dreams.
So I spent one. Let me check this out. I spent 1 grit to do a thing. Spent another grit to move. A 3rd grit to set something on fire. Hey, when you want to roll, why stop? Let's try and set it more on fire. Oh, I only got 5.
Oh, no. That's enough fire for today.
The good within me has prevailed again. But do I get like that? Doesn't count as burning something down, does it?
No. So for this, the instructions on the back read it has to belong to another player.
Oh,
you're really malicious, you know.
Okay, Tom, and check out this cabin. You gotta get over here
to own it.
You're never gonna believe it. There's a cabin here. It's got your name on it.
There is no active fire in this cabin.
Only one previous small fire. All right.
Okay. That was your go, right?
So that concludes your turn. And then you just bed down right next to that river and close your eyes as the cabins set alight.
Something to keep me warm. Something to keep me warm.
Oh, yeah. So now it's my turn, and I'll spend... the way I like doing it is I go off in an honor system. I kind of just go through my turn, and then I'll adjust grit afterwards rather than going one by one.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was going back and forth with them as a way of tracking them.
It's also much better in person when you can actually like the tactile response and all that stuff.
Use hands, etc. Yeah.
Yes, rather than a mouse. So here, I'm gonna go 1, 2. That's my first grit. Move into the stables. I'm gonna interact with this guy right here, Mirth Greymane in Mirth's Mounts, and I have $8. So I just spent 1 grit to move, and then I'm gonna spend 2 grit. Buying 2 things in there, 1 grit for each transaction. So I'm buying my horse, which here I will do a great reveal if you could bring the camera over.
Absolutely.
So I place my horse in the mount card slot, and then let's see this.
Ooh.
So that's Oksala. That is my personal horsey. Then speed adjust by 1. I'm gonna spend my other $3. That was 5. I'm going to spend my $3 on getting Oksala's saddle, which another grand reveal. Go ahead and oink right there.
Custom saddle.
That's nice. It's a nice saddle.
Yeah, custom saddle and tack.
There we are.
And then I just got a game-winning point for buying a horse. Bumps me up to 4 off the to-do list. And then I got one more grit, so let's see. What am I gonna do? All right, I think I'm gonna spend one more grit going 1, 2, 3, and I just might meet you in there.
Ooh.
Okay.
Now,
and that concludes my turn.
We're nearing the end of this stream, and I'm going to just try and murder Matt as quick as possible.
But I'm all the way over here. How are you going to do that?
Or you could fight me. I'm right there next to you.
Ah, well that's good. I've got a sniper rifle though, but I'm not using my excellent range. But you know what? We'll just I mean, do I get, so if I get a kill, will that be useful for my little whittling board?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, bang.
So here, in order to fight, pick up your combat cards really quick. We'll go through this. Will be about 5. Oh yes, combat cards are right here. You have 7 of them. Okay. However, if you could draw them into your hand.
Yep. Doesn't seem to want to do that. I'm just going to do them over here in secret.
I would just click the whole deck and bring it straight down to the bottom of the screen. Highlights.
It doesn't seem to be liking going down to the bottom of my screen for some reason, which is very strange. It is not doing that. You know, it normally like glows green a little bit. So I'm gonna take myself off over into the corner.
I promise I won't peek.
I'm gonna look. Or maybe I'm gonna... No, I am gonna look. I'm gonna peek.
Yeah,
so
take a look.
The stipulation is you can only have 7 cards in your hand at once. No more, no less. So since you have that legendary weapon, if you're going to add that to your hand after buying it in the store, you have to discard one of your 7 starting cards. So go ahead. I won't look. Just choose one of them, whichever one you don't want to bring to the fight. I'll do the same.
Okay, done.
All right, same with me. I'm done.
All right.
Okay.
We're gonna have to. I think we're gonna have to like rock paper scissors this fight. It's not going to be the correct system, I'm sure, of having a fight, but we're gonna have to wrap things up. So, off the top of your head, do you want to invent some sort of system now for who's gonna murder who?
Yes, yes. Let's come up to the saloon and let's take another minute and just murder each other. Your words, not mine.
Love to hear it. It was me that said it. I'm sorry. It's a family show.
Okay, so just bring your best card up here. And we'll just play one round of this.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So bring it up here and place it face down, just right next to the saloon, anywhere.
I'm gonna bring the one that I want to use. Hey, okay, right, I'm ready.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is 3, 2, 1, and flip them. Ready?
Bam.
Boom.
Who'd have guessed?
Pulling out a sniper rifle and a shotgun. Like...
So if you could go grab a die and just bring it up next to the cards. So you're the attacker. Yeah. Your effects go first. So go ahead and roll that dice. Let's see if you hit. 3 plus what's your
5.
There you go. So you just pulled out that sniper rifle, shot me square in the face from about a foot away. Nice.
That's cool. Okay,
I still have just enough life in me just to go for one. And I hit with mine as well. So, yeah.
I know it's your destruction.
It is. It's absolutely mad.
So that's both of you dead.
Mm-hmm.
I like someone in the chat saying "escape as bat," which made me laugh a lot. It's a reference to Fury of Dracula.
That Fury of Dracula was a huge inspiration for the initial foundation of this system, but we took it and with it. So
there you go. So yeah, I'm afraid that's all we have time for. Have you got any last words? That sounds like I'm going to shoot you. I'm still in Western mode.
Am I going to die? I'm concerned.
Yeah, we're all going to die.
Eventually.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'll just say thank you, Matt. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Quinns, wherever he is in the ether right now, floating around. thank you to the Shut Up and Sit Down team for hosting this. It's awesome to even get to meet you guys, and then on top of that, the justice you're doing for our entire industry and community is incredible. So
it's very kind. Very sweet.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for coming along and showing us Bantam Planet.
Of course,
No,
and
Bantam
check
West.
it out, Bantam West by Bantam Planet. And we go to Kickstarter in June, so keep an eye out for this. I promise all the bugs will get worked out before then.
Fabulous. All right, wicked. Well, thank you so much again, Ike, and I'll see you again
Thank
soon. Bye. Got Matthew Bishop from Merrimorph Games, and this is a digital implementation of is it a role-playing card game kind of thing?
Yes. Role-playing card game pretty much sums it up.
Excellent. I didn't get something wrong. We're joined by Ava, and we're going to have a little go at this. I'm quite excited. This looks quite neat. It's got some fun little features for an online implementation, like being able to see share cards with each other so you can actually see things, which is really neat. Do you want to start giving us a basic introduction? At the moment, I'm on my deck selection.
Absolutely. So, as you mentioned, role-playing card game. So, in the physical form, this would just be a box with a bunch of tarot cards in it. This is a virtual tabletop we put together to help with the quarantine, but it's meant to let you play a role-playing game in about 2 hours. Really easy to teach. There's no prep. We're going to play a bit of a sample scene, and I've done no work. I have no clue how it will go. The page you're on is picking a character. The characters are just 8 tarot cards each.
I'm sorry, I'm being distracted by the fact that my wife is literally like a commando soldier doing this across the floor behind me to bring me a cup of tea, which is one of the best things I've seen in a very long time. So I wasn't laughing at you there. I was laughing at my commando wife. So yeah, she can just walk in. It's not like I've told her. I'm not. This isn't some sort of terrible. Anyway, carry on.
I don't know that we can top that.
This is a great game.
Okay. I'd say go ahead and select your character, and that'll move you onto the next screen, and everyone can kind of see what it looks like.
Who have you gone for, Ava?
I am Maud. I am the Doctor. I am fashion. I am hair. I am infected with the plague, but in a good way.
Like it, very 2021.
That's what I got from a quick summary from the.
I'm Indra.
Things.
So I believe that I am.
Indra.
Okay, they look like a kind of strange. Oh, a Riftwalker. Okay, great. So I can bring this up big on the screen. Yeah, this is neat for streaming. It looks lovely. So I'm Indra the Traveller. I'm a Riftwalker. A rare alien power lets me teleport to nearby destinations I can see. When I teleport under pressure, I can choose one. A quick departure or an accurate arrival. Which is, I like it. And
the world is kind of a mishmash sci-fi fantasy, sort of to encourage like an everything goes approach. So there's robots and magic powers and all kinds of stuff. And if you scroll up to the top of the virtual tabletop, you'll see what my card setup looks like. So the GM has a deck, and it's basically you just pick where you want to play. You pull out that deck. In this case, we've got the Lua Nova Terminal, which is this like jungle island full of dinosaurs, and there's a spaceport being set up there. So that's where we'll be today. Then you deal yourself a story card, which says this is the goal you guys as the players have to do today to complete the session, which should normally be about 2 hours, but we'll just do a bit of a sample. And then you lay out a couple of scenes. So you can see the 3 orange scene cards below that. So you just progress through all 3 of those. When you complete the 3rd scene and the story goal, you're done. And it's been hopefully about 2 hours. And I, as the GM, don't roll any dice. You guys do stuff. You describe what you want to do. We roll dice to see exactly how it goes. But that just gives me tokens that I use to add things to the scene that you can interact with. So that lets us kind of shape the story together. If you have any questions about the interface as we go, I'm happy to just answer them on the fly. But if you're ready, I'd say we can just start a bit of a demo.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in.
Okay. You guys both kind of briefly described your characters. You got the story that has brought you here is that apparently you've been hired by a competitor of this company on the island to sneak in and into their guarded facilities and plunder their latest breakthrough. So your overall goal would be to steal some illegal research, which we won't completely get through. But any thoughts on why your two characters would have shown up on a jungle island to steal research?
Oh yeah, because I can only teleport either accurately or quickly. So I'm probably looking to improve upon that a little bit.
Are you in a not even supposed to be here today kind of like, just accidentally showed up and then this massive haired doctor just shows up?
I feel like if I could teleport, but it wasn't perfect, I'd be like, well, can I get it better? You know, it's like when you get a baking recipe that you really like and you just think, what about if I try that with a bit more baking soda or a bit more fat or something, you know? But with teleportation, so not really that similar.
All right, well, I mean, I'm just here to save the world. I don't know about you. Like,
oh well,
that's my thing.
It's always one.
Got
Always
myself
one.
a bit of plague. Means I've got very good healing skills, but unfortunately, I want to heal the entire universe, and that means taking this corporation down, getting their research, and getting those facts out to the public.
So we're not really aligned here, are we?
Good question. Are you?
It doesn't sound like it. I want to improve my teleportation abilities, and wants to save the world and destroy a facility.
I guess, do you need a good doctor to help you with that? And you're trying to get in her good graces?
That's true. That's true. There may be implants involved.
I feel like I've convinced you to come along on this adventure. You have no interest in saving the world, but I've told you that some of the research in there, you can get first look at it, and that might help you with your teleportation business. And I think that's a win-win situation for Mord and Indra, right?
Grand.
All right.
Go Mord and Indra.
So yeah, if you are looking at my kind of section of the table above the characters, so I start with some tokens. I'm just going to throw some things out there that you guys can interact with. So the cards that I play just cost tokens. So there we go. I've added a few. So these, you are arriving at this jungle island looking to steal your corporate research, and you are in the first scene, which is Whiskey Verge. So this whole game is basically a bunch of prompts that is there to tie together in interesting ways and make a story out of. So this is a place that was built at the jungle's edge to keep away the monsters. It's kind of not doing so hot. And yeah, so the guards don't super like it. There's an AI that runs the place that would rather have a different job. So to progress from this scene into the next one, you will have to choose one of those two scene goals at the bottom, decide why it makes sense to the story, and achieve it. And that's probably as far as we'll get in this quick demo. So what are you after here in scene one?
I'm going to leave this one with you, Ava.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I'm a do-gooder, so like my instinct is to look for that person in trouble over there. Who's that? They look like they're stuck. The guards are wandering around underneath them. They're a little bit up the side of the slope. Is that thing going to fall apart and crash them? We've got to save them, Indra.
Sure, yeah. Okay,
so here, I'll throw the first curveball at you. So you happen to see in the distance this Verge Rider. So this is a Titan. These are kind of aliens that also live on the planet now. And there's a band of Titan criminals that smuggle on the island, and they ride these giant insects. And you see one on the cliff. So I'll let you decide, is this the person in danger, or is this the danger?
I'm going to go and help them. I think they look fine. They're obviously not fans of the corporation if they're being called branded criminals.
Okay, so you see a giant monster riding a giant insect, and you want to go help.
I think they're pretty cool. They look like the sort of giant monster you'd see on the side of a soft drink in the 1990s. So I want like probably surfing. So I'm like. I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm really banking on remaining mates with this doctor in the hope that they can help me with some of my teleportation issues. So I'll just go along with it. Or worst case scenario, I'll just teleport away.
Very noble.
Being chewed by something. I don't know. I want to figure out. Basically, I want to get out of this. I want to have a look at what's going on here and see whether I want to save the rider or the person being ridden, the bug being ridden. We've got to look. We've got to assess this.
It's the oldest question in the book, isn't it? So whether to save the rider or the thing being ridden.
So the heart of this game is basically when you describe something you want to do, if it sounds like it might not work, I ask you to roll 2d6 and add a stat from your character card, whatever sounds appropriate. So yeah, I guess tell me how you want to climb out onto this cliff face or whatever and get close to them, and we'll see what that sounds like. And as a reminder, you both have 2 character cards available to you at the start, which will give you various other options that are not the standard stuff. So definitely look at those if you haven't, and feel free to incorporate them.
So is this the one for the character and the one that's face up beside it?
Correct. So yeah, Maud starts with Flourish and Bedside Manner, and Indra looks like he has Riftwalker and Stowaways. So go for it, whoever wants to describe what they're trying to do here.
Well, I mean, the big question here is, Indra, how good's your teleportation? Can you teleport me with you? Or is it a
possibly?
one-person deal?
I don't.
I'm looking at Stowaways here, and I think I just tried to share that card. So
yeah.
Yep.
So I can bring something large with me, or I can arrive, grab something small, and then return stealthily. However, my passenger might become nauseous, which is a doctor you're probably fine with.
I'm large.
Something else
and
that
I
is
heal
dragged
from nausea
along,
quickly.
or the poison flares in your veins.
Oh, you're poisoned.
Again, you are a doctor, though, so
I think I can deal with all of this problem. I'm happy to risk it.
I don't know how comfortable. I mean, I feel like I'm not quite a selfish teleporter, though. I feel like if you've had the ability to teleport away from problems for a while, like I think you probably become a survivor. Let's just say kindly.
I would like to ask Maud if you would be willing to do a sly, a coerce roll here to convince Indra.
I mean, I would say less sly and more flirtatious.
I'm just going to very quickly go to the loo and back again. I won't be a moment, but maybe the chat can decide if I should help with teleportation.
Oh, I like that. And I am.
He's gone right through him.
I'm just catching up with chat. I saw a question. So this is an RPG system with light board game elements. It's basically an RPG, but yeah, using board game components. If you've ever played a Powered by the Apocalypse role-playing game, it's kind of that, but instead of source books and pages and stuff, you have decks of cards, and that gives you all the prompts you need. And then the system itself around it is very simplified so that you can play it quickly in 2 hours. The system is inspired by Powered by the Apocalypse, or I guess you'd say it is a Powered by the Apocalypse system because it lifts from that. So the rolls are all just 2d6 plus a stat. Did it succeed? Did it fail? But yeah, I guess, do we want to ask chat if you're able to convince Indra to teleport? I saw a never teleport for free.
I have to roll for a salacious, convincing argument.
I would like to know what stat would be salacious. Tough, calm, hasty, bright, or sly?
I think it's bright. Yeah. Used to figure things out or make connections. Like I'm trying to help out. I'm trying to encourage Indra to look out for the people around them, and trying to help them learn and think about what's there. So I reckon that's right.
Okay. Right. So there should be a little dice button down in the bottom corner. If you click that, you can select the stat. And when you click roll, we will all see how you did.
Okay. Oh, great. I picked one that I'm strong in. That's good. I didn't notice that.
Perfect. Maud is very bright.
I've teleported back. You didn't even notice.
Click bright and then click the button.
Yeah, it should be a check mark. Ooh. Critically succeeded. So a 10 plus is a critical success. So Indra, you've just been salaciously convinced with critical success.
Do I not have a say in
Indra,
me being salaciously convinced? So
apparently Maud hits you where you're weak, so.
Yeah, fair enough. I just want to bring the, what's it called? I'm bringing the window in a bit closer because there was a cool little pop-up at the bottom of the screen about the success, and it didn't appear on the stream, so I'm just doing a little bit of tweaking. All right. Still not sure if it will, but we'll find out. So, I've been convinced. What have I been convinced to do? To teleport you along?
You've been convinced to teleport us closer to the giant centipede-riding criminal.
Via the medium of salaciousness.
Via the medium of convincing you that we're all connected and we all have to look after each other. And we
Maud the Salacious has spoken.
And have you seen my hair?
You've got super strong hair that you can use as a lasso or a rope. Honestly, like, people, like really good hair is my weak spot. It's my weak spot. I was watching the latest series of Taskmaster the other day, and there was an Australian woman in it with the most fantastic hair, and I kept saying to my wife, saying, "Oh, her hair is amazing," to the point where it's just like, "Is this a problem?" And it's like, it's just like a mane. All right, done. I'm convinced.
I've only just seen that I can turn my hair into rope, which would have been another way to get up that cliff. But it's fine, because we're doing the teleporting, which may result in nausea. Let's see.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to do some teleporting, and so now I have to roll plus hasty. So my hasty is +1, so I get +1 to my roll, and I'm going to press the roll dice button and see what happens. I get +1, and then it's a failure.
Ooh. Okay, so this is great, because failures give me tokens to spend on things. So, Indra, what went wrong? You tried to teleport, and it was not what you intended to do.
I think I was distracted by the hair. And I think, like, maybe I'm going to go with the idea that my teleportation skills are kind of psychic based, and that I was thinking about hair, and because of that I've like just pulled in like some foliage from nearby somehow. Some weird like some long strands of kind of like stuff. That's my foliage knowledge going straight into the bin.
So that foliage, as it pulls away, uncovers a couple of guards that happen to be right there that you hadn't noticed before. And they are apparently not happy to see these random people just wandering around their facility. So these XMC enforcers help guard this place. They fight monsters and stuff, so maybe they don't like the criminals either. And they just saw you trying to teleport unsuccessfully and tearing up their trees. So they start yelling at you both to get out of here or halt.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to destroy your trees. So these are a militia that are mainly interested in trees.
Yeah, apparently these ones really like trees. So,
really?
And you do still that stranded criminal is still out there needing rescuing.
I like that the enforcers might forget to lock weapons or checkpoints, fire their armor spikes at nearby foes, or have won a bazooka at gambling.
You can tell this bazooka looks especially sketchy, like it was won from gambling.
Yeah, it's the idea that it might not even work, but they'd be like, "Look at this!
I don't know what this is." The thing is, someone who's just won on a bazooka from gambling, those people are the worst for just letting one off without thinking about it, aren't they? Oh, yeah, we've all been there.
In fact, you see them starting to try and load it, but they've clearly never used it before, so they're having some trouble. So you have a moment.
All right. Okay.
So maybe Maud, you see them first, or hear the yelling first. Would you like to try and placate them, or do something to deal with them?
I mean, I feel like your general instinct is just going to be to teleport away and leave me in the problem.
Well, I think, yeah. I mean, possibly. Like,
you could lasso Indra.
Yeah, like, are we?
Yeah, I assume that you're about to teleport away, so I just try and braid my hair into something as quickly as possible to try and just get you. And
maybe
that you're going to pull me with you this time more successfully.
Maybe you only went a few feet that first time, so when it revealed the guards, you were still right next to them, and you haven't managed to jump again yet. Yeah, I guess. Go ahead.
So here, I'm going to go with my personal experience here, which is while my hair is also fabulous, like I get hella big knots in there. Now, I think if I carefully uncoil and dig right up into the back, I can find a big knot of hair and I can chuck it down their bazooka. which may cause a misfire if they finally figure out how to use. So I'm just going to clog that bazooka drain with hair.
Because all they can do then is get one of those little bottles of kind of jelly stuff, and that takes like 6 hours. Really, it says leave it in for an hour, but you've got to leave it in for a lot longer than that, I think.
Okay, so I'll let you decide how you would like to roll that. I think you could consider that being braiding your hair, like use your base move, or you could call that a barrage as well, since you're throwing something.
I'm going to go with barrage of hair, frankly, because that's just a great phrase.
So a barrage, when you shoot a distant foe, you would normally roll calm or sly. So does this sound calm or sly to you?
I think I am being more sly than calm in this situation.
All right.
Let's a chunk of hair out of my head and attempting to sneak it into someone's ill-gotten bazooka. Yeah, sly. Right, okay.
You're ill-gotten.
Roll dice plus side tick.
Okay, so you've solved the problem. You can tell me exactly how that manifests. What is the end result here? What condition are they and the bazooka all in?
So like I just get it just bounces around the rim and then pops into the bazooka just as they're finally figuring out how to do it, but they don't spot it go in because I was being sly, which means that as they get it up and start to aim it at us, they try to shoot us, and it just pops backwards.
So I'll
destroying more of their trees.
I'll say not only does it destroy more of their trees, but the second guard was standing behind the first, and it actually knocks them out. They're unconscious now. So your success took one of them out. We'll say there's one remaining. So Indra, you've just witnessed this. And we know you like hair, so what's your follow-up?
You've just given 2 people a hairy bazooka. It's not even tea time. So, I mean, I'm impressed, frankly. Let's just get a reassessment so that the guards who are chasing us have gone. What's going on with the flying thing that we were thinking about saving?
Good point. If you have a thought, I'd love to hear ideas as to what it's up to at the moment.
So I think it's still nearby. It's sort of been watching a little bit. But
it's got to react to that, right? We've got to react to a reverse hair clog reverse bazooka.
Gonna have to have some sort of reaction to that. You would have thought.
How about this? When it the bazooka firing tore away some more foliage, it kind of had a ripple effect up the mountain, and some pieces fell away, and you can now see that criminal looks like they are trying to get at this little egg with a little baby lizard in it. And maybe you can't quite tell if they're trying to save it or eat it or what.
Well, I mean, I am going to just immediately. I've been wooed and wowed by this clogging magic, and so I'm just going to think, right, I'm going to steel myself, and I'm going to have another attempt at teleporting us over, up closer to where we're supposed to be going.
Okay, and you've had some time to get your bearings. You've had a failed attempt, so you're more calibrated now. Why don't you add a +1 when you do the roll?
Okay,
there should be options in the builder to do the thing to do that.
So I'm going to get my actually hang on. So I'm going to get my +1, and I got my hasty stat bonus. Okay. Ooh, it's a critical hit. I've succeeded with no repercussions.
Yes, so you can you can bring something large with you, or grab something small in return. And yes, tell me how amazing this ends up being.
Well, I mean, basically, I'm just staring at this. I must admit, I'm not terribly interested in Maud at this point. It's the hair. The hair is so substantial that it is like its own entity, and I just gaze at this hair in wonder whilst I play back in slow motion in my mind the moment of watching a bazooka getting clogged and then falling backwards and going, oh, and all the noises of that come about with that scenario. And as I do it, I just find myself in a moment of Zen focus, and everything slows down, and I just very carefully zap us out right in front of the poacher about to have a go at these little hatchling creatures.
And since you had such a good success here, I'll say, as you arrive, you have the advantage. If you want to do something to deal with them, the ball is in your court.
I feel like they're just going to be taken aback as we appear in front of them, and I'm just going to stand there as if to go, yeah, I'm a little thing in a mask that can teleport, and I think I'm going to leave the huffing and puffing here to Maud.
Okay, so yeah, they start like stumbling backwards. They're about to maybe even fall off the edge if they get any more startled or whatever. So go ahead.
So this is the poachers, not the rider, not the rider thing.
So I think it's a poacher on an insect, and next to them is a little baby lizard in an egg.
All right. Well, okay. I'm basically going to talk to the ridden, the giant worm thing. Like, hey, excuse me. I think the person on top of you is trying to get your babies from over here, or your friends' babies. Honestly, I don't know how your society
deals with
setup is. And stuff. I don't know what the setup is, but like, we got. Do you need help? Is there any way I can help you sort that out?
So maybe you notice that the saddle on the big insect, it looks a little tight. It looks like it might be like in pain a little bit, or have like a little bit of an injury from it. Something that a bedside manner might fix, maybe.
Yeah, we're gonna sort this right out. We're gonna sort this right out, and I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna kind of horse whisper this person, the ridden person, completely ignore the poacher, just completely style it out as being like, got no interest in them whatsoever, and I'm just going to go up to their mount and I'm going to try and calm them down and get them easy, and I'm going to try and sneakily undo the buckle whilst I am calming down this beast.
Okay.
This feels like quite a bold.
So if this is you performing, if we want to say this is you performing field surgery and you use your bedside manner, then you just roll plus calm.
Cool.
And we'll say the poacher on the beast's back is very unhappy about this.
We'll deal with them later. Failure.
Ooh.
You failed, and the GM earns the token.
So tell you what, I have the option here. I'm going to let you succeed and take an extra token, but I'm going to spend it because one of the options here is that this thing can, the rider can coat his blade with his mount's venom. So as you get the saddle undone, you feel a sword stick you in the back, and it feels very poisonous. But then he falls off.
After you were so nice trying to check that they were okay, they're working together. Outrageous.
We're doing this together.
I'm actually going to assign your character 1 harm from that. You have 2 health, though, so you're still okay. And you watch the rider just fall off, and he kind of tumbles down the slope away, though. So he's out of the picture. To you or to Indra, what would you like to do? You have the baby lizard and the big insect, and the guards are still back there yelling.
That's a good question. So I'm looking at what I've got going on over here. I've got my ability to zap around, bring stuff around with me, do some stealth. What else? I've got my cards here.
What's the face down cards that we've got?
Normally, as we progress through the scenes, you would earn those. Since we're probably just going to stop after scene 1, I'm going to tell you what. Let's go ahead and flip over your next abilities. So this is as you progress, you get more options.
Each scene you get an extra one, so you've got a few more options to do.
So we'll just go ahead and say those are available now, just to make things more interesting.
Cool.
Okay. Someone says, I made my living as an explorer and a guide. When you realize secrets about a scene or a path. On a 7+, also tell the GM a trap or pitfall you spotted and how it can be triggered or safely avoided. And on a 9, the GM might add that someone else walks right into the trap. So basically, when I'm somewhere new, I can be like, there's a trap there. There's a trap there. Sorry, you've got it to rainbow mode. I'm just going to press the anti-rainbow button. There you are, Mike. Not Mike, Matt. Sorry.
I mean, that looks pretty fabulous, actually.
It's quite distracting, but I have got a button I can press. I just need to notice it out the corner of my eye and go, okay, press the button.
Okay, press the button. Well, okay, right here. I've got the ability to chase down the truth, right? That's what I've just discovered about myself. And what I can see here all of a sudden is how this whole ecosystem is all interlinked. And like this person here is being ridden by a poacher. Their kids are being stolen. I think that this company that is in this place has been disrupting the ecosystem and life cycle and working with these criminals and enforcers to stop these creatures from getting their life, because it's an incredibly resource-rich set of foliage But we are
such pretty trees.
The trees are so pretty; they're almost as good as my hair. And yeah, so I start to twig, or I'm trying to start to twig, how these things are all connected, and actually, this is these people, the nasty people, have all been in it together. And I reckon if I can help out this beast look after its young, then that's going to be a good thing.
Sounds good. Okay, so yeah, maybe at this point you realize that all these other people are up to no good, so you probably want to get this thing and take it to safety, at which point we'll say that's probably the conclusion of your scene goal. So how do you get to safety? And we'll say behind you, you realize that the guards and people working here have really kind of gone off the deep end. You notice that some of them have actually been experimenting with genetic modification. So the remaining guard has some kind of weird thing. Matt, what's going on with that last guard? What does he have?
Okay. All right, so this is simple enough. The last guard, it turns out, through some sort of expertise, maybe they've been a kind of a plumber on a particularly toxic planet for a long time, but they have actually reverse engineered this hair-clogged bazooka into something quite dangerous. Quite dangerous indeed. So now they're basically... They've whacked some sort of genetic gloop into it. That's a term, and effectively now it's kind of writhing. It looks like it's going to be able to kind of fire out some sort of horrible entangling hair bomb.
Did they just mutate my hair?
Yeah, it's like your hair but slightly sentient. And possibly dangerous, and I don't know how to feel about that.
So you spy them beginning to work on that while Maud is examining the ecosystem. So what would you like to do to either deal with them or get out of the way or get to safety? How would you like to address that situation?
It's a very good question.
And I'll say you also happen to notice, also sitting near the guards, there is this misplaced shipment of rocket fuel happens to be nearby, and you're observant, you spot that. So if that's helpful, feel free.
Sorry, I keep switching Ava on and off by accident. I'm just trying to stop the rainbow.
So here's how I would deal with this, me being Maud. I am going to jump on the lizard beside me whilst comforting it that this is okay and I'm not like that horrible poacher who did exactly the same thing, but I'm doing it with more hair. I don't know. I use my hair. I blatantly probably am actually a bit problematic and just cover everything up with a big flick of the hair. But get under the thing, and we are going to go and we're going to face down that mutated hair with a convenient travel bottle of conditioner that I obviously always have with me. So I'm going to go and I'm going to try and use it as a kind of conditioner cannon. I don't know how to fashion that. Wait, misplaced shipment. It's probably another bazooka, right?
Absolutely.
So ride past. This is all going to go swimmingly. Ride past, grab the shipment, rip it open, be very glad that it is some kind of projectile launcher, put the conditioner in it, over the back of my shoulder, and right in the sentient hair glob.
Okay, give me I'd say that probably also sounds like a barrage roll, so we'll say just do a standard barrage, which is normally
quite a lot of things going on in there.
Do that as either calm or sly, whatever you think is most appropriate.
Again, I do not. Oh no, I know.
I think calm. Actually,
this is all about keeping calm, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is all about keeping calm.
Also, this is about dealing with unruly
There's nothing
hair.
discreet happening here, right?
This is about dealing with unruly hair, and that's something that you probably have experience in, right?
Yeah. You've got to keep calm. Panic just scares it off.
Can't panic when you're conditioning. Just got to take your time.
Oh, that's nice. It gives me a little nudge to say that I rolled recently, so maybe it shouldn't be my turn to do.
Oh no, go for it. We'll have Indra leap in right afterwards.
And it's a roll on calm, and it's
critical success.
So, Indra, I'm not going to actually ask you to roll since that was a critical success, but I would like you, with your Into the Unknown ability, to say you've already spotted a trap, and Maud's bazooka knocks them right into it. So, what was the trap nearby?
So, I think that this was. That's a good question.
Like a vat of more sentient hair? Or?
Well, no, because they just got that. I think it's something like I think what it'll be actually is it'll be some of the plants earlier, the sort of tendrily plants. It'll be some sort of. It will look like it's just a foliage thing, look like it's just some sort of elaborate, slightly slick and tentacly looking plant. But actually, as soon as you get close to it, it kind of like rides around and grabs you, and it's actually a genetically modified bush.
Their hubris has been their downfall.
Yeah, it's like, I don't think it's even all of them. I think there's just one of them that's just been doing a lot of tinkering with whatever goop that they found, and it's not ending well for them right now.
So we'll say between that and the critical hair bazooka, the guards that were present have all been incapacitated. So I think at that point, the two of you are free to escape with your mount and your baby lizard. And essentially, you've rescued someone stranded, so you would proceed to the next scene.
Yeah,
rescued some people, and the next scene.
And just to, I guess, show how that could continue. So then, the next scene's random. We'll see what it is the green line. So apparently, you have to go board this giant train and do something there to eventually find your illegal corporate research.
Smuggling a giant centipede onto a train. This all just feels a little bit too normal, a little too everyday for me.
It's relatable, at least. It's like
yeah.
It's like
there's nothing unrelatable about giant centipedes on trains.
No. People forget about that. It's been such a long time since I've been on public transport that I forget about all of the trying to elbow your way past giant centipedes. It's a nightmare. Yeah. All right. Well, that's been a lot of fun. Playing around. It seems like I've seen some people in the chat saying it seems like a really good introduction to people for having a go at DMing.
Yes, absolutely. So one of the first tests we did with this system when we came up with it was hand it to a friend who had a little bit of experience but had never run a game, and he just got the cards, ran it for us, without any prep or anything, and it was it makes for a very nice introduction for players as well as GMs. Absolutely.
Fab. And finally, for a couple of minutes, I know I've got a copy of another Good Games here. A la Table. Let's see if we can switch this on and make it work. Hey,
is that okay to share a link to the platform into the
Yes,
chat?
absolutely. Yeah, if you don't mind sharing it in chat. So the virtual tabletop we're using as one of our Kickstarter stretch goals, all the content from the first set is in that tabletop. You can play it anywhere, just need a browser. So the link is in the chat. We don't have to be involved. Anybody can go access that. And we are running demos the rest of the convention as well. So stop by our booth if you'd like to have us run it for you.
Nice. Ideal, really. Have somebody else make some fun for you. You don't know you're born. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I think this is the beginning of my slow decline now, I believe. I'm not doing well. It's day one. It's day one.
You're distracted by the hair. We understand.
It's been a long weekend.
It has been. It's been a long weekend. It really has. I had the funny moment.
I like that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I had a lot of fun doing that. But yeah, I had a funny moment earlier when I realised I was like, I finished all the code stuff, and then realised all this wires and cables. I was like, I haven't done any of that yet. But I've got enough to get this camera on and to get this out. So we have now here. Let me bring this over here. We have Shipwreck Arcana. You should be able to see, Matthew, the webcam I'm showing now, right?
I can see the Twitch stream, so I can kind of see it a couple seconds delayed.
Okay, fine.
I can see it, but not on.
Apologies. I was supposed to be sharing it on a window, but it's obviously not coming through. So yeah, this is a game that I've heard a bunch about over the years. And this is an unboxed copy. I'm quite excited. I'm going to be careful with this because these are really nice cards. But if you want to start talking about this while I carefully get these cards out, then that would be...
So Shipwreck Arcana was our second game. My brother and I have a small, basically indie publisher. So it's a cooperative deduction game. If you've ever played Hanabi or The Crew, it has kind of some similar elements to it. So It's kickstarted a few years ago, but you put out a couple of these cards in the middle of the table that have these basically logical rules on them, and everyone you take turns. It's cooperative, but when it's your turn, you can't talk. You draw 2 numbers out of the bag. They're those little tiles. You put 1 number face up in front of a card. You keep the other one hidden, and the group has to guess the hidden number. And if you've got a card handy, you can show an example. But they all have a logical rule like, if you play a number here, your hidden number must be within 2 of it, or something like that. So based on what you put face up, and which of the 4 available cards you choose to put it on, the group then has to figure out, why did they do that? Why'd they put that there and not somewhere else? What do we know that they must have? What do we think that they have? And they're trying to narrow down the hidden number, and if they guess it correctly, you get a point, which you need a couple to win. If they guess wrong, doom goes up, and eventually you lose. But so it's this changing tableau of cards in the center, and it's basically just creating and solving little logic puzzles.
So interesting. So it really is just a case of when you play a card, you can play a card however you like on the table.
So there's always 4 white cards in the center of the table, and as they get used up by being played on, they will eventually fade away and new cards will take their place. So the tableau of cards you don't have a ton of control over, but you choose where to put your tiles. So you always have 4 options for where to put it. Although sometimes you'll be constrained because the 2 numbers you have only work with certain cards, and you can't announce that to the group. So they have to figure out.
It's funny. This was a game I was told about. I think we covered it on the podcast many years ago, and it's coming back to me now. I remember. But yeah, this is a pretty beautiful production. So is this a new version of this? Because I've seen this before, and I don't remember these wooden tokens are definitely a new addition, aren't they? Unless I'm completely wrong.
No, the every print run's had them. I mean, the prototypes had something simpler, but. That's the version that's been around.
Completely wrong. It's going to happen a lot this weekend. It's probably a dream I had of this. So yeah, some lovely art on this.
But yeah, it's pretty simple to learn and teach if you like math and deduction. It's usually about 15 to 20 minute games, 2 to 5 players, and because you're just taking turns where everybody's guessing what one person's doing, it's very easy to drop in and drop out too. Like people could just leave in the middle of the game and you just take away, they're not in the turn order anymore. So it's very flexible.
Yeah, interesting. Nice little box, 2 to 5 players. All right, fabulous.
Hello and welcome.
Oh, hello.
Come one, come all. Welcome into a land of drinking hot drinks. I am Matt Lees, and this is my hot drink. Da, 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 da. Tom, what is your name, and what is your hot drink?
My name's Tom, and this is my room temperature water.
Ooh, the gentleman's choice. I am drinking ginger tea. It's a blend of different ginger teas and cinnamons or something. The gentleman's choice. Anyway, we are... Sorry, Tom.
Are we live? I'm just checking, because I don't know if we are.
I think we are. Yeah, I think we're on the internet, as far as I can tell. Yeah,
room temperature water. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think we're too live, as somebody points out.
A big pair with a big thumb. There we go. Okay.
Sometimes it's fine. It's fine. We're on the internet. I promise. You can say what you like. We're on the internet. I saw somebody asking earlier if we were going to play Coffee Traders next week. If we played Coffee Traders on stream, it would take all week. It took a long time with everyone concentrating, with everyone chatting. It would take forever.
It would take forever.
But enough about
coffee. We're talking about tea.
Let's talk about tea.
Let's talk about tea. Tell me all about Chai Tea for Two. I don't know much about this game. Well, I do. I actually really know little things about this game because I've seen it.
Now, this is
some capacities.
It's a kind of like spin-offy sequel of Chai, which is not a 2-player game. Well, it is a 2-player game, but it's not exclusively.
Chai Tea for One.
Tea for one. Chai tea for one, and then please leave. No, this is basically a 2-player head-to-head version of that game. It's kind of a spin-off. It's a different thing. I'm explaining it very badly, but that's fine because I didn't make this game. But it's a 2-player small box thing, and I think we first saw this hovering about in the world in 2019, and then 2020 happened, and now it's actually kind of making its way onto Kickstarter, I think, in the very near future, if not actually now. I can't remember. I'll say I've actually got a physical version of this, and some of the stuff that's lovely about the physical version of this are the Probably an extra bonus thing, dice trays. The little pop-and dice trays they got with this are very nice. I've started using that with other games. They're lovely. And actually, really nice are the fact that the little wooden components in this game, which you'll see some of these in the game here. The wooden components in the game actually come in these little lovely little tea tins, basically little tiny tins with poplar things, and they're actually quite delightful to play with. And it's very nice to. At first, we had a lot of difficulty trying to get them out with our fingers. It was really tricky, but after a while, we started to realise actually no, you don't need to do that. You can just shake them into your hand.
Like harm them.
Yeah, and so that was really pleasant. I'm just going to brighten my face up. My face is quite dark today for some reason. What's wrong with me?
Illuminate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Here it comes.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna give myself a little lift. little nip and tuck, bit of gamma.
I don't know if I should be able to see things that are changing.
Saturation. That's too much saturation. Okay, just give myself a little bit of saturation to keep up with Thomas, because Tom, you've got quite some nice saturation going over there.
It's gonna get dark and it's gonna be sad soon. So you know
that's England.
I'm ahead of you for now.
So this is made out of a lot of tea, hence the little tea tins that come with the game. And actually, a neat thing I got the other day, I got a tiny package in the post following up from getting the game, and I thought, what the heck is this? Somebody sent me something from America that's about this big in a tiny envelope. It was tea. It was some actual tea, and I thought, that's sweet. And then they said that basically I think they're going to be doing some like matchings of like special tea tins and matching teas for other board games. So that's the thing to keep an eye out for. I thought, that's actually quite a sweet idea. I bet Quinns would dig that. I bet Quinns would like Terraforming Mars if he played it whilst drinking exactly the correct tea. So, yeah. Now I'm going to teach you how we play a little old game called Try Tea for Two, and then we're going to play it.
Tell me.
So, a lot of this game is about tea. And it's about people. It's about picking tea. And what do you do when you've got tea, Tom?
You drink it.
No, you put it on a boat.
Okay. Do you sell it for profit and points?
Points. Yeah. There's no implication of money, just points. And we are trying to be the best tea pointer in the business. So the way we do this is we are going to be putting different types of tea onto the bottom of our board down here. And these different types of tea, black tea, green tea, white tea, blue tea, are going to be hopping up these little tracks in different ways. And you'll be able to see some little symbols here. In Tabletop, actually, the green's a little bit of a hard spot there, but there is a green there. And effectively what it means is we're going to be doing different things which will allow us to move these teas up these tracks. And they all go different ways. So the white one can go straight up, but the black one has to go kind of around a bit, right?
Like Mario Kart.
Exactly.
Tea.
It's exactly like Mario Kart, but for tea. So we've got... immediately I've forgotten how to use... no, I haven't. Brilliant. I haven't forgotten how to use Tabletopia. So we're going to be moving these teas up the track, and then at the end, they're going to be boats here that we're going to be basically bidding for, and then we're going to be trying to fill up our boats with tea in order to get loads of points. Anywhere you see this little symbol of a number in a mug, that is points. That's worth 7 points. And the person who has the most points at the end of the game wins. We're going to play, I think actually we're just going to keep this short, and we're going to play a short game, which means after somebody has set sail with 3 ships, like say filled up 3 ships with tea and sent them off, that is when the game's going to end. So that's the aim of the game, is get some ships, fill them with tea, Bob's your uncle. But how are we going to do that? I hear you scream. Well, you'll see up here.
Going to scream, and I was
probably. I mean, you
would have been bad.
You've got people in a house with you. They're going to have to deal with that more than I am. It's going to cap out for me. You know what I mean? So we have a selection of things we can do up here on this delightfully elongated board, and the way this works is we have got dice that we can place on things. So at the start of each round, we are going to select all of our dice, we're going to roll them all, and then we are going to take it in turns to place dice on this board up here, okay? Now, the first thing we can do on this, very simple, is we can come and use this shop. And this shop allows us to buy cards that are available here and add them to our kind of little complex tableau. Come back to that in a minute, it gets a little bit spicy. The cost of these is very simple. You just have to put a dice down, which is the value of the dice in this space or higher. So you'd need at least a 3 to take this, at least a 4 to take this, at least a 5 to take this. The 6 slot is a bit different. You get to take 3 cards off the deck and then choose one of them. I don't think, you shouldn't be able to see those, I don't think. So you get to take 3, look at them, keep 1. Each of these are slots, though, that when taken they are used, and it means that, each round only one of these can be done. But the shop will empty out anyway, and at the end of each round, the shop will lose the lowest value item, and then everything else will shuffle along, as you might expect. Mm-hmm. The second thing we can do on this long board of options is place a dice here. And I believe, I might have to double check this, but I believe you just put a dice here and you can just get a tea of any kind. And you can put any dice you want there and you can take any kind of tea from the bag.
These things?
No, it's not that. It's definitely not that.
Okay.
But I believe that's just take a tea. Just get a tea, put one on the bottom of your board. Over here, this is where things get real schwizzy with the busyness. My video might be out of sync with my audio. Okay, well, I can look into that a little bit.
Very strange. While you're doing that, wait, are you doing that now?
I might do, yeah. One sec.
Think with it. While you're doing that, thank you to Board Game Boy, which I every time I see your name in chat, it makes me smile. Board Game Boy gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you very much.
That's very kind.
That's very kind.
Very kind.
Insert Prime subscription thing here. Everyone knows what that's about. Bezos bucks, etc.
The bezel bucks.
The bezel bucks.
Who's been?
But yes, thank you for the donation. Very kind.
Who's been bezeling the best? Okay, let me see if this works. Right, I'm actually gonna have to do this first, otherwise I'm gonna talk through two things problem. At once.
You do that. I'll do some tech support music.
That would be amazing. Yeah, I think that's what we need right now.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Is this working? Can you hear the
quite
driving?
High intensity for tech support music. Put you on hold.
Is it
no, it's great. I mean, why not? Live your life. Do it different.
Okay, I'll just keep building up.
Everybody on hold! If you're on hold, put your phone in the air! Hear me now. You're through to Sandra. Hello! Can I help you?
It just finishes and there's just some old lady with just massive headphones on, just turning dials on the whole music.
Yeah. All right, so I think I'm through now.
Okay, good.
So yeah, I don't know if that's working or not. I don't know if I'm in better sync or not. But anyway, let's continue. Regardless,
looks better. Says.
I thought that was great, Tom. I love that. I think I'm very impressed. Music is something I can't really do apart from just going on my iPad and
way more where that came from.
Fantastic. I for one welcome our bloopy new overlords. So let's talk about bidding for ships. Now, bidding for ships, basically what you have to do is you have to put down a sequence of dice in a row. So it's you can have a 1, a 2, 3, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, etc. And then you just place those dice on the boat that you want to bid for. There are going to be 4 different boats available at any one time. Mm-hmm. And unlike the shop items, which are going to refresh every round, these don't. They only disappear when somebody bids on them. However, you might put down maybe a 1 and a 2 on the Dartmouth, let's just say. And then next turn, or later in the round, I might go, you know what, I want that. And if I put down a run of 3 dice, then I'm going to bump you off that. Now, at the point I bump you off that, you immediately have the chance, if you have the dice, to add more dice to make a longer chain so you can keep it. Otherwise, you have to just accept that you don't have it anymore, and you have to bump your dice that you've placed on that boat onto another boat that is currently available, and you just get another boat for fewer dice. That's kind of an important mechanic, really. It's I'm just going to level with you. Getting boats to ship the tea that you need to ship to end the game It's kind of a thing.
Good, okay, great.
Similarly, this is a place where you can put doubles of dices. So if you have 2 dice that are the same, then you can put 2 dice that are the same here. If I have let's just do this actually. Let's just say, okay, we've got 2 6s here. Wonderful.
Wow, that's loads.
Yeah, so if you put them there, then it means, hey, at the end of the round, and this is crucial because some of these have a little lightning bolt, which means something happens immediately. If it has an hourglass, it means at the end of the round. At the end of the round, you, by having the top spot here, are going to get 5 movement points. Now, those movement points you can use to move your T up 5 in any combination or any ways you want. However, if later in the round I come in and I go, hey, look, I've got 3 3s. Let's just pretend that last one is a 3. It's not. Then you would get bumped down to the second slot, and I would get bumped up to the top slot. And I can assure
also,
you,
this is the wrong way around because this is me doing this.
I've been touching your bits.
So the values of the dice don't matter in this.
The values do matter, but not in this example. If I just had 2 3s, then that's going to go below the 2 6s. So it's it's like it's like poker stuff. You've done that before. You understand how that works.
And this is the same. It's the same here.
Exactly.
Like if there's
it's a
1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4.
That's such a better way of describing it, actually. This is like flushes. This is just like pairs and 4 of a kind or whatever. And then at the end of the round, and you can do this multiple times. So if you want, you could be the person who has everything on here. And presumably, if you get nudged off that board, you get your dice back. I've never seen that happen, but I'm just going to go out on a limb and suggest that.
Possible.
Okay. Now, this is where things get slightly fruity, because what's going to happen is you're going to get these cards, and let's just say you buy this card from the shop, and you put it down here, right? But obviously not at that angle, because that's better. Now, this type of tea, Gen Matcha, don't know, it's tea in it. Builders Bro is going to automatically take every. It's been a long week.
Green tea upper level.
It's going to take all of the green tea upper level. Okay, so in this slot you only have 1, but it would go boomf. And the cool thing is about this, anytime you get any green tea added to this space, boomf, it's going to immediately get nudged up, right? However, not all of these cards do this. Some of them have a little symbol next to them that means they are. Perfect example here. This first flush card, for example. You can see here, this basically will move all white and yellow. Actually, no, this is not true. It will move a white and a yellow up 1 space. But then after doing this, it will be triggered, which means it will then flip over. So the way it works is that you have these cards here, and then you do this, and then you go, hey, cool, that's going to bump up that. There's no yellow to bump up, unfortunately. So you then flip that over. Not really ideal. You haven't used the full power of that one. So
I've not.
The key thing is some of these cards are just better than others, right? The ones that don't have to be flipped over are just really powerful, and the ones that do have to be flipped over, less powerful.
Can you flip them back?
Yes. So there's a couple of things you can do here. On this little pagoda, I hope that's a pagoda. I don't know anything about anything in the world, and I just keep my mouth shut mostly and don't get into trouble. This allows you to this allows you to either move cards around your board or to flip them into different positions. Not flip them, move them into different positions. So this first one here, this little one, allows you to just move 1 card from one position to another, and that could be a card that is face down or face up. So I could put a dice there, put any dice there I want, and I could go, hey, I'm going to move this here. And then that would immediately trigger in that spot. And Bob's your uncle. A key thing, though, that you need to know is that actually this is to do with the area they're connected to. It's not going to be this entire row. So here, so if it would only trigger this space. That would be a bad, useless move.
It would be useless, pathetic.
But there could be good, especially if you put it there. Then immediately these two are just going to bump up 1. Pretty neat. So that's what that does. That's just moving something. The other one is swapping 2 things, which means you will literally go, okay, I'm going to swap this one with this one. And
not that useful here.
But generally speaking, could be really useful. So you got either move 1 or swap 2. Cool. And then finally, we have these 2 here. This one simply gets you first player, which means first player you get
Croyn.
You get the Croyn, and you get the capacity to make a small decision, which we'll come back to in a minute, and also the other one underneath it, which allows you to refresh all of your cards. So not just one. You put your dice there. Only one person can do each round, but you can flip over all of your flipped cards. Now, in terms of cards, it's all pretty simple. The only other thing you might notice is there are these, which are basically like set collection cards. And there's another type of card as well, but I'll explain when that appears. So, finally, we have these things here. These little bits. And, okay. So the way this works is we're going to go 1, 2, 3, right? You can choose as the first player to move between 1 and 3 spaces. Now I might get this rule slightly wrong, and apologize if I do, because in the manual the setup looks slightly different, but yeah, let's have a look at this. And then so we can go 1, 2, 3, and then it means that's going to be green and white. So it means both players would get a green tea and a white tea, and then both players would get a mixture of 4 movement or 4 tea. You can have a combination of both, right? So you can have 2 movement, 2 tea, etc. The only rule with that is each tea you take using that must be unique. So you could do in this, take a green one, a white one, and then another green one, another white one, but then the other 2 would have to be different teas. Yeah. But it means that the first player is going to choose how many spaces to move up to a maximum of 3. So you can go 1, 2, 3, and they choose then what tea you get, how many points you get. And then the way this works, oddly, is after you've used this, it then goes to the other side of the board.
Yeah, that's one of the only things that I remember about. I think I read.
But then I'm wondering if it's been put here because it's just easier in Tabletopia to just do it like this, to just flip it, because I'm trying to work out if it would be. So let's just do it like this and flip it like this. So actually, it would be here. And
because is the board like a lap?
Yes, it is like a lap. Cool. So I think we'll just do it like that. So if we're supposed to flip it and put it on the other side, we could just flip it and put it on the other side. Let's put it on the other side. Okay. But we're not going to do that now because we're not going to do that. We're just playing. We're just playing. And that is the tea.
No. Stop it. Stop it, you. Drink all of the tea in shame. Odd.
Can you hear the shame tonight?
So the game ends when we have done 3 ships.
Yep. Count them.
And player the most points. Player who gets the most points wins. Yep. Points is just on things.
Yeah, you don't get anything for tea on your board at the end of the game. We're also going to start with these, where we're just going to randomly get one of these each. And
that gets us some points.
Gets you extra points in the game. Well, there's a variant on the B side which means you get extra power, but we're just going to do this. I'm just going to do that invisible thing and drag. Oh no, I didn't, but I'm close to that, so I'm going to take this one. And then what are you going to take?
Matt, heads or tails?
Tails.
Heads.
Okay, so you go first.
I go first.
And then you're going to take that little chap. Okay, so which means at the end of the game you're going to get a point for every green tea that you have shipped.
Okay. Cool. So I just enjoyed that you were fine with the fact that I just said heads or tails, and then I just pressed F a load of times on this, and then determined that this was heads.
Yeah,
and therefore won.
I had to film footage of me flipping a coin and the coin landing on something last night, and the only coin I could find was like a 50 cents coin. It's like, all right.
How was it the only coin?
I don't know, Tom. I don't know. I'm just going to put it out there. Haven't needed cash for a while.
That's fair. I always get.
But I don't know why I have that. So
no, I'm always mocked because every single time I'm in a restaurant, I dig around in my wallet for some change for a tip, and then I always come out with this coin, which I got from Somerset House. It's like some kind of strange artifact.
What you say? You find it in the crypt by any chance? Is it a cursed coin? I want a better look at this. Can you bring that up again? I'm going to go to OBS so I can see.
Coin.
Yeah. That doesn't look like a cursed coin. That looks like it's from a board game, doesn't it?
It is from a board game.
It's really disappointing to realise that any cache of cursed coins within Somerset House would have just come from one of the board games I left in there or something. That's a really disappointing fact.
But it was like every single time I'm looking in my I'm like, oh yeah, we should pay the tip, and then I look at my wallet, and then I'm there for like a good few seconds, and I go, don't do it. Don't. And I'm like, coin.
Say, do you accept coin? This coin is worth too much. It has taken more than it has ever paid for. Okay, right.
Yeah, that's how I got cursed.
And that's enough
okay.
of me
So we
being
roll.
Game of Thrones extra. Okay, so
that's good.
Yeah, we roll a dice. But before we roll, actually no, it doesn't matter. You're going to go first, and you get to choose between 1 and 3 movements for the little tea helper.
Oh yeah,
the little tea helper.
Let's do. Let's do 3.
3. Okay, so we both get a white and a green, and then we get 4 movement or extra teas.
Okay.
And it's probably worth looking at the boats at this point to see what they are wanting.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that, okay.
I don't know about that. Okay, so I did that, and then I take... Okay, I'm going to take 1, 2, 3 teas, and I'm going to use 1 movement point to get my white tea on this bit here. Done. I'm going to turn down my tabletopia. It's very loud in here.
Oh, I've got mine muted constantly.
Everything's
actually
clacking around.
I think I might be sending some clacking to the world. All right, 1, 2. I'm going to do some more movement stuff. Let's go 3. No. 3, 4. No. 4.
Right there.
No, I'm not. I'm having.
You want the music again?
I'm having a breakdown. Can we get the music from Cthulhu Wars Jewel in? Do you think? Do you think there's a way in we can get them to do in the back, like with a like a telephone center? Just get the cables and just pipe it in from another game.
Helps
zone.
me focus the Cthulhu Wars shredding.
Yeah, it
okay.
doesn't end. All right, okay. So, yeah, you're up first.
All right.
These are things that you can do.
Well, I'm going to do a 2 to get the green bumpo, and then I'm going to put it there, and I'm going to jettison my greens up 1. And that's my whole go, right? That's me.
Yep,
Done.
that's you. Okay, I'm going to... And yeah, when you buy something and place it, you have to use it straight away if you can use it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite a spicy rule. I think I might actually...
I retro something.
Yeah, of course you can.
Cool. Done.
Oh, I've rerolled my dice and now I don't have any good dice. Okay. I'm going to put down... I'm going to put down 2 and 3 on the rainbow. Yeah. Bidding for a boat.
Oh, I forgot that those are...
Bidding for a boat. I got money. Don't ask questions. Don't need paperwork. Bidding for a boat.
Okay. I'm going to put 4 and 5 on the blind boat spot. I presume that works the same way as the cards.
On the blind boat?
On this stack of boats.
That's not supposed to be it. That's just... Oh, actually, maybe it is. Did I play it wrong? Maybe I played it wrong. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Presume that it works the same as the other one.
Yeah, no,
if
fine.
the deck is in that part of the board.
I mean, yeah, unless it's an error in Tabletopia, I think you can do that. Yeah. But actually, I'm not sure you can. I'm not sure you can.
Oh, okay, cool. Deck is face up, and you look at top 3, so steep.
Okay, so we do have.
I was just gonna.
Okay, fine.
I was just gonna bellow into the chat. Like, tell me. Okay, cool. That's fun.
Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna go 4, 4, 4.
Huge.
Gonna take that.
There's no way of changing the values of the dice that you have.
No, there isn't.
Okay.
I wish there was, because I'd really like something higher than 5. Just putting out there.
Okay, so I'll go. I shouldn't have used my 3s, but I did.
This is it. That's the problem.
You can spend T tokens to increase the pip value of the dice. Okay, interesting.
What? I read the manual quite carefully. How did I miss that? That's huge. I'm so disappointed in me. I thought I had a decent teach, but I completely mucked it up. So you can spend tea leaf to to get rid of one, to bump up a die either 1, and it loops around from 6 to 1. Thank you so much, people in the chat. That is good.
So there's a lot of rules. It's okay.
Yeah.
Let's chat. Okay. In which case, I will. 2 T tokens is pretty huge to get the things that I want, though. What else can I spend? So I can go there to get any T that I fancy. I can go here to move cards around, and I can go. Okay.
The card moving thing is something that's going to come up a lot later, and that's quite a nasty puzzle in a fun way.
I'll go 3, and I'll put that there, and I'll.
That seems great for you, to be honest. That seems great for you.
I'm getting them all up the ladder.
Yeah, you just got nowhere for the T to go just yet, but that's fine. You can work that out later.
Just sat on the ladder. If it gets to the top, it just like. So if it gets to this, does it need to go like?
As soon as it's in this top space, which is this space here, it's a little over bright in my Tabletopia, so
it needs to make like a move over that line.
Yeah, it needs to have something to move over that line, and also when
I can see the line now.
If you can move something over the line onto a boat, you have to. You can't be like, oh no, actually I'm not going to move that because I want to move it next turn or whatever. It has to go. And it doesn't like just get chucked into the sea though. You're not like just randomly throwing bags and bags of green tea into the sea, being like, "There's nothing we can do." I am going to spend a green tea then, using this newfound rule to turn this into a 6. I can't remember how you turn things into different things in Tabletopia. Is there a way to do it?
Can?
Don't know if you can. All right. Well, I'm just going to.
Oh no, you
I had it.
You right click and then you can go set to. The little key.
You know what? I'm just going to say this is a 6, and we're all just going to agree with that. Okay. I'm going to take 3 cards, and I can choose one of these.
Oh, white.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, pure cakes! It's pure cakes, man. This is one of the types of tea. The purple tea is called puer, or pure, as I call it.
I keep saying this to various people. I was playing Fantasy Realms the other day, a card game that I find hilarious in its completely like drab fantasy theming, but it just made me laugh. But I continually misread for the entire game Elven Archers as 11 Archers, which just was like I was just chuckling to myself at that hand of cards. Like,
it's good. It's good. 11 Archers.
11. It was great as well because the thing that I needed them to go with was this war dirigible. It was called, so it was like,
oh gosh,
I'm gonna put my 11 archers on my war.
Was this a head-to-head game you're doing with Quins?
No, it's Fantasy Realms actually.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Fantasy Realms is based on, it's like Star Realms. I love Star Realms.
No, it isn't. You're thinking of Hero Realms.
Oh god, they all got names that are really similar.
How could you get confused between Fantasy Realms, Hero Realms, and Star Realms? They're all very different.
It's been a long week. It's been a long week, Tom.
But like, look at this cover. Look how this cover doesn't inspire any joy and kind of makes you miserable.
I feel like I've seen that 100 times.
You play the game, Matt, and it's actually quite funny.
Great. You love to see it.
Kind of by accident.
Mechanically funny games are a thing. Yeah, I had a detailed, very long dream of playing a head-to-head tactical game against Quins last night, and it was a nightmare. It had the tradeway systems of like Brass Birmingham with all the canals and stuff and blocking, but then it also had it was an area control military game with like different units and stuff like that, and it was like fantasy realm stuff, and it was one of these things where the game it lasted for about 2 hours. Like I say, it was a very detailed dream. This had full mechanics. This was basically a game. I'm not sure it was a good one.
Just came up with a whole game.
It was overwrought, if I'm honest. When I was playing it, I was thinking there's a bit too much going on with this, if I'm honest.
Are you telling all the game designers out there that you can come up with a game in your sleep.
A bad one, yeah. But
can't be that hard.
The thing that was heartbreaking about it is the whole time I got like a few rounds in, I was like, oh, I forgot to look at my secret objective card, and then looked at it, and I was like, oh, hang on. And I looked at it, and it was like, you get 9 points for having the most pirate mercenaries on the board. And I looked down, and like Quinn's had like 8 pirate mercenaries in all of the cove areas, which were like, I was like, well, I'm never going to be able to take all of them back, am I? So it was like the whole dream. I just knew I'd lost. But, you know, we had fun. We had fun. That's the key thing.
Fun.
Even when games are bad and not real, we still have fun. So
that's what's important. That's what's important. It's your go. I went and bid on the little boat.
Oh, 2 boats for the sir. Okay.
2 boats for the sir.
Interesting. Okay, I am going to. I'm going to do this. I'm just going to move a card. I'm going to move this card there and just bump that up.
Boost the Earl of White.
Boost my Earl of White.
Okay. I will go. And I can get any tea that I fancy if I go here?
I believe so, yeah.
And I'm going to go there and I'm going to get a green. And my green, I'll put it on here. And then, oh, look, it zooms over to the second box straight away.
Neat. You're making a little mess here, though. This is going to be like smushed up. All right, and that is the end of a round. So now we do all the extra stuff at the end. So first of all, boats, the boatiness. Yep. So I get this boat. You get 2 boats, which is bonkers.
And I get to see... I don't want any of these boats.
Oh, you don't want the Cutty Sock? It's a classic.
I'm going to have it because it's here.
And also, it's worth 10 points if you do it.
I don't want it.
10 points, Tom. 10 points.
How do you... It's like shift, isn't it, to put at the bottom of the stack?
Maybe. I don't know.
I
mean, we don't have to tidy it up, so you can just chuck them wherever you want.
True. That's very true. What are these cards here? Oh, these are your.
That's a discard. Yeah, that's my chuck it wherever I want discard.
Okay, and then
we get rid of the lowest card.
Discarded?
That's good.
We do new ones?
I'll put it over there, and then we get new ones. Yeah.
1, 2, 3. This just gets you tea? Oh no,
this is different.
I remember this from the very limited rules thing. I remember.
Mm-hmm.
You can park your tea halfway up the tree.
Yes, park your tea halfway up the tree. This basically you can move. You still have to move stuff into it. It doesn't get immediately sucked up into the crates, but you can move off the board into the crates, and then for every crate that you have filled at the end of the game, you are going to get points. You don't have to fill both crates to get any points. They are individual, but unless you fill up a crate entirely, you don't get the points beneath.
Gotcha.
And generally the points aren't that great, but it's a good way of efficiently getting some extra cream off the top. Then I get 5 movement points from this last thing over here. So I'm going to do some moving.
Well, lucky you.
I know, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, there isn't a discard. They go back on top. Okay.
Okay.
Well, they're at the bottom now.
At the bottom now. Okay, so now we draw some more boats from the stack of good boats. And then
good boats.
Now we start again. And you're the first player again, which means you get to start off by taking the little tea helper chap and moving in 1, 2 spaces. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a purple and a yellow and 2.
And a yellow, and I'm going to move them both immediately up. And then this goes over here.
Yeah, I'm going to do that as well. Well, actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to go purple, yellow. And then I'm going to take some more tea. And I'm going to talk about it quite conspiratorially.
What, you've already started boating?
Yeah.
Unbelievable, I've not boated anything
I don't
yet.
feel like boating. I don't feel like boats today. I don't feel like boating. Actually, I'd love to be on a boat right now.
Oh, to be on a boat. Okay, right, I need to roll my dice.
I remember being on a boat in Canada and getting stopped by the police, and they came onto our boat with guns.
No way.
And then I found out afterwards that they were Mounties, like in the TV show Due South. And it's a good job that I didn't know they were Mounties before they left, because otherwise I would have been way too excited about people with guns boarding a boat that I was on. In reality, I just stayed quite quiet because I'm not really used to police having guns. It's a thing they do in other countries a lot, and you're like, all right, I'm just going to sit here being very quiet because this is weird. Okay. But you know you're living when you're on a boat and the police get on it with guns. You know, at the same time, it's like it's life goals. You know,
that's personally my life goal, to be on a boat with a gun.
Ah, yes, Matt's boat crimes. Never caught since 2019. Okay, you're first.
Okay, so you've rolled.
I have rolled.
All right, I'm gonna bin a white tea to turn this 2 into a 3, and then place all of my 3s over here.
Bum 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 bum.
Bum 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 bum. You'll go.
Well, you've got me beat on that, haven't you?
Not really.
You have.
I did, yeah, kinda, but not really.
You're flipping out.
There's ways you can.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna do this
better. All right.
I mean, I could do it better, but I think I'm just gonna keep it simple and just have that.
Keep it like that, please. Okay. Is it me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's take a punt on here.
On the random wheel of tea? Alright, well, while you're doing that...
random wheel of tea!
I'm going to pop over to the...
Either.
Actually, I might just do something a little bit wild and spend this 6 to take this. Which just goes bum, 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 bum. It's my milky oolong. I'm so milky, my head is spinning.
Can you just go back on top of the thing, Ben?
I didn't. Obviously, I don't know what I'm doing, so I don't know. I thought I knew the rules, but I missed them. Maybe they do.
Okay, then I am going to put. No, you can beat me with the 3s.
I could, but would I?
Yeah, well, yes, probably.
But would I?
Do I get the dice back then? They just slide off?
I again don't know, but that's my presumption. You can't just lose into the void. I know that in the boat situation they have to go to another boat, so I'm assuming that if they get knocked off the board, you get them back.
Okay.
But then that seems like a kind of no-brainer to do that because you're forcing me into position. But then I don't know, not really, because there are other things I could do with such things. Things I could do with such things. Okay. Okay. I'm going to spend a dice to do a move a card. I'm going to move this card here to just bump these 2 blues up there.
Cool. I will. I'm just gonna check what's on the other side of that because I've forgotten.
First flush. Finish them. Finish your tea, or you don't get pudding.
Let's do this and flip this back over.
Nice. Okay. Alright. And then I'm going to... I think I'm going to do a little cheap bid, a 2 and a 3, on this selection of mystery boats.
Nice. And then I've not got anything, so you'll go again.
Okay, and then I'm going to finally... I'm going to do a little swapper. I'm going to swap these 2 cards. I'm going to swap this one and this one.
Ooh,
and that's going to bump these 2 here.
Into the side blue bin.
Into the blue bin.
Blue bin. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
So
all right.
that's the end of that.
That's the end of that. You get
I
a
get that
whopping
dice back.
7 movement points.
Yes, which I've planned out meticulously.
Fab.
Kinda. Look, check this out. You ready? Huge. 1, 2, 3. Oh look, they're in the zone.
Boom.
And then 1, 2, 3. Bam, 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 bam. And then I've got one more movement spare. Do I have to spend movement?
I mean, why wouldn't you?
What if I play a card that's purple and yellow and it boosts all these up at the same time?
Well, unless it's purple and yellow and doesn't flip after doing it once. But again, actually, does it do everything in that space and then it flips? While we have the designers in the chat, this is a good rules question, because I got the impression that it would just move up the things on the card, and it must be that, in fact, because some of the cards have 2 purple symbols on and the flip, which means you can move 2 purple things up and then it gets flipped. That's
okay.
But no, so it does all of them if it's not a flipper, but if it's a flipper,
it's a flipper.
If it's one that you have to flip, then the double purple bumps it up twice. All right. Okay. All right, that makes sense. Okay, now I'm understanding things apparently.
Cooking.
Because I got stuck on that. Okay.
Do things move? Yeah, presumably. Okay, right. I've reset the market.
Okay, I'm choosing between a beaver or a taping or a not very good boat.
Rubbish boat. Bad boat.
I'm going to go for middle of the road boat. And then these boats go somewhere?
Back on top of the pile in any order you want.
Oh, if they go back on top of the pile, then I wonder what I did with those other ones earlier, because...
Oh, yeah, we should... Hold on.
There was definitely one I would have preferred to have. But I don't know what I did with it. What did we do with the boats?
I might have taken a boat.
No, there was one that was 2 blues, and I really wanted it. But I don't know where it went.
Oh, it's probably on the bottom of the pile.
Yeah. There we go. Can I have that one, please? Because I was expecting...
You can have that one instead.
I was expecting that one to be in the... to be in there. When I brought them off, I was like, oh, maybe I've lost my marbles.
Tell me first.
I get 3 movement at least. Okay. 1.
Wait, why'd you get move? What are you doing? What are you doing now? What's going on?
2, 3. I'm just doing my movement.
Oh, from your thing. Okay, I remember.
Yeah. From the little bid. And then your first player again.
Yeah.
What's it going to be? Oh yeah, Tom, your boat has set sail. You don't need to do... Yeah. So yeah, it means you can have 3 boats here in total throughout the game. We're playing the short version. We're playing the short version of the game where you have to ship 3, and then when somebody sends the 3rd boat, it ends at the end of that round.
Okay, cool.
But you can play up to 4 or 5 for longer games.
Sure. I will go for... Oh, wait, hold on. So can I
He's going to walk around here this time, remember?
Can I go all the way around?
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. He was here, right?
He was here.
So it's 1, 2, 3. This would be the furthest one.
Okay, let's do...
And he cannot walk backwards.
Yeah, let's go to this one. So I get... we both get...
Yellow and a perp.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
And 5.
Yeah.
5 things.
1, 2,
both alike in
3, 4, 5.
I'm going to go 1.
My key discs on this boat. Am I correct in thinking that because I parked this thing in here, this immediately flips and pushes this up? Presume it does. Yeah.
Yes.
970 is telling me that in chat. Good to know. I presumed correctly.
Okay, I'm done. I've done my teas and moving things.
Excellent
stuff.
So it's me first.
You first again, because I'm not taking first player, because I'm quite happy with you being the first player.
Good. I'm quite happy with that arrangement as well.
it's nice to see you just getting on with stuff, you know, doing things.
just works. It just works.
We've worried,
Okay,
Tom. We've been so worried.
I'll take for 2 this sweet tea.
Sweet tea. Sweet tea for 2. Do I hear sweet tea for 2? I'm going to go here.
Steeped Games in chat saying, yes, Tom, those teas move oolong. Stop it. Banned. What have you done? Oh, are you looking at the three?
No, I'm just, that's my response to their joke.
Oh, to their thing. I thought.
But also, I don't really want this stuff either, so that's...
No, that doesn't look ideal.
Nice. All right, you know, I will take some of this stuff. I'll take that. And I'll try and fill up this little crate for a couple of points. Just get rid of some of this stuff. Ooh. And these things go on top, right?
Back.
All right.
Me again, then.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Let's go over here and get this one.
Interesting.
Your go.
Okay.
Okay, Matthew.
Very good. Very good. Okay, I am going to... I'm going to spend... Yeah, I'm going to spend this purple tea to turn this into a 2. I'm going to go 2-3 on this boat here.
Nice. I will go 5 and a 6.
You're going dipping for boats.
Boats.
All right.
I'm going to be doing that.
Okay, grand. And then I'm going to go 6-6 up here.
Yeah, I see how this is going to go. Oh, I'm a little bit... Okay, I'll bin... Okay, I'll turn this 3 into a 5 by getting rid of 2 bits of tea.
Okay.
And then that means I can go over here and take this and put it down here.
Interesting. Okay. I am going to go here to move a card. Actually, I'm not going to... Yeah, I am. I'm going to go here to move a card. I'm going to move that card there. Just going to bump these 2 up into... So I'm going to bump that in there to ship that off.
Okay. And then I will do my... I think I'm going to do a 2 and a 3 for bidding on this boat.
Wow. Okay. And I'm going to go and put a 5 here to move another card. I'm going to move this card here.
There you go. Look at you go.
Boom. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm getting caught between like what's it worth in terms of like paying for movement versus moving cards around. I think that was just good value, but I'm kind of going for you're going for a kind of a bloated black tea heavy plantation.
I've only just specced into it.
I know you've specced into the darkest of teas, whereas I'm going incredibly light and trying to be nimble and seeing if I can race you out on these boats.
Yeah, you probably are going to be able to do it.
We'll
okay,
see.
Right, I'll take
see.
my dice back, and then I get this boat, no contest, and then I get these selection of 3, and I'm going to take
Boatylicious. Right.
This one. These go back on top. Oops.
Grabbed it out of my hand. All right, and you are first player again. So let's delete some of this stuff, and then fill up the shop. Boom, boom, boom.
This one. Is this going to go here?
Where is it rotating? All right.
Okay.
Yes. Cool. That Earl Grey's tasty, isn't it? Flipping heck. He'll have his
as well.
hands all over that.
Yep.
I know what
Okay.
you're like, right.
I'm going to go around to here for this one, which gets us 6 combined stuff, as well as a black and a 1 black and 1 blue tea.
Black blue tea.
Rating? Can I guess, yeah, I'm definitely going to get another black tea. Then I'm going to spend 5. 1, 2, 3. No, I'll just take the 1 and then I'll do
6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 movement to get that.
Okay. 1, 2.
And frustratingly,
3.
putting that black tea there triggers that, which then bounces to that, which then comes up here.
Did I take I forgot to take my boat, didn't I? I did, yeah. Okay.
Oh, you've got this, haven't you?
I think there's going to be another full round though, so oh, actually, hang on, I didn't lose my movement from the last round, so I may have already ended the game. I don't think I have though. Actually, I don't think I have, because that took me 1, 2, 3, and then I'd need. No, I have 4 or 5. Sorry, Tom. Before you did any of that, I ended the game. I think, if I understand it correctly, because I think you do the boats first and then movement, which means I just at the end of the day sailed off my boats into the sunset. But I mean, I went for a nippy and clippy.
You did.
Nippy and clippy was my strategy there.
My strategy was longer.
Yeah. I mean, I think.
Apparently you're 1 shy. I'm 1
shy. What shy?
The game said you were 1 movement point shy.
Was
Don't forget the blue bin. Don't forget the blue bin.
4. Yes. So actually, okay.
1 more turn.
Okay, no, it's good. That's good. I'm happy with that. That's good. Okay, so now we move on to this proper thing. I've already taken my teeth. That's fine. And then I go. Well, actually, this in mind, I'm not going to try and race that out. I'll leave that there, and then spend 1 there instead. And now I'm moving on to my 6 movements.
Steep Game says as well. Sorry, it's like I'm ratting you out to the designers now. That these apparently the crates automatically take your.
Oh, okay, great. Bum.
That's points.
All right.
But at what cost?
No, that's fine. That means I've got another extra point I've got to deal with. So I'll do that, and then 6 things. I might just take loads of tea. Loads of tea.
I mean, you can do it. Like I spent most of my movement getting some stuff into a thing, and
okay,
I need to figure out how I'm gonna do this last round because this is a scene.
I'll have a blue.
I need to roll my dice first.
Might have another black. Sorry for that. That's 1, 2, 3. So now I've got 3 movements. I can go 1, 2, and then 3. Yeah. Why not? Why not? Why shouldn't I?
think.
Okay, ready?
Okay, so yep, I'm gonna grab this as my first thing.
I'm gonna roll my dice as my first thing. But behind the curve. Okay. Okay, and for 1, 2, I am going to reserve my place aboard the Dartmouth. I would like to reserve a seat,
very good,
please.
Sir. Very good, sir. Okay. I will.
This is something. This is like.
It's almost. it's not quite there.
No. But it's this little.
I wish
this
it
is the
was.
bit that's annoying. It's like
It is. It's. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, it's close. It's close, but no banana. Okay, I will take a. One to take a black tea and put it in my bottom.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. I'm going to put a 6 here to take 3 of these cards and keep one of them.
Nice.
Don't really want these. I guess I'll just take this. I mean, actually doesn't... might as well. I'll take this. Put this at the bottom. How do you rotate stuff in this? I thought you pressed R. Well, no, it's Q and E. Of course it is.
What's R do?
Oh, I've been using non-fun programs too much. I'm just going to After Effects mode. Press R and I can rotate stuff. Like, what's the issue with this? At least I'm not trying to like Control Z after smashing crockery, which I have done before.
Please.
Yeah, you just go. I just smashed something, and I was just like, ah. I was like, didn't phase me at all. Wasn't bothered. I was just like, just undo it. Like, you know. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do a. I'll put. What am I doing? Having a breakdown. Doing this.
Breakdown.
No, doing this first. To.
Engine flipping, huh?
This to swap this and this, I think. Which boosts this immediately, which boosts this immediately. I think that's fine. I haven't had... Is it worth... Oh no, I've already searched for that, that's fine.
I'm going to get rid of a T to bump up one of my dices to a 5. I'm going to put these at the top to make it a pair of 5s.
Yeah, I'll put my 4s on there.
Okay, I'm going to put my 3s on there.
Good, so I get 3. Can I do it? The answer is no. In short, the answer is no. Because if I get a blue, 3 boosts. I'm so close. I'm so this close.
I could see you base building though. I'm like, well, I'm not letting him build this Black Tea Empire. This is going to pop off and destroy me.
It's not. It's. Hold on. Should I have? No, I need that to be there. If that was a 4, I would be swimming in it right now. But it's not, and I'm gonna not manage it.
What would you need 4 for?
So, like, if I could, basically, the way that I need to spend one of these dice to actually like launch my engine, and I need 1 to grab another. I see. Hold on. I'm gonna enter my mind palace.
Yeah, sure. You do that.
No, I don't think it's gonna. Oh, okay, hold on, I was gonna just hit the music.
Who's gonna dump in my mind palace?
Disgusting.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, the oxidation card seems good, but like, I haven't got the dice for it unless I spend one of my things. I'm still gonna be fine. I need a blue tea, but then the blue tea needs to bump up, and I can only bump up things up 3, so I've not got enough. So I'll just do. I could just like end my engine. Yeah, it's like only getting 3 bumps means that, because the problem is I can get stuff all the way up to the top, just not over the final
Yeah, but
hurdle.
if you had a T spare, you could bump that to be a 6, and you could bump me off this. But I don't think you've got a T spare, do you?
no.
That's the problem. Is it's so tight that there's no room for.
There's no room for failure.
There's no room for anything else in this engine. Just me.
So I'll
Now
just
shut the door.
I guess. I mean, I'll just get to do it with like 1p, and that will make me chuckle. So I'll do this, which lets me flip my things again, which lets me activate this black thing, which then goes and zooms all the way up to there, which is kind of fun.
It is kind of fun, right?
Like the fact that it just zooms it all the way up to the top.
Yeah.
But then I can't do anything else with it.
Yeah. So. You've got one more dice. One more dice.
Yeah, regrettably, I do have one more dice. Wait, okay, hold on. No, I can't. I mean, and then I spend my last dice to move this. There was probably a way I could have done it with moving some stuff around. Now I think about
that
it.
Actually wouldn't. You'd have to swap that with that, but it doesn't really make a difference.
Same difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah. Valiantly played though. That was almost an incredible combo. And
hey, maybe I will still win.
I mean, you might is the thing. You might. I don't know. Like, okay, so I'm gonna put that down there, and then I'm gonna go. Okay, so I've got 5, so I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3. I think I forgot I was supposed to switch something around to do that, but I ran out of dice. So actually, I don't know if I've done that well here, because I can't fill these things. Yeah, no, I completely. I've got 7. That's 1, 2, 3, and then there's not going to be enough to get all this stuff up here. 5, 6, 7. Ah, you have slain me with your popping tunes.
Thinking music on again.
Yeah, no, that's not as exciting as I was hoping for, but I didn't really concentrate, to be honest. I zoned out.
What else have I got? I've got some slightly more. Hold on. Oh, someone in chat earlier asked what I was using. I'm using this thing. Like that explains anything. But I've got. Hold on. Like, imagine bring yourself back. This is the hold music that you wanted. Like, take your move as you listen to the nice.
Yeah. That's much more like, your call is important. You are call number 19 in the queue.
Oh.
Your call is radical. Your call is popping off. Here at NatWest, we don't sleep because we love banks.
There's been nothing but pure cocaine going on at this one.
No sleep till NatWest. All right. Okay. So now it's time to do the thing I like to call counting up the points so you won the game. So I have got 5 points with Edna. I've got 7 points with whatever this boat is underneath all this tea. 12. Rainbow. So that's 12. That rainbow
that it's got on it.
17. And then I got points on the cards. So you got 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And then I get another 3 for this. So I get 27, which is not that good. I don't think 27
I got 25.
Yeah, right? Like, I think it was real close. If you managed to finish that final boat, then you would have been laughing. But also, you weren't that close to doing it, and I wasn't that close to doing this. So, hey, we're both just bad
I was thinking there could have been a way, I bet, on that last round. Like, if I hadn't have... No, you know what? No, there probably wasn't a good way. But it's...
there's some interesting stuff here. I need to definitely, having read the manual for this once, I guess it might be a but I need to read the manual again because I didn't do a very good job of that and I missed some things. But But then, yeah,
there in the end.
Yeah, no, I had fun with that. I'm very glad we had Steeped Games here in the chat. Otherwise, I would have just made mistakes, and we wouldn't have known we were making mistakes. But that was a little game of Chai Tea for Two. I'd like to introduce Mike and Matt. Can you just give us a talk for a second to check that you've actually got audio?
I'm here. Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Hooray!
Hello.
Continue our streak of having 0 technical difficulty throughout the entire of AwSHUX. It's a thing of beauty. So today, without further ado, I'm going to jump in and we're going to have a look at Maximum Apocalypse: Wasted Wilds. And this is this is looking interesting. This is by Rock Manor Games, and it's, well, why don't you gents give me an introduction? First of all, the important questions: what colour am I going to be? Where do
You're
I
going
sit?
to be. We're going to have you be the contractor, so we can get going as fast as possible.
The contractor.
So,
okay, this one.
What color is this? Green. No.
Green.
And everyone should draw 4 cards from their deck to sort of get started. I can go first when we actually start, but I'm sure there are people watching who are familiar with Maximum Apocalypse, but if you're not, Maximum Apocalypse is a roguelike adventure game for 1 to 4 players, where you're surviving in a post-apocalyptic world with lots of different apocalypses. There's lots of different characters and survivor types, so we all have our own unique deck of cards and skills. And if you don't mind, one of the things we're trying to do with Wasted Wilds is have a little bit more storytelling involved. So to set the mood, I have a little story I can read here. You've been living outside of Lake City, Colorado for a few years. You go on runs into towns for supplies, but things are drying up, and you've been picking up robot transmissions on the radio. You're going to have to make your way up to the mountains to avoid their patrols. We know we're not alone. Scouts have spotted campfires up in the mountains, so there must be other people out there. We can only hope that we can trade with them, mysterious people, for some food to get through the winter. Before we can even attempt to make our way into the cold, we're going to need to go hunting for pelts and pick up our food stockpile. So our mission objectives are to kill 2 bears, store 1 food card per player, and 3 fuel in the van. And then I have these purple tokens on the map because Objective A is a food stockpile. We can go and take an action and collect a bunch of food there. And Objective B is a gate up to the back roads of the mountain that we're going to need to unlock. So we're going to need to visit those 2 things, collect 3 food and 3 fuel, kill 2 bears, and then get back to the van without dying. So that's...
How hard could that be? That sounds like a walk in the park.
Well.
I mean, hopefully it's not too hard. This is like the first mission of the campaign, but so before we start, the last thing we do once we set up and build our map and everything, this map is randomized, so you can play this mission again and again, and the tiles are arranged randomly. When our van pulls up into this area, we do all start with a monster in front of us. So I'm going to deal out monsters to everybody.
I got a wolf.
This is the wilderness monster set, so it'll be wolves and elk and bears and things like that. And then we're pretty much ready to go. So I do have like a little cheat sheet over on the right side of Tabletop Simulator for what a turn sequence is. But I'll start just so you guys can be more familiar with it. The first thing you do is things can always get worse. We roll dice to see if we spawn monsters. Monsters spawn based on the number in the upper right of a tile. So if I had rolled an 8, that would have been really bad for us. But I did not, so that's okay. The next thing we do, this is a new thing in Wasted Wild, is the next thing you do is you advance time. So we have this clock board here, and there's going to be this dial, and you will turn that dial, and then at the sort of 6, if you think of it as a clock, at the 6, 9, 12, and 3 points, there's these cards that can trigger. So we have NPCs that we can interact with. We have day-night cards that can be added. But for the first scenario, the only thing we're dealing with is this exposure deck up top. So when we hit that top point, if we're outdoors, you'll notice that the van tile has a little house in front of it, meaning that it's indoor and safe from the elements. If we're stuck on an outdoor tile when that clock hits the top, we're all going to get a little frostbite and start taking damage, which isn't a great thing. So the next thing I do is I draw a card, and then I take 4 actions on my turn. The actions I can do is I can move, which I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start off by moving to explore. We'll go here, and we've got a cavern tile. So when you reveal the caverns, you draw a monster. So I'm going to draw another monster card. So I have 2 wolves, and then I also have to spawn monsters again, which means I have to roll these dice. That shouldn't be too bad. 6 avoided more monsters appearing. And then for my next action, I'm going to equip this Uzi. It comes in with 7 bullets. For my third action, I'm going to discard all 7 bullets, dealing X damage to up to 2 targets in range. And it's mid-range, which means it can affect any of the monsters on my tile, which is here, and then any of the monsters on tiles adjacent to me. So I could have shot monsters here and here. So I could help you guys out as well. But I'm not going to do that.
Sorry, Mike. Could you just repeat that again? I had to tweak with your face slightly because you got trapped in a rainbow blizzard. It's a completely normal sentence to say within board games generally.
I like rainbow blizzards. I was just saying that I equipped my Uzi, and as an action, I would normally have put ammunition on it, but it comes in with 7 shots. But I'm actually going to shoot it immediately and spend all 7 bullets to mow down these 2 wolves in front of me, dealing them 7 damage each. So I'm going to discard them both to protect myself. And then for my final action, I'm going to just draw a card. So I'm scared to move any further.
Well, what's the problem? We've got caves, we've got wolves, we've got obviously the impending frost. I don't see why we shouldn't just sprint out in our underpants.
You never know which tile you could, and knowing my luck, I'd flip over something even worse and stumble into something worse. So at the end of my turn, the monsters in front of me would activate left to right, but I killed them all, so I'm not going to take any damage from that. And my hunger increases. Out in the wilderness, we're always getting hungrier and hungrier. So we're going to want to find tiles where we can scavenge things. And in the upper left, there will be a scavenge symbol associated with one of the colored decks. If we want to scavenge for goods. So I'll pass the dice to Matt next, and we can see what happens.
All right. And so, Mike, just to call out, what is the different characters in our game? What are their specialties?
See, that's why Matt Kange is here, because he's going to keep me on point and make sure I cover everything. So we have Matt is playing the chef. The chef is really good at keeping everyone well fed. So I just talked about how our hunger increases. Matt, if we can scavenge and get him food cards, he's better at utilizing those food cards and feeding us than a normal person. He can ration out and cook up something nice with what we find. I'm playing as the driver. I'm one of the better damage dealers that we have in our group. So I have Uzis and weapons and guns, but I tend to burn a lot of cards in my discard pile. And one of the many ways you can die at Maximum Apocalypse is if I ever go to draw a card from my deck and I run out of cards, I'm dead and the game is over. So the driver tends to burn through their deck a little faster than most because she's sort of running on adrenaline. And then last but not least, we have the other Matt, or maybe I should say the primary Matt, the shut up and sit down Matt.
I mean, I can be the other Matt. It's fine.
We're all used to it. Matts.
I was doing a Destiny raid the other week where I'd organised it, but then there was another guy called Matt there, and he was kind of referring to himself as other Matt, and I'm like, no, you're Matt. The other Matts are always you're not. Yeah.
Anyway, so you are the contractor. He is very beefy, has a ton of health. He's sort of like a tank. So if we're going to let anyone take damage, we want it to be you. You have 36 health, which is a lot more than my 24.
Typical.
But as a big burly guy, your hunger tends to rise a little quicker than others.
Yeah, absolutely.
And of course you can starve to death. So You don't want that to happen. You also have this ability to barricade tiles, and you'll place one of these barricade tiles on the tile you're on. And what's great about that is if you roll that dice and monsters are supposed to spawn there, instead of spawning, they're just going to break the barricade, and you won't have to draw monsters. So if you're sitting on a number that's like likely to be rolled, you can sort of barricade it away. You can barricade the van, which we know we have to return to, so monsters aren't sitting there waiting for us when we return.
Nice.
All right.
Nice. All right, so what are you going to do, Mr. Chef Matt?
All right, I'm going to roll. First thing, we got 5.
Classic
safe.
number.
Safe. Okay. So move, draw a card, play a card. So first thing, without a doubt, going to put a knife. Got to get that.
Did you draw your card, though? You should have. You get to draw a card.
Definitely didn't draw the card.
What's the chef with that knife?
There we
You said it.
go.
You didn't do it.
This isn't magic, so there's no rules. I can skip a step and go back. Okay, so
Are you implying this? What magic? This isn't Magic the Gathering. You're implying my game isn't as popular as Magic the Gathering.
no, like there's no one's gonna yell for like a judge or something.
Okay.
Like get really upset. Us casuals don't really get kicked out of the tournament.
Gotcha.
So all right, so we're there. Well, the only way we're gonna get to this food is to move. Also,
yeah, we need to find some food.
These aren't colorblind friendly colors you picked here. Just want to call that out.
Sorry.
I'm not trying to put you on blast, but
yeah. I'll tell you what, look, because you got the wonder of.
But wait. In all fairness, it has the name over it. So, Mike, redemption.
Well, the online version, I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, the online version. I mean,
I was going to say, like,
normally we'd have some nice miniatures of our actual characters, but
I
don't know how to do that in Tabletop Simulator.
To be fair, that seems like a pain. But what you can do, as the king of this session, the host of the session, if you hover over one of these things and hold down plus or minus, you could just make one of them bigger. It's my favorite thing in Tabletop Simulator. You can just dramatically change the size of things.
There you go. You can be the big.
You just make things bigger or smaller. It's great. You're just like, I want these components to be twice as big.
But you know what? In all fairness, though, the contractor should be like bigger.
Yeah, and let's make the dice bigger as well. Right. Let's make the dice bigger.
Now we fixed our Matt problem. You can be little Matt, and we've got big Matt.
There you go. That's fine. We'll go with that. All right. So reveal, draw monster. Great. Where's the monster pile? Oh, that's the whole deck. Just one. Right.
Oh, you're in trouble. 2 bears.
I got the 2 bears. That's not great.
One of our objectives is to kill 2 bears, though. So you could,
Well, that's your job, Matt. You just swap the bears. And
all right. All right. So
you're like one bear short of a picnic at this point.
I got 2 actions left, right? No, I had 3 actions left.
I think you've just moved. Yeah.
I just moved. So 1. Okay. So let's hit.
No, you do have 2 because you equipped your knife.
Right. Okay. So
now this is your 3rd.
I think we're gonna just throw this knife at one of these bears. Just hit him for 6. And I think I'm just gonna hit this bear again for 3.
You can. Well, you have to hit him for 3 first, because I believe throw knife is discard it.
Discard it.
So just stab him first, then throw it.
Yeah.
Matt,
okay.
How do you think throwing things works, just generally?
They stay in your hand.
Are you sort of a magician on the side? Is this?
Well,
used to
maybe.
I like
maybe
that.
It's a magic chef.
Post-apocalyptic magic chef. That's.
There's an expansion idea, Mike, for you right now.
Now we're talking.
This is what we're doing. Brainstorm. Okay, so here you go. That's it.
So your monsters are going to activate from left to right. So we'll start with this bear that you almost killed first. It deals damage.
Short range is safe, right? It's only me.
Sure. Short range is everything on your tile. So it's yourself and other bears. So this bear is going to deal 5 damage to you and then 5 damage to this bear.
But then,
and then this bear is going to. Then you're going to take another 5 damage from this bear, and this bear is going to kill this bear.
Okay, great.
And your hunger goes up.
All right. Well, that's miserable.
Yeah, you should have dealt 9 damage to the second bear, and then you would have avoided 5 damage.
Well, I didn't know about these.
You screwed up.
So kind of messed up here, misplay. So it's okay.
Bear. It's fine. It's just a bear.
Well, that's one bear. So wait, that's one bear down, right? So
one bear down. We need one more one.
Right. Exactly. At the end of the day,
and
Matt's
that bear
done
only
like.
has 7. Yeah.
What have we done? You know.
Nothing.
I've not done anything, so I guess I should probably do something, right?
I hid in these caverns. That's what I did.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll.
That's me.
I'm gonna roll my dice first to see if something spawns, right?
Yep.
All right. Let's roll the dice. I'm lucky again. No trouble in the van.
Yeah, we've got a good streak there. I'll do the time, the clock.
So I've got a wolf already.
Oh, yeah, and then draw a card.
Yep. And this card just sits in my hand or plays straight away?
It goes in your hand, yeah.
Okay, great. So, just for people at home, I've got Morning Joe, which has reduced my hunger by 2 and gain an action. I think I'm okay on being hungry right now.
Yep, you're not hungry yet. That'll be for later, though.
I'll be hungry later. That's true. I've got my dinner for today scheduled for 11:15. I think it's going to be a good late meal. All right. Passive, reduce incoming damage by 2. You know, it seems a bit excessive to use a flamethrower on a on a wolf. I could flamethrow a bear, but it deals 6 damage to all monsters and 3 damage to all survivors. So I feel like that again, and it does seem to cost fuel, which I'm not sure I've got.
It comes in with those uses, so.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's just we would have to discard fuel to refuel it. You know, like everything comes in fully loaded, but you know you can't reload the flamethrower with bullets. You have to reload it with fuel can, which we also need for the van. So.
Right. Okay. Well, there's nothing up with you. So basically, I've got a card that would let me move and attack something. Oh, I know actually.
Well,
yeah, I'll do that. I'm going to go to the suburbs. So I'm going to play tackle. Boom.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Oh no, that's just a single one, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can just put it in your discard pile.
Of course, yes. And that means I can stun a target and move to that area, and then I deal 3 damage to myself and draw a card. So I'm going to stun the bear. Boom. And
we'll tap the bear so it's stunned.
Nice.
Take 3 health off myself and draw a card. Right.
Now, Matt, what you could do is you could scavenge from either the blue. You'll notice these looking glasses here. That means you can take the scavenge action on this tile, which means you could draw from, the green deck, which is most likely to be food, or the blue deck, which is like ammunition and stuff. But you can find fuel and food, in all of them. It's just sort of like the distribution of things.
Yeah. So I've was this lightning symbol mean that this action was free?
No, that every card you play still costs an action.
That's fine.
There's only there's 2 card types. There's equipment, which you play and equip, and it sort of stays in play. And then there's instant actions, which are, you just do what they say and they go in your discard pile.
Cool. And how many actions have I got?
4.
Great. So that's 1. I might do a bit of scavenging. Yeah. I'm going to do some green scavenging. So do I literally just draw a card and see what I get?
Yeah, you just draw a card. You can hold it in your hand.
Oh,
you got some food. I mean, it's cooperative. It's not like you can't tell us what you have.
Yeah, but this food looks pretty good. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you may want to eat it yourself.
The peanut butter looks pretty hot.
You can trade scavenge cards as a free action. So if you wanted to be kind, you could give that green card, that food card to the chef who's on the same tile as you.
To the bear.
But if you want to keep it for yourself, that's fine too.
Well, no one's hungry right now, but when people are hungry,
we can worry about it later.
So that's 2 actions, and then I'm going to. I think I might move again. Is that crazy?
Sure. No, let's do it.
We have to get there. We gotta.
Oh, gas station.
Wicked. I get a free scavenge on the red pile.
Yep. So you just draw. Yep. So you just draw from red.
Do I have a hand limit on my cards?
There's a 10 card limit.
Great. And then for my final action.
What did you get? Did you find some fuel? Because fuel.
I did not.
Okay.
I found some more food.
Look at you.
Some short range food. Presumably donuts that you can throw. Get your hand on. I'm going to move again. I'm just feeling
fair.
Ambitious.
Okay.
Okay, so this you'll see that this tile says test. So you see that little number up below your health on your contractor card that says 4.
Yep.
That's your like fleetness of foot or your stealth. So we're gonna roll 2 dice, and you're gonna have to roll a 4 under. Otherwise, you're gonna fail, and you're gonna get exposed to some icy, some chills. Yeah, as expected.
That's me getting exposed.
Yep, so you've been exposed to the elements, so it starts with Frost Nip. So we just take this card.
Oh, I see.
And if you ever get exposed again now, we'll draw a card and flip it over, and it'll be something even worse than Frost Nip.
I did think at the start, when it was like, oh, it's chilly outside, and I saw Frost Nip, I was like, nip, come on. It's just a bit nippy, we'll be fine.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, okay. So at the end of my turn, I'm going to suffer 2 damage, and that is the end of my turn now, right? Yep.
Also 3 damage from the wolf, but yes. And then your hunger will go up.
I forgot to kill the wolf.
Yeah, that happens. That does happen, but
I mean, honestly, you still have more health than I started with. So
it's fine.
3 damage a turn is not a huge deal. 10? Do we have any 10 showing yet? No, not quite. We're doing well.
The time dial?
Yeah, go ahead. Here, I got it. There we go. Okay, now what am I going to do? I'm tempted to go to this objective, but I don't know if I can get there fast enough. All right, I'm going to play this, just because it's a fun card. I'm going to play this Plan a Getaway card. Which allows me to move everyone 1 space.
Ooh, all right.
So you can pull me out of the ice.
You guys can pick which way you want to go.
I'm in shelter here.
And I got this free scavenge on the farm, and I found a backpack, which will give me more storage. You can see that I didn't even talk about this, but you can hold 4 backpacks worth of equipment. You've got like 4 storage slots. But I found a backpack, so if I played this, I could then get a 5th spot. So I could hold, have more guns or equipment or whatever I have going on.
I noticed that. Oh, that's what I've got. I've got a tool belt. Yeah, so I've got a thing I can do that adds 2.
Yeah.
So I've noticed that you can, some things like the flamethrower, for example, will sit in the middle here. I'm guessing to take up 2 slots.
Your stuff especially, actually, the contractor stuff is especially big and takes up a lot of space.
All right,
They're gonna take the risk or go back to the gas station.
I think I'm gonna go back to the gas station because I'm very chunky, but I'm not gonna push my luck.
Oh look, we found this shelter too, so that's a good. We've overcome some of our bad tiles now, and we're doing some better tiles. All right, I think for my next 2 actions, I'm gonna move. Reveal exposure, sweet. I'm Frostnip now as well. I'm not going to end my turn there. And then for my 3rd action, I'm going to go here. And look, I found a vault. And then for my final action, I'm going to...
vault?
Vault 15 of all vaults.
Yeah. I'm going to use my 4th action. I'm going to use my 4th action to complete this objective. Which is cost an action. Hold on, I think there's some more flavor checks as the story progresses. Spend an action to draw 4 cards from the green scavenge deck. It's hard work digging in the cold ground, but after working up a bit of sweat, I've unearthed the canned food we buried here a few months ago. So I get to draw 4 green cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this fuel, we also found a fuel, so that's equipped.
Oh, nice.
And then you've got some food, contractor, right? I've got 2, so we need 1
I've got so much food. Honestly, I kind of
think we've got the food done. I think we just need to open this gate and get back to the van. We need some more fuel.
Mike, I think this. We've got this chef with us. He just keeps attracting bears, and they haven't even brought any food. I think.
Yeah.
You gotta bring me the food. I mean,
he's good at cooking it. He's not good at finding it.
I'm not good at fighting off bears here. That's not.
He's just attracting bears. It's just. It's a nightmare.
It's not gonna be good.
He probably was trying to get that bear's honey or something.
That's true.
That's what triggered this whole thing.
All right. So We can't move the van in this one, right?
I can move the van as a driver.
Okay.
I could have done it with my plan ahead card, my plan getaway, but I didn't move it. That's a bad roll, Matt. 9.
It's a pretty terrible roll.
That's not great, is it? Yeah. But
none of us are on a 9, right? So we're just
no,
gonna
but
put
it covers the shelter, so that's not good.
We're gonna put monster tokens on those 9 tiles.
Oh,
so when you get to a tile with a monster token, you remove the monster tile and you spawn a monster on
so
yourself,
is that
right?
if you match that? Whenever you roll the dice, if you match it. I thought it was if you're in a space and you rolled.
It's no, it's like it's like inverse Catan. You know, instead of getting resources, stuff just gets a lot worse.
It's like bad.
Yeah, so you can see like it seems easy at the start, and then you unreal all the tiles, and then all of a sudden there's like tons of monsters
it's like
all over the place.
I mean, if you're on the tile, it's even worse because then you just straight up everyone on the tile draws a monster. But if you're not on a tile, you place these roaming monster tokens, and they sort of represent like a threat level growing and growing and growing.
All right. First action. Well, this bear is stunned, so I'm pretty good, but still gonna catch the frying pan because that I should have done it last turn. I guess I'll draw one more card. Don't have another knife, so that's my second action. I'm not gonna leave the shelter.
You're not gonna go explore the ski resort?
He's got to beat a bear to death with a frying pan first. It's
There's just some dead people on a ski lift. You don't have to see them. I mean,
then if I only have one more action, so I'm kind of.
Okay, yeah, you don't want to.
I'm in search of my knife, so I'll just draw another card, which I just got. So.
There you go. So it worked out for you.
So bear is now unstunned at the end of my turn. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. He activates, and his activation is to become unstunned. And your hunger goes up.
A little bit more hunger, yeah. All right, I'm good. I didn't roll the wheel. I didn't roll the time wheel.
Here, do you have your what? Yeah, what? Let me do it because we were at 9. I was at 10. You're at 11.
Okay.
Roll the time wheel. Oh.
I have like my percentage rotation set, so it should be right for that.
Smart.
My tabletops and macros set up.
We are all on indoor tiles though, which is nice because after Matt rolls, we're going to hit exposure, but we'll all be inside nice and cozy, so we won't get any more frost nip or hypothermia or whatever else.
Okay. 8. Anyone for 8? The van.
Oh, there's
the vault.
And the vault? Oh, I couldn't see that.
I'll move my guy's right. So I draw a monster. It's okay. Wolf.
Okay, so does that mean that my wolf now does extra damage?
Yeah, so our wolves are doing 5 damage now instead of 3 like before. So.
Our wolves have become a problem.
Yeah, they're it's like they're a pack or something.
I know. It's not ideal. Okay, so I am going to play my nail gun, and I am going to I'm gonna try and nail a wolf basically. So I guess I got 5 shots with this. And I still got 4 actions this time, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
It's an action, but otherwise you are 100% right here. I can put some ammo on it for you.
Yeah, wicked. All right, so second action, gonna shoot the wolf. So I just go through 3 damage to that wolf and to stun it. And I kind of wonder if it's like,
I only gave you 4 ammo because obviously you spent 1.
Yeah. You know, I think I might also. I think I'm going to wear a hard hat. So now I've got. I've got 1 more action.
Scavenge for more fuel, man. We need that fuel.
All right, okay. I'll scavenge for fuel.
Did you get it?
You've convinced me. I did! Immediately equip as a free action. Done.
Nice.
Boosh.
All right, we need 1 more fuel. We are making progress.
All right, that's me. That's all my actions she wrote.
We got frost.
Hunger goes up. Yeah, you're still frost nip though, so you're gonna lose 2 health.
I do. Does my hard hat protect against? No, it's
No.
No. Okay, I was going to say.
Not from status. It's from incoming damage, not like.
I mean, that
status
makes sense. I just wanted to check.
Yeah. I mean, I guess technically, if you're wearing a hat, it does keep some warmth in your head.
Not a hard hat, really. A little bit, but not. It's not especially toasty.
Yeah. 6 is safe. I'll tick the clock. Draw a card. Ooh. Bazooka.
What's your hand size? What's your hand size right now? You know, just
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm at max. I'm gonna equip this bazooka for my first action.
I've got some people asking in the chat about this. So people are assuming this is straight co-op because people are like, there's no traitor stuff, right? This is just
no
straight
traitor
co-op.
stuff.
Yeah.
No, that is a great question. Once upon a time during development, I did try to put a traitor mechanic in this game, and it made it absolutely impossible to win. So it was not fun. Matt, are you cool if I kill that bear for you?
I would ask you to, because otherwise I have to waste my knife.
Okay. I'm gonna use this bazooka to deal 10 damage to it.
Just get rid of them.
Sure.
I do have to also burn 2 cards from my deck into my discard pile. So this is what I was talking about. The driver gets through her deck a little faster. But she does have a bazooka, which is pretty sweet. All right, we've killed the 2 bears, so that objective we can cross off the list.
Is there like maybe not on the tabletop version, but in the real version, is there a card with like the objectives on it so you can?
There's a book. Yeah, there's a book.
Okay.
I actually have the book open in a PDF on my computer. That's what I've been changing the window to read from. I'm going to play this Adrenaline Rush, which gains 2 actions. So I'll spend it for 1 that I gain 2, but it removes status effects like this Frostnet. I also have to burn 2 cards, which sucks, but, you know.
What are you going to do?
It also reduces all the incoming damage, so I'm actually not going to worry about the wolf. I'm going to move. Goddamn caverns. Oh, an elk. That's not so bad.
How many in this deck? How many bosses are there?
There are 0 bosses in the first mission.
Okay.
Not something I'm throwing at people in mission 1. You can tell you're an original player though, because there's. I've got to spawn monsters again because it's place 5. We've got some 5s, don't we? Oh, another way to lose the game is if we run out of. There's 30 monster tokens, and if we ever need to place one on the map and we don't have any tokens left, we lose from that way as well.
It's then presumed that there are just too many.
It's presumed you're just completely overwhelmed.
There are a lot of ways to lose this game, and I think one thing as playing it for a long time is you could really be over ambitious and think like, oh, I got it. Like, let's just combine all this stuff together.
You mean like I just did as the cocky designer of the game? Because not only did I spawn more monsters and draw more monsters, but I moved into these back roads. I lose an action. And when I end my turn there, I draw a monster.
Yeah, see, this is... And now you got 3 wolves on the board, right? So there's 3 wolves in play.
Yeah, so they're each doing 7 damage. So my Adrenaline Rush reduces everything by 2. But I still almost killed myself.
Yeah, we can't be having that in the intro.
So I'm gonna take 10 from the wolves. And then 2 from the elk. 10 health left, I think. And my hunger increases.
We don't have a doctor in this. We don't have a doctor.
The surgeon is in this up. The surgeon's up in this bag over here. All the old stuff from the old game.
How many characters now are there total, just offhand?
That is a good question. This one has 4, and we had 8 in the original. 2 in Kaiju Rising. That's 10. Or maybe 8 counting them. Maybe 6 in the original. 2 in Kaiju Rising for 8. And then Gothic Horrors for 2. 11, I think. Or 12, the Adventurer. I think there's 12, and so there'll be 16 total after this one.
And there's like the alternatives one too, right?
Well, there's like those are just different innate abilities for the
right.
There's the same deck of cards.
Is that you're done with your turn?
I'm done. Yeah. What? Me taking 12 damage wasn't enough for you? Or 10 damage? I should have 2 more because that helps reduce.
Another 9.
Sweet.
So that's a token.
Getting dicey. If there's any other questions in the chat, I mean, I know what time is it? How much more time do we have? I know we don't have a ton more time. Probably won't have time to finish it. So if anybody in chat has questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Let's see. Oh, we got the painkillers. I like this mechanic. Okay.
All right.
Deal a survivor in range 3 damage every time that survivor would take damage reduced by 3 until the start of your next turn.
Yeah.
So that's like if there's a bunch. If that's like if they're gonna get.
That's like for me. I might need some painkiller.
Yeah, but you way over there. Like,
So we've got
I
a couple of questions in the chat. Link's Deity asks,
Sure.
what are the biggest, baddest weapons a player can get?
Every deck is unique, so it sort of depends. The baddest weapon for the driver is the bazooka, which I brought out. I mean, that's the most damage weapon for her. Although I think the Uzi is a little more useful. She's got the Agram too, which is useful. She's got a lot of automatic fire type weapons. The Contractor, you can see in his picture down there, is most famous for his sledgehammer, which is a short range, 6 damage, unlimited use, swinging for the fences type weapon. But he also has the flamethrower, which is in your hand, but quite good. And he also has a saw launcher where he is launching like saw blades at people. There, let's use the old search function.
Yeah, find it, dig it out.
I can find that for you. Yeah, here's the old saw launcher. That's a good one for him. The chef doesn't have great weapons. The chef pretty much has knives and a bunch of cool ways to use knives. So like the butcher, like if the chef has a knife equipped, they have an instant action card called Butcher, which just kills. I don't know, Matt, if you have it in your hand, it kills the monster with the least amount of health or something in front of you or something. Yeah, there it is. I also love the art for that one.
Yeah, they're fun aliens.
If you have a knife equipped, discard a non-boss monster. So right now that would have been any monster.
Yeah, it'd be good against like the bear or something.
Anybody but the bosses. So
yeah. Last action, so a little bit of a combo here. Last action, I'll use just a short range knife on the elk for 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oop. So that's 3 to him, and then end turn, last action, the elk will deal 2 to me, and then my frying pan is like a counter.
Hits him back. Mm-hmm.
Hits him back for 3. Elk is no more.
Yep.
Elk is dead.
You're dead. My hunger now goes up to 4. We're almost at hunger point, Mike. I'm coming to you to maybe cook you up something nice.
Yeah. I mean, we're not going to run out of time, but my plan was to hopefully get here, unlock the gate, and then use my card to bring
the van around.
To bring the van right next to us.
Oh, neat.
To use our getaway plan, because it actually lets me use. That's a new mechanic. You're never allowed to move this tile, but
yeah, it's
the driver has that ability to sort of warp around. So I was going to try to shortcut us that way.
Yeah, not having the driver on the team increases the difficulty. That's like its own.
The other thing too, one of the other characters in the game, which we're not playing as, is the thief. So for that person in chat asking the best weapons or best sort of what each character sort of does, the thief has a deck of 50 cards, so much bigger than everyone else. And the thief only has 19 health. So the thief is all about avoiding monsters. She's sort of like a glass cannon, roguish type character. Because for every card in her discard pile, her attacks get stronger. She has a bunch of these assassinate cards, which do a damage for basically every card in their discard pile. So she can do, she can assassinate from the shadows for like 20 damage near the end of the game, potentially.
And I can see actually as well, we've got a question saying how much of the existing expansion, etc. stuff will be available in the new Kickstarter?
So obviously all the new stuff will be available. We will be offering, basically everything will be available in the pledge manager. So if you wanted to pledge we're going to have a pledge manager pledge where if you just chip in $5 during the Kickstarter, you'll get access to the pledge manager, because what that allows us to do is make sure that we have stock of each, the exact stock of what we have left or what we need to order for each region. So in general, everything will be available, but some things like the old expansions, Gothic Horrors especially, it will be limited based on the number of copies we have left. But I mean, we're not dire. We've got a decent amount of everything. I just don't want to. You know how Kickstarter is. It's like, if you have 1,000 backers all of a sudden for something, you don't want to have to print 100 of something, because you're just a little short. So
yeah, no, absolutely. So actually, I've got a couple of bits of art here that you provided with me. Is this some of the new stuff? We've got an elk, we've got a saber-toothed tiger, and what looks like a Viking wearing a Bluetooth headset.
Yes. So to cover sort of what you're going through there, right? For this sort of demo, we played through just the intro scenario, which just starts with the wilderness. The normal creatures you'd see in the wilderness that may attack you. But as you go forward in the game, you'll encounter new tribes of people. So that represents sort of the guy in his sort of stuff. And humans act a little differently in here. They sort of start suspicious with you, and they'll sort of poke you with damage and run away. But if you make them angry, they'll hunt you like a normal monster. But if you give them your stuff, they will become your friend and help you. So you're actually manipulating the monsters in front of you with humans. And then the saber-toothed tiger is for when you're playing the Ice Age Apocalypse. Stuff obviously gets colder and colder. And then there's mammoths and saber-toothed tigers and I forget what else we have in the Ice Age. Yetis or something, Sasquatches start roaming about and coming after you.
All sorts of fun. So yeah, I've now got the Maximum Apocalypse Wasted Wilds big image on the thing. We got you've got some deserty stuff. You've got some horrible cold cave stuff. You got some.
So we played. Yeah, so this was the first mission of the Frozen Wilds campaign. But this game will have two distinct campaigns you can play through with sequential missions. There's the cold and then the hot. So you can play through sort of like the cold, getting frostbite. And then, of course, there's global warming. Everything went really bad. Climate change. And you have sort of like the diesel punk, Mad Max-esque enemies chasing after you. But yeah, Wasted Wilds is coming to Kickstarter May 18th. So for anyone out there who thought this was interesting, it is a standalone expansion. So I know we asked if everything would be available, but it doesn't really matter because you can get this game and everything you need to play through both of these campaigns will be included in this box. So, 48 new map tiles, the scavenge decks. It's been a big gap of time between the last expansion of Max Apocalypse and this because we've really been developing and making sure this would be a great spot for new people to jump in. The rulebook has a learn to play guide, so you can sort of learn to play as you play. Just sort of like I taught you Matt, on the fly here. The book sort of gives you the rules as you need them as you flip through.
Yeah, I must admit I was slightly anxious about the fact that we just started playing and I had no idea what was going on, but it was fine. So that's nice.
I've done that quite a lot. When we used to have conventions in person, I used to throw people in, as Matt would as well. You just call people in, sit down, and you get right to playing.
Well, actually, Matt, I can see this.
It's very approachable. Very approachable.
If you're lurking in the Twitch chat as well, Matt, I know that there's a few more questions from people wanting to know some stuff about this, and also if you want to ping a link to the Kickstarter page, then
I can definitely ping a link.
and make sure that it gets through to people.
I can definitely ping a link, and I should put that in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, easiest way to do it. We can make sure that gets greenlit. It's easiest that way because that means if people want to ask you questions, then they can direct them at you, etc.
Yep. Perfect.
That's
I can be greenlit then.
All we've got time for. I've got a cheeky
I know we're out of time, so
10 minutes
thank
now
you everyone
to...
for watching, and
yeah. Thanks so much for coming along.
You got botted. You gotta stop. Your link got banished by the bot.
You got banished? Oh, don't worry. It's fine.
Greenlight us.
That's an automatic thing. It's going to happen.
Yeah, the bot will eventually greenlight me. So
it's a robot. You have to kind of give it a little tap on the top of its head to be like, stupid robot. There we are. In fact, it's been posted by us. So yeah.
Okay, great.
Brilliant. Done. But yeah, thank you very much for coming along.
Thanks for watching. I know we're out of time. If anyone has questions, hit us up on the Discord. I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of this digital convention. Thanks so much.
We are now having a look at Paradox Initiative, the 2nd edition. Here with Elf Creek. We've got Brian Surer and Brent Dickman, publisher and designer on this game. And this is fascinating. You kind of prior warned me about this, about the fact that because you want to keep some elements of this game secret, because you are going to be teasing more of it as it comes out, you said you were going to be kind of making the art on the cards kind of hidden, but this is after 3 days of not much sleep, this is wonderfully messing with me. This is like very much like I'm looking at this and I'm like, is this a dream? Because this seems like a dream. I have dreams like this, and I'm like, I'll be playing it and the designer will be showing me a game and I'll be nodding, and inside my head I'll think, I'm not going to tell the guy, but I feel like having all of the cards in the game having this strange pixelated encrypted look is just going to confuse players.
It will confuse us today. Don't make no mistake. We will be confused today.
So we're going to be confused today, but this is not what the game actually is going to look like. It's just that you've got some lovely art and you're not letting anyone see it yet.
Yeah. Just when I had an opportunity to, I thought, well, we can show Matt Lees the Paradox. Let me just mess with him and put in glitchy art instead of real art.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's perfect. It's the perfect time to mess.
It's fine. Yeah. Right. Towards the end of the show, you're nice and
like
fresh.
Our first session this morning, we had T from Hava, and she said, "Oh yeah, originally we would say to Matt like he was going to do like just some like coloring in, but we decided in the end not to do that. And he wanted to do this instead." And I was just thinking, like, are you kidding me? Like I could be coloring in now. This would be way more on my level. I've missed the boat. So what I'm saying is, like, we could do a demo of Paradox 2nd edition, or we could just do some coloring in. How are you feeling about
that? Let's demo Paradox, I think. Actually.
All right. No, I was kidding. I was gonna insist, frankly. I just wanted to see how committed you were.
Yeah.
So take us away.
Yeah. Let me set the stage for us. I'm going to set the stage thematically, and Brian's going to take it away and explain how to play. And in between there, we'll share. We'll explain why the art looks the way it does. So this is Paradox Initiative. In this game, Matt, we are mad scientists, and we have our corporation has developed something called the Paradox Engine, which we are using to grab pieces of space-time out in the multiverse, and we sort of suck up, pieces of history or pieces of the future and put them into our little computer and analyze them for their data. And the better job we do in getting the data that the company wants means that, we'll be the winner, we'll be the best mad scientists, and we'll be the one who gets the claim to fame. So there are 15 worlds that have paradox particles, which allow us to run our Paradox engine and grab history and different points of their timeline. Each world, if you want to bring the cards out, or I can.
Yep, they're set up there. Yep.
They're set up. Each world has a nexus, a past, present, and future. So we'll set them up. And normally this would be beautiful art, but we're hiding it. And what would normally happen is you could put the cards together It's the past, present, and future.
To make
and they would all form
tableau. A triptych.
They would form a tableau, a triptych. Yes.
I always call them
where the
triptychs
three images.
because I did them when I was about 13 at school, and I just saw it written down, so I pronounced the Y every time like an idiot.
That's okay.
But I did make a couple of lovely triptychs. So swings and roundabouts.
Yeah. So as any fan, so this is a second edition of Brian's game here, and we've streamlined some rules, and we've tried to improve the experience a little bit over the first edition. But as any fan of the first edition can tell you, that one of the fun things about this game is that there are 15 worlds and there are 15 different tableaus, triptychs, and each one in the original game was done by a different artist. And in the original game, they were all done by comic book artists. But for this edition, we thought what would be really fun, would be phenomenal, is if we hired who would be maybe arguably the 15 biggest names in board game illustration and have them each do a triptych for the game. So if we have a slide, if you want to share that slide, Matt.
Yeah, here we go. So you got a lot of big names lined up.
Yes. Will I be able to see the slide?
No, but I can read them out for you if you'd like. I mean, I figured you'd have the slide as you'd. We've got Andrew Bosley, Marching into the Dark Road, Neville.
I should be able to remember all of.
It'll be on the Twitch stream now. It'll be on the Twitch.
It'll be on the
now.
Twitch. It's on there now. So we've got Andrew Bosley, of course, the artist of Everdell, also our own Merchants of the Dark Road. We've got let's see who comes next.
We've got Marie Cardua, who did Dixit.
Yes,
Steam Pop.
Dixit.
Yeah,
Yep.
She's got very interesting stuff. David Couchard, Alchemists and Dungeon Pets, again, quite distinct. Mr. Cuddington of Santorini and Tidal Blades fames. Jackie Davis, Ex Libris and Euphoria. Vincent Dutrait, work needs no introduction. Atlantis Rising, Lewis and Clark. Clemens Franz, Agricola, Orleans. Again, some iconic stuff here. Annie Heedsik. I'm hoping I'm getting names right. Honestly, reading names out and words, this is the best job I've had all day. It's great. It's right on my level. Yeah. Honey Buzz and Welcome To. Ryan Laucat, Above and Below, Sleeping Gods, Michael Menzel, Stone Age, Legends of Andor, The Miko, Raiders of the North Sea and Valeria. Quancho Maria, we had him on the other night when we were drawing monsters.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, lovely chap. Dinosaur Island, Cryptid, amongst many, many others. Naid, Tokaido and Seasons. Ian O'Toole, the gallerist on Mars. Ian O'Toole's wonderful. He designed the backs of the card backs we've got in our shop at the moment. They're very cool. Piero, Ghost Stories, Mr. Jack, Weberson, Santiago, The Bloody Inn, and Fuji. The Bloody Inn's got very distinctive art. It's horrible. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Beth Sibel. Everybody knows Beth Sibel. Viticulture, Lanterns. Absolutely fabulous artist. Really enjoying her use of light lately. She's doing some lovely stuff with catching the edges of feathers and fur and all sorts of things. Manny Tremblay, Dice Throne and Wonderland's War. So
so all 18 of those artists will each have a brand new, unique triptych illustration that will be part of this game. And we'll also have some other surprise announcements about art during the Kickstarter. We have a surprise 19th artist who's doing the cover of the box as well. So this is Paradox is meant to be a celebration of the board game hobby and all of the wonderful artists that have contributed to some of the most beautiful games out there. Yeah.
So when are you going to start showing people some of this art?
We're going to have to wait until the Kickstarter. So the Kickstarter launches June 15th. It'll be...
Sorry, go ahead.
It'll be, so the Kickstarter will be 18 days. Each day will be a celebration of a different artist. And so you'll tune in. We're going to start with just an alphabetical order. We're going to start with Andrew Bosley. We sort of teased his art on our booth banner. So you get a little sneak peek.
Okay, so if you go over to AwSHUX.show, then you'll be able to get a little sneaky peek of
little sneak peek.
First bit of art, and I can see also on the board here. I'm guessing these. I'm not going to
Yes.
zoom in too closely to these, but I'm guessing here you're going to get a little sneaky peek.
A little sneak peek. A little sneak peek.
I mean, this is on
and
Tabletopia,
each,
isn't it? So is this a private game on Tabletopia?
It's private. It's private. Right
Okay. Well, I'm not going to zoom in then, and without your permission. Consent is important. Am I allowed to zoom in and look at some things?
No, let's not.
All right, let's not. I'm cool with that. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, I'm cool.
Let's just leave it, zoom
Maybe
out.
I'll zoom in and
you
look.
can kind of see
when no one else is looking,
Yes, there you go. But so each triptych will tell its own story of a world and how it's evolved in history. They're all very, use different sci-fi tropes, and they're all very fun. So if whoever your favorite artist is, you will be very pleased, I think, with the work they've contributed. So that sort of sets the ground. Remember, we're mad scientists. We're trying to collect these worlds. Consequences, be damned. We don't care what happens. We're just in it for the glory. So I will let Brian explain how we play the game.
Cool.
All right. We can move around some of these colors and shapes.
Ah,
That's
finally.
right.
Finally. I thought you'd never ask.
All right. So like you mentioned, it's all about kind of gathering this data and collecting up these cards. So each of these 15 worlds has 4 cards associated with it. So a past, a present, a future, and a nexus card. Your objective is to collect cards or timelines of the same world. So the more of those cards that you have in the same world, the more points you're going to get. So for example, this is a full set that would be worth 10 points at the end of the game. If you only had 3, that would be 6, and then 2 is 3, and only 1 would be 1 point. During the game, you're going to be trying to gather all of these up, collecting points, but as we play, this big scary white token here is going to be moving around the board, and it's going to be glitching out planets that it lands on. Yep, up here. So at the end of the game, if your planet has been glitched, say for example, we're working with Earth here with E, you're going to actually have to lose a card from your set if it's glitched at the end of the game. So as we play, we're going to kind of be moving around this glitch, changing the losing connections to these planets, but you're also going to be able to manipulate those planets and regain that connection back. So you're kind of balancing gaining your points and then maintaining your points as we play. How we do all this is through 3 very easy steps. Go ahead and throw this all back on the deck here real quick. The first step is basically the wormhole. So what you're looking at out here with the cards that are out here in the middle is the wormhole. And this is where we're going to be drafting or choosing the cards that we want to actually attempt to save. Why do we want to save them, or why do we want them, is going to be based off of our matrix in front of you, which is this 5x5 grid of these discs. This is like a game of match 3, or like a Bejeweled where you're familiar with, but in here we play match 4, match 5. So we're trying to create a time strand or a column or a row of 4 or 5 of the same colors together. How you do this is you are going to, on your turn, you're going to be swapping these discs around in order to make these colors in order to pay for the cards that you've chosen during the wormhole phase. So that's why you're looking at these cards. So I'll go up to 1 card up here and just look at F here, this present Frutonia. You'll notice up in the left-hand corner, it's going to give you a value of 2, and it's going to show you what color resource you're going to need. So you're going to need 2 yellow resources on this card in order to complete it. So in the drafting phase, when you're drafting, you're going to be thinking about that, those resources that you're going to need down the road. So you're going to have a couple turns to save it, but what you're going to want to do is think about what's on your board and what can you save. So the requirements of the cards are in the upper left. There is down at the bottom will tell you the planet. So it's got the name, it's got the big letter for you. Yep. And then it's got if it's the past, present, or future there. So during this first wormhole phase, you're going to get 2 actions. So the first player, so we'll just go ahead and make, let's go ahead and make Brent first.
Okay.
What you're going to do is, with your 2 actions, you're actually going to take 1. And with that action, what you can do is you can draft a card, and you're going to place it on your console or your player mat based on what timeline it's from. So if you draft a future, it's actually going to go down to the future section of your time board here, of your console.
You want me to draft a card, Brian?
Did you draft a card?
I will draft a card. I will take Agrek.
All right. I'm gonna, the other option that you have when it's your turn, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna take 1 of your actions and then play is gonna pass to the left. And then when it gets to the last player, which in this case is gonna be Matt, you're gonna take both your actions at the same time, and then it's gonna snake back to the first player.
Gotcha.
There are some other actions that you can take besides drafting a card during the wormhole phase, and that is able to flip over one of these trigger discs. So if you notice, you got 3 trigger discs in front of your player mat here that represent these yellow, red, and blue. So your options are to draft a card or flip a trigger disc. If during the game all 3 of your trigger discs are flipped over, that is kind of like a wild resource that you can spend later. So you have a little bit of options here when you draft. I think I am going to pick up this present in M, since it requires some red, and I've got a little bit of red on my board.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and get into how the matching works here in just a second, but
yeah, well, I'm guessing that I'm in a situation to do some yellow stuff, so I'm gonna and also I cannot resist the idea of the Fruitonian present. So I'm gonna take that, but then I'm not sure what to get to work with that. Dare I get 2 different types of yellow things? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna live fast and
it's bold. It's a bold move. It's a bold move. All right.
What can I say? I'm an idiot. Right. That's my 2 goes.
All right. So the future is gonna go in the future slot in your player board.
Okay.
And then the present will go in the present.
Okay. Yeah, this might not be the best idea. This might not be the best idea, but I mean, the good thing about the art not being there at the moment is that this looks fine. Whereas in the final game, everyone will be looking around the table and going, "What are they doing? What are they?" You know?
Yeah. All right. So there is yet even a third action that you can take on your turn, and that is if you'll kind of look down underneath your matrix, you have some technology. And so technology has there's actions that you can take to manipulate things in the game, to take like special powers. So you can draw a technology as your action instead of drafting.
I might do that. Can I retcon that and just take my Fruitopia and leave the other one?
You can. I withheld that information from you, and
and
you
you've got to stop.
definitely
You've got to
change
stop
that up.
holding things back from me, Brian. We've talked about this. Just be honest with me. All right.
Did you lose that card into the ether, or is it your hand?
No, I got it. It's in my hand.
I think it's in his hand.
I'm holding it up on the screen so people can see it.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and flip a trigger disc instead of draft a card. So I'm going to flip my blue one. And then we're going to finish with Brent.
All right, I'm going to take this research experiment. If you want to explain that, Brian.
Sure. So,
yeah.
So we have our 15 worlds, all 4 cards of each, but then we have 3 research projects in the game which aren't associated to any worlds, and they have 3 cards. They have 3 cards, which is just a past, present, and future. They have some special rules to where you need to save the connection to one of these planets in order to complete them, and then when you do, they'll give you some bonus actions. So they're a little bit different than the regular cards, but score just the same. So now we go into the matrix phase, and this is where we're going to go around and we're going to manipulate our matrix, create some cool colors, and hopefully score some of these cards. So if you want to go ahead and focus on your grid, and I'll kind of, or actually you want to focus on my grid, since I'll
that's
on blue. Yeah. That way I don't mess up your grid.
Yeah,
on your turn, what you're basically going to be doing is you're going to have 2 actions, and you're going to take these actions back to back. So you're going to take one action, and then you're going to take the second. And with an action, you can swap any 2 discs anywhere on in your matrix as long as they have the same symbol. What you're trying to do is match colors. So for example here, I have this black and this diamond, and I have this red diamond. So I can swap any 2 discs. So I'm gonna go ahead and swap this one, and I can swap that one.
I see where you're going with this.
Okay, I can then swap in the circle for the circle, and I've created a time strand. The idea is that when you make a match 4, it immediately scores. So what I'm going to do is kind of rewind back to this. Is that I can't make a match 5 if I would have did the circle first, because my match 4 would have scored immediately. So when you make a 5, you kind of sometimes have to sneak it in, like I did by doing diamond to circle. It doesn't matter where the discs are. The rule is swap like symbols and to try to match like colors. And you don't have to make a match every time. Sometimes you're trying to set up, an elaborate move for another turn. Whenever you make a match, what you're going to do is you're going to clear those out. So we're going to, if you want to go up to Brent's, I know I got you moving around because he might be making a match, but I didn't want to mess up his board
I need the
for that
exercise.
explanation. We'll see what Brent does.
I am making a match. All right, so I
hadn't even looked at your board yet, so I wasn't sure.
I'm horrible at this game. It turns out I'm not good at matching discs.
You're gonna get good.
I'm gonna, maybe. So I'm gonna swap those 2. That makes a match. That makes a match of white here. So I'm gonna remove those from my matrix. That gets me 1 white resource, which I'm going to use on the spires, for the spires, which no. Wait, maybe I didn't.
No,
well, that's fine. That's fine. That's good, right?
Nope, that one requires you to save a planet. So you're gonna have to. We'll go ahead and you can go ahead and explain save a planet here.
Yeah, that's why I was doing that, and then I realized that I still need the 1.
No, you don't need a 1.
No, that's 1. But the save a planet is with white, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Well,
so save a planet or shield a planet, right?
Correct.
Yes. So you can spend white or black resources, Matt, to flip one of these world tiles over.
Right.
Or to place a shield. So I'm going to place a shield on A because I have an A. It's in my interest.
Right.
I'm protected from being flipped.
Nice.
So that means I have successfully captured the future of the spires here. So I'm going to move that over here. I'll be scoring that.
Devilishly evil thing to say.
Yes. So now it's in my interest.
Future of the spire.
It's in my interest to get more of those cards if I'm able to. And so now my 4 discs, sort of like a Connect 4 board. You just imagine that it's vertical.
Nice.
They all slide down. And now I refill it. 1. I'm hoping to get some blue here. 2, 3. No blue yet.
So if you'll notice in the center of the board,
I got a blue.
There's 3
All
discs, and this is an anomaly. And you can swap with those 3 discs as though they're on your board.
So let's see. Like I've said, I'm not the greatest. I'm gonna swap this and this. So that's my 2 matrix actions. Oh, and I just made another match. I didn't even know I was doing that.
See, you're becoming one with the match.
I am becoming one with the paradox board. All right, so that's going to save another world. So I'll just put out another one. We'll cover up this one. Why not?
Lovely.
And then this is going to slide down, and I'm going to gain.
Right, you're matching, Brian.
I'm matching. That's right.
Let's see what
you kind of
matching
saw
you
a
got.
sneak peek of what I did there. So,
yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and do pretty much that kind of same maneuver because my card requires 2 red. And when you make a match of 5, you're going to earn 2 of the discs instead of just 1.
I should really stop watching you and start working out my matches, but it's fine. Let's see what you can do.
That's kind of how it is in the real world, but it's a little different. So what's going to happen here is we'll go back to those trigger discs and why those trigger discs matter. Is when you make a match in blue, red, or yellow, you will be able to flip that disc over. So since I made red, I'm going to go ahead and flip that over. And if you remember during the draft, I chose to keep to flip my blue over. Once my yellow's flipped over, I can de-energize them all, take one of these purple discs, and treat it as a wild and spend it anywhere. So I'm going to go ahead and use my two resources on this card, and I'm just going to go ahead and complete this present. So if you'll notice right above my board here, it says glitch movement, because every time we kind of meddle with the timeline, we are going to actually move that glitch. So since I completed a present, the glitch is going to move 3 spaces, and it's going to go clockwise around, and it just hit H.
Okay.
So that doesn't mean anything during the game, but what that's going to do is going to kind of affect the end game. So if you had cards that was in H at the end of the game, you're going to end up losing some.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to go ahead and refill. And I took both my actions.
So the number of spaces it moved there, is that the cost of the card?
It is based on the timeline of the card. So since I completed a present,
I see.
So one thing that I didn't mention is that if at the end of your turn, let's say for example I only did 1 red, that's okay because at the end of my turn, every card is going to slide 1 space to the right. So it's going to be like a timer, and so I have until it falls off of my console in order to complete it.
Yeah, the word danger is at the end, so it's not.
It's coming. Yep. So this one's going to go to my score pile. You do refill. So all of your discards. I touched. I thought mine was the red
unbelievable.
That was my bad. Confusion with all these colors.
It's fine. It's the fun thing about playing games on Tabletopia, etc., that we won't do in the real world. Is the ease with which everyone touches each other's components and decks. Maybe it will continue. We'll just be reaching across the table and shuffling each other's decks. I don't know.
I've probably been the red hand at least 4 or 5 times this weekend. That is already.
Yeah, right. That's right. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I've been legitimately sitting here, being a bit impatient now to want to have a play of this because I've got quite a lot of love for matching games.
So I did slip in there that if you notice in the middle of the board, the main worlds, there are 3 discs, and you can swap with those as though they're on your board, but you're just following the same symbol.
Yeah, okay.
He's giving you a hint, Matt. He's giving you a hint.
Yeah, no,
He didn't need a hint.
That's useful.
He didn't need a hint.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap this with this, and then I'm going to swap this with this.
And so this, you actually just did what I didn't want to teach because it's a little complex, is you completed 2 intersecting time strands, and the only way that you can do it is by placing the intersecting piece, which was that circle. So yep, those will all clear out, and that is scoring 1 for each. Yep.
Yeah, and it just made a really nice high-pitched sound effect in my head, which is pleasant.
Yes, it did.
Okay, and then all of this stuff goes down, dum, dum, and I'll top that up in a minute. So I've got my 2 resources, which is great, because now it means I can basically, I can save the present of Fruitopia, put that into my little pile, and move along the thing by 3.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. So that's K is getting flipped into the bad times.
Yeah. And then since you made a yellow, you'll flip your yellow trigger disc. Those will stay out of the bag. So your discards stay out of the bag, and then you refill. That way you're fueling your board with new colors. Since those yellows would be back in there.
And is it out of? Is it out of my bag or the bag? Where's the bag?
This black bag to your.
Okay, sure.
Yep.
Left,
outside of the bag, yes.
Yep.
Okay. The bag. Yeah, I've got a bit more of a Imperial March vibe going on now. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So we completed all of our matrix phases. And so the next thing that basically happens is we just do the main cleanup. So all of the cards in the wormhole are going to get discarded. So we're going to lose the J, the L's, and this Nexus, which I'll talk about here in a second. Maybe one pops up. We're going to refill the wormhole. We're going to pass first player, and we're going to do this until the deck is empty. That's pretty much the flow of the game. So noting that black and white can be used on cards that accept any color, and so we haven't talked about those, and those are generally pass cards. So right here, this B of something that I can't even pronounce, Bicrovia.
Yep, there you go.
It requires 3 of any color. It's kind of got that wild symbol up there in the corner, so you can put anything on it. So black and white can go on that, but generally black and white is going to be used to, like we said, flip over these worlds and add shields. All right.
Yeah.
So
okay. Interesting.
The play would pass to me, and then I would continue drafting. Let's see.
Brian, you brought out all the cards I need.
I did?
All in one round.
Well, that's
too many. There's too many. I'm going to have to let one go.
I have a lot of yellow. All right. I will explain here, this Nexus. I'll take this Nexus. So if you notice, this Nexus looks like a big grid. It's this big blue card out here, and it's got a little dot on it. What that means, this one scores a little bit differently. It's going to start down here in this spot, and it's going to tell me to put a shield token on my grid in that section.
Okay.
Now, I cannot swap that particle, that disc underneath there at all. I cannot move it. But in order to score this card, I need to include that in a match.
Right.
I need to include it in a time strand.
Right.
So I'm looking to hit that yellow there in order to score it.
Yeah. Now, in the actual physical copy of this game, that shield token would be transparent, so you can see through it. But Tabletopia does not have transparent materials. So maybe we should have made it a ring or something like that.
I took my one action in the wormhole, so it's going to go ahead and pass the mat.
All right.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to grab some Fruitonia. Fruitonia Futures.
There you go.
Put money into Fruitonia Futures.
Oh, I didn't move my card down. All right. I'm going to grab Agrek Pass and Agrek Future. Going all in on Agrek here. Back to you, Matt.
Okay. I think I might go for some. What's good at the moment? So I can see that C is protected and A is protected. Obviously, all of this stuff is. And this is for the Spires. So this is one that pays out when 2 planets get. Yeah, I'm going to take Earth, the past, because I'm going to have something a bit of space to shove things along. So a question I've got about the flow of this is, when you finish lines, do you have to have something to put those resources on at that point, or can you sit on the resources?
Okay, so you cannot save resources. They have to go somewhere. So, for example, you made red and you had nowhere to make red. It's just going to vanish. But we also have these over here to the right side of the main board. We have these alliance tokens. So alliance tokens are the one way to save. So if you had a red and you couldn't spend it, you could go ahead and spend your red, and you would take the red alliance token, and it will act and stay there, and you can spend it as though it's a resource, whatever you want. But the alliances are a little fickle, so anybody can spend a red to pull that alliance away from you. So you can hold on to it as long as you want, but you know, at risk of someone taking it away.
Okay, interesting.
But other than that, there's no way. Yeah, no way to bank.
No, that makes sense. I wasn't expecting there to be. So yeah, I was just checking.
Is it on me? I assume.
I think so. Yeah.
In fact, so I think I will take the Spires. So you can have multiple cards on the same spot. Just kind of stack.
Nice. Yeah, right. I figured that. I just thought it'd be nice to spread them out a bit, because I'd already. That's why I was asking that question. I thought, having a bit of staggering gives you a bit more time to strategize ahead.
Yep. So this is me, huh? I need to get thinking. Let's see here. So I'm going to go ahead and do my swaps. So if you notice, I have a blue time strand already made in my matrix. And anytime during a refill or a drop that you create a time strand, it does not automatically cascade and score.
Right.
You will have to spend an action in order to collect it. So I can spend an action to just collect this 4, or if I had the blue triangle, which I'm going to go ahead and do that, I'm going to go ahead and use it to swap.
So actually gets you a better chance of
you
don't get combos, but it gives you a much better setup ability.
Correct. So I'm going to go ahead and clean these out of here, which is going to give me 2 blue, which I'm going to put 2 blue on here. And I'm going to refill and take my second action here. Go. Oh, look at that. I was hoping there would be a circle or a diamond there.
Look at that.
Well, I was hoping it wasn't. I was hoping it wasn't the triangle because I didn't have a triangle to swap, but I had the other color. So I'm just going to go ahead and obviously finish off.
Yeah.
Actually, I might want to wait on this.
Yeah, right.
I'll probably waste a resource. Yeah, I'm going to waste a resource if I do it. So I'll actually wait. I'm going to just do a setup with my other move.
What you could do is you could. Sorry, I'm literally telling you how to play your own game now. But if no, you can't.
No,
because I was like, if you could swap that with a white, you could trigger that 4, and then it would still drop down and still be.
Yeah,
5 in a row.
I really want this. I really want a white right now or black,
but
I don't have it. Nope. So that is exactly what I was. Let's see here.
I mean, you could bin this white for the black on the board just to get some more.
Yeah,
this is tickling my brain. I like this. I miss the days of being able to line up things without weird microtransaction timers.
You know what? I'm going to do it just for the sake of going. So we're going to go ahead and clear them out. I'm going to get a yellow. So I'm going to take the yellow alliance token, kind of bank it. I made a yellow, so that's going to let me flip over my yellow. And since I have all 3, I'm going to actually flip them all over to get a purple. And I'm going to use that purple as a let's call it a white to save a planet. So I'm going to go ahead and save. Let's see. I think I'm working with M. Okay, it was M. So I'm going to go ahead and shield M. And because I shielded a planet, that is what was the final resource that I needed to save the spires. So I'm going to go ahead and complete the spires. And so I also completed the Nexus, and the Nexus don't move the glitch at all, but the spires will. And since I completed a pass, it's going to move 5 spaces.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, and it's going to hit.
My shield.
Right. That's right.
That's the shield in the bin.
All right.
That's it in the bin.
So I'm just going to drop my board and refill, and I am done.
Yeah.
I'll throw all that in the bag here in a second. That is on you, Matt.
Yeah, so I need a single blue, and I need 3 of any resources. And I'm kind of locked in with some of this stuff at the moment.
Okay.
So
is this bag shuffling?
It's supposed to. It's all tabletop.
It should auto shuffle.
Auto shuffle. Yeah.
It always has been. I always call it good luck.
I've got a lot of flexibility with my this stuff here. Well, it's not too bad.
I'm not sure what tech you drew. Does your tech help you at all?
No, this is okay. I'm going to do this. So I'm going to go that one and that one. And then I'm going to go that one and that one. That'll do. I'll spend that to get myself 2 red discs that I'll whack onto my 3 of any colour. So that's my 2 moves. Put them in the bag. Oh, no, I'm not supposed to put them in the bag, but hang on.
It's all right. It's too late.
Yeah, it's done. It's done. They're into the void now. No one can save them. And that's me, I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Bingo.
So you're going to slide your cards all 1 space to the right.
So
the timer starts.
The future of Fruitonia is in danger. But in
jeopardy.
I think I should be okay to look after the Fruitonians soon.
All right. It's me. I'm going to swap these triangles here. And then I'm going to swap the diamonds. And I look at me. I made a 5-strand of blue, which is exactly. So we use these 2 blue on Agrek. Agrek present. Just put it into my hand. Okay, that's going to flip my blue switch, and I saved a present, so it's going to move it 3. 1, 2, 3, and it's going to flip D, divided, Mr. Ryan Lockett's world. So, and that's my turn. Get a refill.
While he refills, you'll notice in the upper right-hand corner of these cards, there's an icon, and around the outside of the main board, we've got these cards here that kind of show the icons, or maybe it shows a past, present, and future. These are additional ways to score. So not only are you scoring for trying to collect sets, you're going to gain some additional points based on these scoring. So for right now, you'd get 1 bonus point for every future. You'd get 3 points for every 2 of the advanced weaponry symbols that you have on your cards. And then last, you'd get 6 points if you can manage to collect 3 of the cultural data, which is that little square.
Gotcha.
So there's just an additional set collection.
Sets within sets.
Did we just wrap up there?
We just wrapped up. All right. Round, yeah.
We got time for another round, or are we wrapping this up?
You know, I'd like to, but I think we've got to wrap it up. But
we got to wrap it up.
You want to finish that fruit?
I mean, I do, but I can finish it off in my mind probably. I can't.
In your mind, yeah.
I don't think I can even do a terribly satisfying fruity finale if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, 3 in the middle. You can never sneak a 5 like that.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Wait till you see the art for Fruitonia.
Well, this is it.
Yeah.
You know, I was going to say
it's going to blow your mind.
One of my favorites.
It is. It's fantastic.
We do have to wrap it up, but at the same time, like, you know, I do want to point out that this looks pretty neat, and I mean, I'm finding it pretty engaging, and that's with art that is effectively just a rainbow mess. I'll be excited to be playing more of this, and I wish I could just sit and carry on playing this for a while, but I can't because I've technically got things I need to do.